My head was spinning and my heart was pounding as I scanned my dad's inbox. All these emails? All these years? I knew I would never be able to speak to my boyfriend again, and I would never, ever trust my dad. For many years, I thought my dad was an ordinary but admirable man. He raised me alone after my mother was gone. Over the years, Dad became a very overprotective man. This meant that I was locked inside my house throughout most of my school life. I wasn't allowed to go out with friends, be late coming home from school, or attend any parties. When I was in 6th grade, I begged my dad to let me go on a school trip for a debate contest. I had worked so hard to perform at this competition. I cried for hours to get his permission. He was unmoved. He refused to let me out. As the years passed, I grew to silently hate him. I was getting sick of being a prisoner in my own home. One day, the head cheerleader at my school, Stella, asked me to come to an insane party she was having for her 16th birthday. The whole school was invited. I wanted to go so badly. Everyone was talking about this party. I rushed home to beg my dad for permission. My dad and I had a huge fight that night. He refused to let me go to the party. I decided I was going to sneak out the moment he fell asleep. When the time came, I rushed to the party on my bicycle. I paused before Stella's house. Everything was strangely silent. I entered her home, feeling rather nervous. I mean, why would a raging high school party be so quiet? When I entered the living room, I saw all my schoolmates standing inside. They were all quiet and exchanging glances with each other awkwardly. At the center of the uncomfortable crowd was my father. He was seated on Stella's couch, red with anger. He began to shout at me in front of everyone I knew. He'd known what I was up to the whole time. He laughed at me, amused by the idea that I could ever fool him. In front of every one of my peers, my dad humiliated me and grounded me for a whole month. People around me laughed. I grew purple with shame and my whole body began to shake. My dad demanded that I get in his car and go back home. I was simply too ashamed to do anything else but obey. The moment we reached home, I turned and looked him in the eye. I told him that he had broken our relationship tonight. I no longer wanted to speak to him. Days later, my crazy dad blocked Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and all social media sites on our Wi-Fi. He wanted to isolate me from the outside world, but I was smarter. I downloaded this app. Using that, I was still able to use all these websites, and he had no clue. A few days passed, and I didn't say a word to him. I quietly headed to school day after day, and when I came home, I went straight to my room to be alone. That was my life. Until the day everything changed. The day I met Ricky. Ricky was a new kid, an orphan who'd been transferred to the school by the state. He was gorgeous, too, and he was the only person in school who hadn't seen the humiliating events of that night. To my delight, just when I was fantasizing about him, he asked me if I could help him find his class. I looked at his schedule and saw that we had a bunch of classes together. Ricky and I hit it off instantly. We began to sit together in class, meet for lunch, and walk home together from school. Ricky's company was delightful, and I couldn't help but crush on him. He was cool, funny, and clever. The day he finally asked me out on a date came quickly. I had been dreading and hoping for this day for months. When he asked me out, I burst into tears. All these weeks, I hadn't spoken one word to my dad. Now that Ricky had asked me out on a date, I knew I would have to break the silence. I would have to ask him for permission, and he most certainly wouldn't give it. Ricky seemed shocked and confused by my reaction. I didn't want him to see me like this, so I rushed out of the cafeteria. I walked home alone that day. The whole way there, I tried to think of some way to sneak out of the house for one date with Ricky. Some way that my watchful father wouldn't see through. I wanted this so bad that I was ready to try anything. My head was full of plans as I entered my house. But the minute I saw what was going on in my living room, my brain became blank. Ricky was in there, sitting on the couch with my dad. I couldn't speak. What was Ricky doing here? And why was he with my dad? Dad spoke up, saying that Ricky had come searching for me because I'd been acting strange at school today. He wanted to know if I was okay. In a whisper, I told Ricky I was fine. Much to my surprise, Ricky spoke then. "Sir, I'd like to ask for your permission to take Annie out for a date." I stared at my dad with fear in my heart. From everything I knew about him, the idea of some guy moving on his only daughter would send him into a flaming rage. I was surprised again. My dad was completely calm and composed. "Do you want to go out with Ricky?" he asked me. "Yes," I said. Dad said that even though he didn't like the idea of me dating, he knew he couldn't control my life forever. He gave us permission to go out. In that moment, all my anger at my dad that had built up over the years simply evaporated. My father had given me his trust. I couldn't be happier. Ricky and I began to date, And it went well for years. After high school, we got into the same college, which cemented our relationship. I started to have some doubts when I got an amazing fellowship in Paris right after college. Ricky wanted to get married, but I wanted to wait until after the fellowship. My life seemed wonderful. Until the day of the barbecue. My dad had invited us and a few friends to his place, where he was hosting a party in his backyard. During the barbecue, I went into his wine cellar to search for my favorite brandy. During that search, I noticed something odd about one of the walls. It could move. When I pushed against the wall, it gave way to reveal a secret corridor. I was utterly shocked. I had lived in this house for 17 years and never knew this existed. I went down the strange corridor, and it led me to a small, dark room. I turned on the flashlight on my phone to see where I was. The light fell on a picture of my face. At first, I thought I was mistaken, but it was me. I pulled at the picture, but it was stuck to the wall with a thumbtack. I moved back to shed more light on the wall and gasped. Stuck to the wall were the pictures of every person in my life. My coworkers, Ricky, my friends from college, the neighbors that came and went over the years. Red wool traced lines between me and everyone else, with detailed notes about individual relationships and interactions written underneath the lines. I didn't understand. This had to be the work of a madman. Then I saw a laptop on the table. I clicked on a button and the screen lit up, showing several tabs of a web page named Location Tracker. When I saw the details of that page, I felt true horror. This was definitely a page that was tracking someone's location. Mine. A picture of me and a small circle flashed on a map, showing my position in my dad's house. Beside the map was a running log of all the locations I'd visited in the past month. The log stopped at my current location. My dad had clearly been spying on me, keeping tabs on me. Who else could have made this room in his house? Was everything a lie? All those years when I thought he had begun to trust me, was he simply hiding his true nature? I found a folder on the desktop that said Log History. Inside it sat rows upon rows of folders. They went as far back as 7 years ago, the year Ricky and I began to date. Was that when this obsession started? When I began to date and finally live my life? That was when I saw it. One of the open tabs was an email account. I refreshed the page and began to scroll through the people my dad had been emailing. When I saw the first name on the list, the blood dried in my veins. It was Ricky. My dad and Ricky were exchanging emails. The subject line of the first email read, "Setting the date." In that email, Ricky was explaining to my dad that I didn't want to get married before I finished my course in Paris. My dad urged him to convince me to get married quickly. He said that if he didn't do it soon, I might figure out the truth. And if I did, I would never be with Ricky. What was he talking about? What truth? Ricky had replied to him, saying that pushing me would do the opposite of helping. My dad instructed him to get me pregnant if that's what it took. He didn't want me to leave Ricky and go be with some random French man he couldn't work with. Work with? I immediately left the email thread and began to scroll through my dad's inbox. There were hundreds and hundreds of emails here, all sent by Ricky. He'd informed my dad of every single night, every little secret, every hope, dream, or desire I'd shared with him during our time together. Soon, I couldn't bear to open the emails anymore. I felt disgusted. Suddenly, a voice cracked from behind the door. "Who's there?" I froze. Ricky was right outside. He called out my dad's name, asking if he was the one who was inside. He clearly knew about this basement, and he knew that my dad came here sometimes. I said nothing as I waited for him to leave. Much to my horror, he didn't leave. He came down the passage and entered the room. It was small and there was nowhere to hide. He saw me the moment he entered. The second he looked in my eyes, he knew that I knew. Before I could even say a word to him, Ricky ran away from me. I ran out after him, but he was faster than me. He hurried out of the cellar and slammed the door shut. Then he turned the handle and I heard the twist of the lock. I stared at the door in fresh horror. Had he just locked me inside? I tried to open the door, but it didn't budge. Why had Ricky locked me in here? What was he going to do? I pulled out my phone and tried to call my only friend in law enforcement, Stacy. She had been one of my closest friends in college, and she was currently high up in the city police. I was scared for my life right now, and I needed her help. The reception was poor, and I couldn't make a phone call. I decided to call her online. Luckily, I still had that app. I called her on Facebook and told her where I was, and that I was in danger. Just as she assured me that she would come right away, the cellar door swung open. My father stood at the door, with Ricky. I put my phone away fearfully. My father demanded to know what I had found out. "I know about your secret basement," I told him. "I know you've been spying on me." "I've been protecting you," Dad said. "And you've been using Ricky's help? You forced my own boyfriend into this?" I asked. My father tried to tell me I was overreacting, But I wasn't going to listen to his manipulative lies anymore. "I'm going to the cops," I told him. I tried to get out of the basement, but Ricky pulled me back and stood before the closed door. "What's the big deal about me talking to your dad?" he asked me. "You're not talking! You're violating my privacy! Your father is trying to protect you. You should be grateful to him." "You make me sick." "Don't say that," Ricky said. "Just because I've kept this secret doesn't mean I don't love you." He moved to try and hug me, and I slapped him. "You and I are finished, Ricky," I told him. "I'm taking that fellowship in Paris, and I'm leaving." I tried to get to the door, but my father commanded me to stop. I turned around to see him standing with a gun in his hand. It was pointed at me. I stared at him in utter shock. Was this really happening? Was he threatening to shoot me? "Get away from the door," he said. "This is for your own good. You have no idea what will happen to you in a foreign country without me there to protect you. I'm doing all this for you, Anna. You can't keep me in here forever," I shouted at him. "I will do whatever it takes to protect you," he barked back. I had never felt more fear in my heart. Just as I began to lose all hope, Stacy kicked down the cellar door with 3 other policemen by her side. Ricky jumped away as the cops poured in with their guns and tasers out. My father immediately dropped his weapon and backed away. Stacy rushed to me and pulled me into her protection. My father was charged with assault with a firearm, violation of privacy, and about 10 other crimes. To have his own sentence reduced, Ricky gave up all his information on my father. Apparently, Ricky hadn't been my father's informant just to help him out. No, Ricky had been hired by my father. My father had cooked up the plan 7 years ago. After the disastrous high school party where he'd humiliated me, when I'd become cold to him afterward and we'd stop speaking, he decided that if he wanted to control my life and make sure I was safe, he would have to get creative about it. He couldn't simply lock me up at home. That would never work. He needed me to be around people he could trust inside and out, people he hired and paid. Ricky had been living in an orphanage 2 states away before we met. He didn't just transfer to my city for no reason. He'd been given a full-time job by my dad to be my boyfriend. I pressed charges on both men with Stacy's help and support. She helped me remove the tracking chips that were hidden in my phone, under my shoe, and in the lining of my bags. She let me stay with her while I prepared to leave for my fellowship in Paris. The trial against my father and Ricky went on for 5 whole years. They both confessed to all the crimes they'd committed on advice of their legal counsel. I completed my course in Paris and came back to fight my case against both of them. I wanted justice for myself. Once upon a time, these men had been my whole life. Today, I threw them both in jail, and I'm starting my life again, alone and free.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle, but everyone calls me Gabby. But before I continue my story, click like and subscribe. I've been hearing the story of my birth from Mom ever since I can remember. Oh, you were so lazy. You came out 3 weeks after my due date, and you were almost 12 pounds. My arms would hurt after holding you for a minute.
You were worth the wait, Gabby. You were just the cutest baby ever, and you still are.
Dad adored me, and so did my older twin siblings. I'm sure Mom loved me too, but she had a funny way of showing it. Once when I was 3, everyone was eating pizza for dinner, but Mom just kept popping boiled carrots in my mouth. I suddenly leapt onto the table and bit into her pizza slice. She pulled it away, but I clung onto it like a puppy.
What are you doing? Let Gabby have pizza. Come here, sweetie. I'll give you the biggest slice.
Mom looked mad. She doesn't need more calories. You're turning my daughter into an elephant. But I didn't care. I was eating pizza. Once on Halloween, I went trick-or-treating with my siblings and came home with my bag full.
Everyone said I was so cute, and they gave me extra candy.
But Mom snatched it from me. That's going to make you fat. Just give them to me and leave. I was really sad that she took it away, but Dad snuck me a few pieces every night. Growing up, Dad and I read lots of books together, and in the 1st grade, I started writing poetry. My teacher entered one of my poems in a school competition, and I won 2nd prize. Dad was so proud, he had it framed for his office. At Thanksgiving dinner, he asked me if I'd recite my poem for everyone, and I was happy to. As everyone clapped for me, grumpy Auntie Polly walked in.
Good God, child. You look like you're about to burst out of your clothes. You've gotten so fat.
That's the first time I saw Dad get really mad.
How dare you say that? She's just a child, and she's perfect.
With that, he picked me up and told my family that we were leaving. In the 5th grade, we were at the beach once, and I was going around happily in my new pink bathing suit. I went over to some girls my age and asked if I could make sandcastles with them, but one of them rudely pushed me away.
We don't play with fat girls. You're ugly.
I burst into tears and ran off, and Dad was furious.
I'm gonna tell those girls exactly what I think. Where are their parents?
Oh, can you stop creating drama everywhere? I told you not to buy her that ridiculous bathing suit, and she does need to lose weight. Of course people will make fun of her. And that evening, Mom told me I was going on a diet. Your sibling's 16th birthday is coming up in a few months, and I'll buy you an amazing dress if you lose some weight. You'll feel so good about yourself. Later that night, I snuck downstairs to the kitchen and started stuffing my face with crisps and cookies. I had to eat as much as I could before starting Mom's stupid diet. Mom took me to the nutritionist's office the next day, and I instantly disliked Dr. Christine.
Come on, chubby. Get on the scale.
Yes, you're really overweight. You need to lose at least 20 pounds. Do you think we can manage this by September, doctor?
It all depends on Gabrielle.
But yes, it can be done. Do you want to lose weight, honey? Do you want to be beautiful for the party? I remembered the mean girl's words at the beach and said, yeah, I want to be beautiful. So the nutritionist made a special diet for me, and we had to buy all these expensive products from her. I had to eat some special toast with special cheese, and it tasted disgusting. As I was making faces at the dinner table, Dad ate some food from my plate and almost threw up.
Why are you making Gabby eat this horrible stuff? Just make her some healthy food. She doesn't need to eat rubbish.
No, Daddy, I want to eat this rubbish. I want to be pretty.
But you already are, sweetheart.
It's okay. It's only for a few months. Please?
Don't look at me. She wants to be skinny.
Dad looked kind of sad, but he didn't say anything after that. I kept doing the awful diet, and I didn't lose an ounce, not an inch. The day of the big party was approaching, and Mom waited until the very last minute to see if I'd lost some weight before she took me shopping. She asked the saleswoman to show us clothes that would look good on me. Oh, I see what you mean. You want her to look skinny. I might just have the right dress. Why don't you try this and this and this? I tried on all the clothes and I hated everything. As I was taking off a white dress in the changing room, I overheard something that broke my heart. How did the dress fit her? Oh, not very well. That white dress makes the girl look like a small refrigerator, short and square. I wish she had inherited my figure. I burst into silent tears. That's what Mom really thought of me? We bought some stupid black dress, and on the day of the party, I held my breath and tucked my tummy in for all the pictures. I just felt ugly and miserable. Being fat didn't affect my ability to love, though. I was falling in love at school all the time, but I'd grown up too insecure and shy to ever ask anyone out, and well, no one ever noticed me. In the 9th grade, I fell madly in love with James, this gorgeous boy who was 2 years older than me. He played baseball, and I'd watch him from a distance and write poems about him. One day at lunch, someone tapped me on the shoulder, and I almost fell off my seat when I saw it was James.
Hey, you dropped this paper in the hall. Did you write this poem yourself? It's really good.
I just stared at him like a dumb goldfish, and seconds later, a skinny girl took his arm and led him away. I crumpled up the paper and threw it away angrily. Of course, he had a girlfriend who looked like a freaking model. Just then, this annoying bully Aaron from my class sat next to me with a grin.
Ah, chubby Gabby. You like James, don't you? I've seen how you stare at him every day.
I do not.
I don't care, girl. You want to get noticed by someone like him? You should hang out with me. I'm like the most popular guy around. Come to a party at my place tonight. James will be there too, and I'll introduce you guys.
But he has a girlfriend.
Oh, that's not his girlfriend. Trust me, he's single.
That offer was too tempting to resist. So I went to the party that evening, and when I got there, The first thing I saw was James dancing with that girl. Aaron, I think those two are together. This is stupid. I'm just gonna go home.
Oh, poor dummy. You don't know the first thing about guys, do you? Give him something to be jealous about, like this.
And suddenly, Aaron pulled me in and kissed me. I immediately shoved him away.
What's wrong with you, Gabrielle? You just show up uninvited at my party, begging to kiss me? Does being fat make you needy and desperate for love?
I stared at him in horror as I felt everyone's eyes on me. You liar! I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. I gave him a hard slap and then I ran away from there. But since Aaron was a popular jerk, he made sure I became known as the fat, desperate girl, and my self-esteem hit rock bottom. Suddenly, I just lost my appetite and stopped eating. Dad was worried and kept asking me what was wrong, but Mom was delighted when I got skinny. Wow, Gabby, you look amazing. Wanna go shopping? No, I'm good, thanks. But you're in those big clothes. Fat clothes, you mean? Why are you talking to me like that? What did I do to you? Nothing, Mom. You're just perfect. When I went off to college, I finally made some friends there. Suddenly, I fit in the clothes. I fit in with others. But then I discovered something. No one here cared about my looks. People were interested in my poetry and the things I had to say, not the way I was on the outside. For the first time, I felt I could breathe. I started relaxing, eating more, and having fun. When I went home for Christmas, I took my coat off and found Mom staring at me like a hawk. Gabby, did you gain weight? I don't know, Mom. I didn't check. But it's such a shame that you're getting fat again, honey. You have to be careful. So what if I get fat? Will I be ugly, useless, worthless? What's wrong with you? Are you upset about something? Mom, I'm mad at you. You made me feel my entire life that being fat is the worst thing in the world, that it's the only thing that defines you, but it's not. I was only looking out for you. I want you to be healthy. Are you sure? Because I was unhealthy and miserable when I got skinny, and you weren't bothered about that. The only thing you ever wanted for me was to be pretty, no matter what the cost. You've just never loved me the way I am. That's not true. I care a lot. Yeah, I'm sure you care, Mom. Just not in the way that's any good for me. I'm leaving.
Well, we're coming with you. I'd like to enjoy a family dinner for once.
I turned around to see my dad and siblings looking really angry at Mom. We all left without her, and we had an amazing Christmas dinner at a restaurant. As Dad dropped me off at college, he put his hands on my face and said,
I'm so proud of how smart and strong you are, and I'm glad you're realizing your own worth. You are and always will be perfect to me.
Time passed and I gained and lost weight all the time. And even though my confidence was better, I still had a hard time believing that someone could love me just the way I was. But one day, someone tapped my shoulder at the supermarket.
Hey, Gabrielle, right?
Oh, yeah, hi. I'm sorry. Who are you?
James from school, remember? I think I was your senior. I recognized you because you still have those beautiful eyes.
Oh my God, it was James. The James. We went out for coffee the same day and talked for hours over chocolate cake. I even shared the poems I was writing for my first book. It was perfect, and soon after, we started dating. Slowly but surely, I was changing and fixing the damage. My mother still gives opinions about my body all the time, but she no longer affects me. I finally understood that her problem was about her own insecurities. Now I love myself just the way I am, when I'm skinny and when I'm fat. Also, I have this wonderful man next to me who isn't shallow at all. He knows how to love unconditionally. After so much suffering, I now know I am beautiful no matter what.
They'll tell you I'm a thief, an outlaw, a rebel. All of it's true. But what they miss is the best part. The part when I met her, Maid Marian. Because before her, I was fighting for a cause, sure, taking from the rich, giving to the poor, but it was just a fight. Marion didn't just join my cause, she transformed it to a crusade. Our greatest enemy was the Sheriff of Nottingham, a man whose unfairly high taxes made life unaffordable for all. I was just a boy when he came for us. My father, a proud and honest farmer, couldn't pay the rent after a season of failed crops. His men banged on the door, then dragged us into the street like animals. I was terrified, but my father stood tall.
We've paid our dues every season. A man's worth shouldn't be measured by the gold in his hand, but by his work and his honor.
Honor doesn't pay the sheriff his rent.
My mother begged and pleaded, but they tossed us out and set fire to the fields. I watched everything my family had worked for turn to ash. I swore that night I'd never let anyone feel that powerless again. In my world, the rich lived in their own bubble of luxury and ignored the poor. I never felt guilty robbing them. The noble women were no different, lost in gossip and gowns, and unaware of the struggles beyond their lavish walls. That's just how it was, until I met Marion. Disguised as a beggar in the bustling marketplace, I kept my head down. The sheriff's men had plastered wanted posters of me everywhere. Amid the usual chaos, a desperate cry caught my attention. A frail old man who had been caught stealing bread was pinned to the ground by one of the sheriff's brutes, ready for the usual harsh public punishment. Just as I prepared to intervene, a confident voice interrupted.
Stop that!
The crowd parted, and she stepped forward. At first glance, she seemed like any other noblewoman.
A public beating of an old man for stealing bread? Have you no mercy?
Kindly go about your business, milady.
I am Lady Marion of Beaumont, and I will not let this man go!
Lord Beaumont was a powerful man, the sheriff's top tax collector and the reason the poor starved. But besides being beautiful, his daughter also had a spark and kindness I'd never seen in a noblewoman before. My heart beat faster than a fiddler's strings. The guard, unsure of what to do, let the beggar go. As she turned to leave, I saw her look at one of my wanted posters.
Be warned, he's one of the most dangerous criminals in all of Nottingham. He says he steals from the rich, but the poor pay the price. More guards roam the streets because of him, which means higher taxes and more punishments. He thinks he's helping, but he makes it worse.
I watched her go, assuming I would never see her again. It wasn't my place to think of her, for I was betrothed to a woman I didn't love. It was a match arranged for peace between families that my heart had no part in, nor hers. But still, I couldn't help telling my loyal merry men of my encounter with the compelling Lady Marion.
You're smitten by someone from the Beaumont family? She might have a sweet face, but her heart and loyalty will always be with her family coin.
He's right, my friend. Temptation comes in many forms. She'll lead you to heaven first, and then straight to your doom.
Trust me, Robin. I've seen it before. Her world and ours, a distant shore.
Despite my friend's warnings, I couldn't shake her from my thoughts. That very night, as fate would have it, I would see her again, and everything would change. It was an ideal night for stealing. The sheriff's grand party would keep the nobles busy, the perfect place to show off their riches. I sneaked through the back of a grand estate into the kitchen and quietly took what I could. But upstairs, as I reached for an ornate necklace, I sensed someone else was in the room.
You're Robin Hood, aren't you? The dangerous criminal?
I turned slowly and knew exactly who it was. And there she stood, Lady Marion, bow drawn, an arrow pointed at my chest, the same fire in her eyes that I'd seen in the marketplace. I put my hands up. I mean you no harm, and I am no criminal. I steal back what they've already taken from us.
I knew you'd come. I was waiting for you or one of your merry men. I knew the banquet would be the perfect distraction.
Clever. Well, I hope the reward is worth it.
You think that stealing trinkets and silverware is helping your cause? Maybe in the short term, but you need a better, longer plan if you are to win.
I don't remember asking for your advice, my lady. Go back to your silks and oysters where you belong. This is not your fight.
It's only a matter of time before the sheriff catches you. And then what will the poor do? Ever thought of that?
I couldn't believe her cheek. But deep down, I knew she was right. Well, it looks like I've been caught. So you tell me.
I don't want to turn you in, Robin. I have a plan. You're stealing from the wrong places. The real wealth isn't in these houses. It's in the vault beneath the castle. The taxes collected from the poor.
Now I see it. You're insane. How am I supposed to get into a steel vault?
Why, Robin, it's simple. I'll get the key.
I was shocked. Her plan was bold, yes, and brilliant, but I was hesitant. And why should I trust you?
Because it's my fight, too. I've watched my family grow fat while others starve. I've seen food wasted on dogs while people beg for scraps. I've seen the sheriff's men drag families from their homes, beat them for a few missed coins, and I've had enough.
But if you get caught, you'd be an outlaw, and your betrayal will never be forgiven.
I don't want forgiveness. I want change.
Her words struck me hard, as if she had shot me in the heart with her arrow. I saw my own past flash before my eyes, the night my family was thrown out by the sheriff's men. The fields burned, our home reduced to ash. Marion wasn't just a noblewoman playing rebel. She meant every word. Then so be it. Finally, she lowered her bow, and for the first time, we smiled at each other. I was captivated by her, and knew it wasn't just her plan I was falling for. It was her. Together, we could ignite a change far greater than anything I could ever achieve alone. We arranged to meet the next night that night, and I ran straight to the merry men, eager to explain my plan. But they were less trusting.
She's not here for the people, Robin. This is just her rebelling against her father.
Her heart's burning with anger, not justice. The fire can consume us all if we're not careful.
It's a clever plan, I'll grant you, but don't easily place your trust. When it's her or your head, she'll leave you for dust.
It took me a while to convince them, and even then, I knew they were placing their faith in me, not Marion. And my heart believed in her, but my mind couldn't silence the doubts. What if it was all a setup? But I decided to brush all negative thoughts away and focus on the task ahead. Marion planned to steal the vault keys from her father and leave them in the sheriff's castle library. We'd sneak in at dusk, steal the treasure, and vanish without a trace. But before I set out that night, I wanted to see my betrothed. It didn't feel right committing to her when I couldn't shake Marion from my mind. I'm sorry, but we can no longer wed. I will ensure your family is provided for. You'll never want for anything, I swear it. But she was outraged. This wasn't about love. It was about pride, the humiliation of being cast aside. I thought I'd done the right thing, but I had no idea what her wrath would lead to. Later, the merry men and I arrived at the estate. We crept through the garden toward the library. My heart pounded in my chest, not just from the risk of the mission, but because I was placing all my trust in Marion. But when we reached the library and looked where she told me to, my heart sank. The keys weren't there. Had something gone wrong? Suddenly, we heard footsteps, voices. We ducked behind a heavy curtain just as the door swung open. It was Marion and her father.
I must say, Marion, this is a pleasant surprise. You've never shown much interest in my line of work before.
Yes, Father. I thought it was time to understand more about our holdings. See things through your eyes.
Was this all part of her plan? Did she need more time? But then, the unmistakable sound of clanking armor echoed down the hall. The door burst open. This time, guards flooded the room.
Start the search! We've received word that Robin Hood is in the castle.
My heart dropped. I was desperate to believe Marion hadn't betrayed us. But it wasn't long before they ripped back the curtain and found us. I was dragged out in front of Marion and her father. As the guards bound my wrists, I caught her eyes. I begged her silently. Say something. Do something. But she just stood there.
Marion, you're witnessing history. The most notorious outlaw in all of Nottingham, finally caught. You'll never have to worry about this scum again once you take over from me. Isn't it magnificent?
I held my breath, waiting for Marion to intervene. But she just looked away.
Yes, Father. Justice must be served to criminals. And may I have your coat, please? I'm cold.
Her words hit me like a dagger to the chest. And as they dragged me away, I felt the sting of betrayal burn deeper than any wound I had ever known. They soon threw me and the merry men into a cell.
Well, I warned you. Nobles only look out for themselves. We're gonna be hanged for this. But we'll be together till the end, brother.
We are all tested with betrayal, but it is through forgiveness that we find salvation. Pray for strength and for Marion.
Our mission will live on, no matter our fate. The people will rise one day. They will not hesitate.
I felt like a crushed man in that cold, damp cell. When I heard the sound of footsteps getting closer, I braced myself for the next cruel twist. But there before us stood Marion. Before I could speak, she threw a set of guard uniforms at us and started to let us out.
Put these on, now!
We all dressed, and the merry men soon fled, disappearing free into the night. My heart was pounding as I followed her down a corridor to follow them out the castle. I thought you handed us over.
No, you were followed to the castle. I saw it happening but couldn't warn you. Then I realized you getting caught was the only way to distract them. They'd celebrate your capture and leave the vault unguarded. It's the perfect opportunity.
No, Marion. We need to leave now. You'll be free from all this.
We came here to take back what belongs to the people, and I have the keys.
She lifted the keys she'd taken from her father's coat, the very same she'd asked for warmth in the library.
This is our chance, Robin. We can't let them win.
But if they catch us...
The poor have no one else.
Her words pierced my doubt, and I followed her, deeper into the belly of the castle. We reached the underground chamber, which was unguarded just as Marion had said, and she unlocked the door. We walked over to the vault door at the back, and she unlocked that too. I turned its handle, but it wouldn't budge and kept slipping from my grasp. As I struggled, Marion stepped forward and placed her hands over mine.
Your hands are trembling. Here, let me help you.
Our eyes locked briefly as we pushed down on the handle together, and the door clicked open. We soon filled sacks with coins and gold, our hearts racing. But just as we were about to leave, laughter and voices carried down the hall. And it was none other than Lord Beaumont and the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Let us take what we can before the celebrations end.
The king won't miss what he doesn't know exists. Only you and I know the amount of cash and gold we really have here.
We quickly shoved the bags behind a pillar, but we had nowhere to run. Just then they entered, and Lord Beaumont hastily hid a sack behind his back.
Guards, what are you doing inside? Wait! The vault! It's open!
Lord Beaumont drew out his sword.
Show yourself!
I was thinking about how to tackle him and the sheriff when suddenly, Marion stepped forward calmly. I had no idea what she was doing. Then she lifted her visor, and the color drained from her father's face.
Marion? What in the world is this madness? What are you doing here?
It's obvious, is it not? How dare you steal from the king?
Isn't that what you were both about to do? But father, you have it all wrong. I was stopping the robbery.
My heart plummeted. Would she really do this to me? But when she pushed me down to my knees and handcuffed me, I knew my fate was sealed.
Is that so? But why are you in armor? Looks like a disguise to me.
Father, look at how he doubts my loyalty. I knew all the guards would be drunk and busy in celebration, so I came here in armor to do my duty. And I found this thief here in armor too, which he stole from a guard he attacked earlier. You should be thankful I caught him, because it's none other than Robin Hood.
Marion pulled off my helmet to reveal my face. The sheriff and Lord Beaumont looked shocked, then started laughing.
Marion, I always knew you had the mettle of a true Beaumont. Well done. Excellent work, my girl. You see, Robin Hood, no matter your cunning, you cannot outwit true loyalty.
I desperately tried to make eye contact with her, but she didn't meet my gaze.
Guards! Guards!
Suddenly, Marion kicked my back, and I fell face forward.
No need for them, Father. Look at how pathetic he is. He's in handcuffs and can do no harm. Why don't you check the vault first and reassure yourselves that everything is in there? I hope I've made you proud.
The sheriff and Lord Beaumont walked towards the vault as she quietly unlocked my handcuffs. And the second they were inside, we both rushed to the vault door and pushed all our weight against it, slamming it shut. As we heard the muffled shouts and cries of the two men inside, Marion quickly locked the vault door, and we walked out of there with the bags of riches and big smiles. That was close. You really had me thinking this might fail.
It was never meant to fail. Not for me.
What do you mean?
The vault was empty days ago. What we loaded into these bags? Fake painted rocks. Tonight wasn't about gold. It was a final farewell to my father and my soon-to-be fiancé.
The sheriff. So this was...
A trap. I knew the sheriff couldn't resist a quiet raid. I hoped my father would follow. He never trusts anyone with the money. Lucky me, caught red-handed in an empty vault, with no one to blame but each other. The royals will handle the rest.
You played them.
I played everyone, but I chose you.
She wasn't just escaping her world. She tore it down, piece by piece.
Oh, and tell Friar Tuck he was wrong. I didn't fall from grace. I burned the palace down first.
Hi, my name is Andrea. Throughout our lives, we encountered many people who are jealous of us for various reasons. For me, it was, unfortunately, my mother. I know it sounds weird, but it's true. She never liked me because she was jealous of how pretty I was. When I was 13, Mom was taking me on a train somewhere. We changed cities and jobs often, sometimes in less than a year. Oh, and there was one other thing. She had never told me who my dad was. At the train station, this lady came up to me when Mom had just left to buy snacks and asked if I'd ever thought about modeling. When I shook my head, she gave me a card and explained that she was a talent manager and saw potential in me. I'd been called pretty before. I was very attractive also. When Mom saw her with me, she snatched the card away from the woman and asked what I was doing with her. I tried to explain, but she was too angry. She literally pushed the woman aside, grabbed my hand, and marched away. When we got to the train, she asked me if I had told the woman anything about me. I shook my head and said she only wanted to ask me if I wanted to model. "You're not even pretty enough to be a model," Mom said. But I knew this just wasn't true, as I've heard many people tell me I was the prettiest girl they'd ever seen. Mom was so mean. From that day onwards, she made me dress in baggy clothes, 3 sizes bigger than me, and didn't let me get a decent haircut. She always insisted on cutting my hair extremely short, so my bangs had never actually grown past my shoulders, and I had uneven bangs. She never even let me buy makeup, not even lip gloss. I was the only girl who went to school without any makeup. She didn't even let me have my own phone or have any presence on social media. With the ugly clothes Mom wore, she was hardly noticeable. Sometimes I would catch her looking out the window with tears in her eyes, but when I asked her about it, she never said anything. But even though I dressed like a total homeless person, boys huddled around my locker to get my number just to talk to me. Some of the girls envied me while others wanted to be my friend, but it was for all the wrong reasons. They thought they would get more popular if they stuck with me, but those friendships didn't last when they realized that I rarely left my home during the weekends because of my strict mother. In my sophomore year, a senior guy named Daniel asked me to the town ball. He was a football player. A few of the girls in my class were jealous of me since getting invited was a big deal as it was a televised event with news coverage. They told me not to bother going to the dance since I couldn't afford a nice dress anyway. I knew this was true, but I had always been good at creative things. I quickly looked up tutorials on sewing and then went down to the local thrift store and bought meters of lace and satin among other things. The next few weeks, I was cooped up in my room trying to finish my dress. I started daydreaming about it and picturing myself having it on. For once in my life, I would have something pretty to wear. I didn't have appropriate shoes, so I knew I had to borrow one of my mom's. I sneaked up to the attic where I knew she kept her things locked away and started looking for shoes. I picked up what I thought was a shoebox, but inside there were a bunch of photographs, many of them of my mother. I was surprised to see the pictures, as my mom appeared to be around my age, and she looked a lot like me now in those pictures. In some of them, she was with a guy, and I wondered if it was my dad. Over time, her beauty had faded, and she did nothing to care for herself either. I kind of figured out why she was jealous of me. I found a pair of silver shoes I liked and wondered how she could manage to buy it, as it looked quite expensive. The day of the dance came around, and I woke with the biggest smile on my face, but it was replaced by a shriek when I noticed my dress. Someone had cut it in various places. The satin was mangled and torn, and there was no way I could fix this disaster. My beautiful dress was ruined, but I immediately knew who had done it. I went to my mom and demanded answers. She didn't even try to deny it. I burst into tears. I had daydreamed about that dance for weeks now, and my mother had crushed my dreams so cruelly. "If you go to the dance, they will recognize you," she said. This confused me. "Who will?" I asked in confusion, but she didn't reply. She looked around shiftily and her eyes kind of narrowed and she looked almost paranoid. I texted Daniel to let him know that I wouldn't be able to make it to the ball. I was extremely surprised when he showed up at my door later that night. He told me that it didn't feel right taking someone else there when he had set his heart on me. My heart melted at his words. I started spending more and more time with Daniel. He kissed me for the first time on my 16th birthday. It was truly magical. I was absolutely head over heels in love with him, but my mother couldn't stand seeing me happy for too long. She had forbidden me from dating anyone, so I had to lie about it. She stopped me from going out many times and ruined my dates with Daniel, but I persisted and I would sneak out when she didn't know any better. One night, after one of Daniel's football games, we went out to dinner. He had invited some of his other friends, and they in turn had brought their girlfriends along. One of the girls made a video of me singing and uploaded it to TikTok. Overnight, I went viral as the pretty karaoke girl. Unfortunately, Mom too eventually found out. When I came home from school that day, she asked me to explain the video and knew I couldn't hide the truth any longer. I told her everything. She looked almost afraid. But why? She started scolding me, but I couldn't understand what I had done to set her off like that. Eventually, I just couldn't take it anymore. "Can you not be jealous of me for once?" At that point, she completely shut up and locked herself in her room. That night, I heard her crying from her room. I felt guilty, but I also knew that it was time that I took a stand for myself. I wasn't too bothered to talk to her as school kept me busy. I was getting used to my school life with Daniel becoming a big part of it. But my happiness was quickly cut short when Mom announced that we would be moving away yet again. I begged her countless times not to do it and even deleted the TikTok on her demand. But she refused to listen to me. I had no choice but to leave my old life and Daniel behind. I reluctantly settled into the new town with Mom, but I still missed Daniel. Right then, I decided I would save enough money, and once I was an adult, I will definitely leave Mom. To get my mind off Daniel, Mom allowed me to get a job at the mall. One day when I was working, an older man in an expensive suit walked up to me. He looked familiar for some reason. "Have I seen you somewhere before?" he asked. I shook my head no. He stared at my face for a few minutes before he left the store. The next day, he showed up again. He had kind eyes and a charming smile, but then things took a weird turn as he began to ask more and more personal questions. He asked me where I went to school and where my mom worked and even our house address. I was growing more and more suspicious. I decided to tell Mom about it and she freaked out. She caught me by my arm and said, "What exactly did you tell him?" I said, "Calm down, Mom. Geez, I know better than to trust strangers." As if on cue, there was a knock on the door. Mom and I looked at each other as the knocks became more persistent until someone was literally banging on the door. I had never seen my mother frightened like this. She told me to head upstairs and hide in the bathroom, but instead I stood behind the staircase landing. The door opened, and to my surprise, it was the same man from the store. They spoke for a few moments before the man demanded to see me, but my mother refused. "I have every right to see my daughter. You took her away from me without my consent or knowledge," he yelled. I gasped in shock. After all those years of trying to figure out who my father was, he was actually here. I realized that I had seen his pictures with my mom in the shoebox. I stepped out of my hiding place and Dad smiled at me, asking if I wanted to go with him. I nodded yes, with tears streaming down my face. I was finally reunited with my father, but my jealous mother tried to block my way. "You can't go with him." I was angry. "You lied to me about everything," I yelled. "You're just jealous of me because I get to go live with Dad and you don't." I went to my room and packed my clothes and other stuff. I was finally free of my evil, jealous mom. When I left with my dad, to my surprise, she didn't try to stop me. Dad told me that he had been trying to track us down for years, but for the longest time, he thought we were dead. But then he realized me from my TikTok video because of how much I resembled Mom when she was a teenager. He explained that he had followed me home from the store today to figure out where I lived. We drove for a few hours before pulling up to this huge mansion. It was true. My father was a rich man. He showed me around and told me I could have any room I wanted. I was on cloud 9. This was the life I had always dreamt of, one with a loving parent and no hardships. We had a large pool in the backyard where I swam in the afternoon. The food was amazing, and I could eat to my fill. Besides, I had my own walk-in closet and vanity, basically everything Mom never let me have. I asked Dad what he did for a living, and he said he had a big business empire. I wondered why Mom had left him in the first place. Since growing up, we never had money. Besides, Dad was so nice. I asked him about it, and he said that he was about to divorce her, so she took away the one thing he loved, me. I asked my dad when I could return back to school since I missed having people my age around. He told me he didn't want me out of his sight and that I would be homeschooled instead. I was disappointed to hear it. I tried to contact Daniel, but my dad caught me texting and told me I wasn't allowed to date boys yet. Sometimes, Dad would disappear for hours, leaving me at the big mansion all by myself. He was always busy with work. There were servants to take care of me, but I always felt lonely. Mom didn't try to contact me. Sometimes, I couldn't help but wonder what she was up to. She couldn't have just disappeared from my life. One day, I decided to go for a walk outside the mansion, and none of the servants were around to stop me. As I walked down the street, suddenly someone grabbed my arm. When I turned around, I was surprised to see that it was my mother. She looked like a crazy person. She caught my wrist and tried to drag me away. I screamed. A servant heard me and came running. When I turned around, Mom had already disappeared. When Dad came home, I told him everything. He was angry and scolded me for going out alone where I wasn't safe. When he saw how upset that made me, he apologized. Later, he came to me with some papers and told me to sign it. He said he was officially taking my custody, so Mom couldn't hurt me again. I was so happy that I signed away the papers without reading them. It's true that Dad wasn't perfect, but living with him was way better than living with Mom. A few nights later, I went downstairs to drink water when I saw my dad in his study, but he wasn't alone. He was speaking to another man, and what he said made my blood run cold. He was ordering them to kill my mother. Apparently, she had gone into hiding after he brought me home, and he was trying to lure her out. None of it made any sense to me. Why would he want to kill Mom? They saw me outside the door, and before I could run away, Dad seized me. That's when I saw his true face for the first time. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. He didn't answer me and instead dragged me to my room where he snatched my phone. "Call your mother now," he demanded, "and ask her to meet you at this address." I had no choice. I dialed Mom's number. When she picked up, I kept my voice neutral. "Mommy, can you come pick me up at this address? I ran away from Dad. I know he's evil," I said. "Are you okay, Andrea?" she asked. "Yeah, I am. I love you, Mom." With that, I disconnected. Dad gave me an evil smile. He knew he had won. He locked me in my room while he and his friend left the house. I watched them drive away knowing that they were going to hurt my mom. I waited for hours and hours when finally the door opened. I expected Dad to come in covered in blood, but instead it was Mom. I rushed to her, hoping she wasn't a hallucination. She looked completely fine. "Are you okay, Mommy?" She nodded. "You've never said I love you to me before." That tipped me off that something was wrong. We went downstairs where a police car was waiting outside. Dad and his associate were handcuffed inside. Mom explained everything. She told me that she was the daughter of a rich man, and after she had married my dad, she had found out that he had only married her for her property. He was actually an evil businessman capable of even murder, and he wanted to be done with her as soon as he had the will signed to his name. But it turned out my grandfather had left all the property to me. In fact, that was why Dad had wanted me to sign those papers. Mom knew she had to protect me from Dad, so she ran away with me when I was a baby. She also knew that he was very powerful and sooner or later he would find us. That was the reason why we had to move from one place to another frequently, and she always made sure I was dressed shabbily so I would avoid detection in case Dad was still looking for us. I testified against Dad, and he was sent away to prison for a very long time. Mom and I still have our differences, but I now knew that whatever she did, It was only because she loved me and wanted to save my life. It's weird to think about why we even need enemies when we've got siblings. That's my thought when I look at my sister Natasha. And when she looks at me. To be honest, things weren't always like this. I used to have an awesome relationship with Natasha. She was just 2 years older than me, and man, I idolized her like crazy. Everywhere she went, people would be in awe of her beauty. Her hair was thick and shiny, her skin was as soft as silk, and her eyes were a captivating blue. Not only was she gorgeous, she was also a genius, passing every test with flying colors. People couldn't help but stare when she walked by. Natasha is the meaning of beauty and brains. She looks like a Barbie doll, but a smart Barbie doll. I'm in love with her.
All right, hold your horses. She's my sis, remember? Sometimes I don't believe that. Look at you and look at her. I mean, you're cool, but Nat, she's hot.
You might think I'd be all green with envy, but nah. It was because Natasha wasn't just my sis, she was my BFF. I totally admired her. She always pushed me to own my confidence and embrace my true self no matter what.
You are perfect, beautiful, and strong. Always remember that. Got it? Good.
Growing up, my favorite thing was to watch Natasha work her makeup magic. She had a YouTube channel where she taught how to put on makeup, and I used to sit there and admire her. Watching her made me so happy. But there was this one time, I was riled up as she got ready. It was my birthday the next day, and so I wanted to chill and watch a movie with Natasha, but instead, she had to go on a stupid date with her jerk boyfriend.
Stop with the pouting already. I'll throw you a massive party tomorrow.
Ugh, fine. But you promise about the party tomorrow? Pinky promise. I love you. Bye-bye. Once Natasha was gone, I felt so bored because Mom and Dad weren't home either. So I decided to try on Natasha's makeup and even straightened my hair like hers. I looked awesome, but I had no idea that night would change everything. My life, my relationship with my sister, my future. I woke up to a room filled with smoke. Someone was calling my name. It was Natasha. Natasha, help me! I'm coming, Ariel! Natasha rushed to my side and dragged me out of the room. The last thing I remember was my sister carrying me, and then everything went dark. I woke up in a hospital bed and immediately remembered how my sister had saved me. She wasn't just my sister now, she was my hero. I ran to Natasha's room, and the moment I was about to hug her, she started yelling. You! Why is she here? Mom, Dad, take her away! But why? Why is she angry with me? Angry at you? Ariel, you left that straightener on and it caused a fire. In saving you, look what happened to me. It's your fault, Ariel. Look what you did to me. Honey, it was an accident. An accident she caused. Please take her away. Her words hit me hard, but my heart sank seeing how shattered she looked. Once we were home, I realized Natasha's burn scar crushed her confidence. Though it faded with time, she was never the same. She hid it under her hair, ditched school for homeschooling, and even stopped making YouTube videos. She got even sadder when her loser boyfriend dumped her. I knew she blamed me, but still, I was determined to remind her how amazing and beautiful she was, just like she used to remind me. Natasha, I need to talk to you. Don't think about that jerk. He never deserved you, and you're the prettiest girl in town. Shut up. Just shut up, Ariel, and stay out of my room. Just give her some time. She'll come around, honey. She loves you. I love her too, but I miss her. I miss my sister. I wished and hoped that one day Natasha would forgive me and things would go back to normal. Before I knew it, it was my 16th birthday, and I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, Natasha had promised to make it special 2 years ago, but I knew that wasn't gonna happen. So I grabbed a cupcake and a candle and headed up to the school rooftop, just like I had done the past 2 years. Just as I was about to blow out the candle, I noticed someone else was there. It was Damon, the school's resident heartthrob. He had transferred just a month ago, and all the girls were going crazy over him. He was the biggest flirt and always tried to hit on me, but honestly, I found him to be cringe. Oh, hey, pretty lady. Not this again. Save your cheesy lines for your fan club. Now please leave. Wow, didn't know you owned the school building. Please, I need to hide here. You know that girl I started dating, Amanda? Ashley. Her name's Ashley. Yeah, her. I told her, it's me, not you, and it looks like I'm a wanted man now. Fine, stay, but keep your mouth zipped. So what are you up to? Is it your birthday? You wouldn't want to celebrate alone. How about I be your partner in crime? I'll even sing you happy birthday. No, okay, fine. Yo, happy birthday, girl. You're turning 16.
Time to break free from that boring routine. They say you're dull, but that's a lame disguise. On your special day, let's see you rise. It's your birthday, girl. Time to let loose. No more snooze fest, let's turn up the juice. Forget the haters. Show them how you shine. Get ready, have a blast. It's party time.
The moment he was done, I burst out laughing so hard I could barely breathe. We shared the cupcake, and after that, we were best buds. Damon was the friend I always needed, and together, we unleashed the ultimate teenage chaos. We pranked teachers, danced like maniacs in the hallway, and had so much fun together. With him by my side, I was smiling again. But being Damon's friend wasn't all fun and games. The girls at school literally hated me for being his best friend. One time, as Damon and I sat in the lunch area, we overheard some girls gossiping about us.
What does he even see in her? She's like a plain Jane.
She's not even a size 0 like me. She's a size 10. A 10 is like the new size 18. Plus, her hair, so curly. Damon looked furious, but I stopped him. I knew how to handle this. Psh, whatever. I may be a plain Jane, but you're just jealous of my effortlessly chic style. And you, listen up. Size 10 is where the style and curves have a party. I'm rocking the best of both worlds. And I know you're just jealous of my envy-inducing curls because your hair is full of lice. Yeah, I saw you scratching your head like crazy in the bathroom. Might want to keep your distance, girls. Everyone started to giggle, and her friends left her table in an instant, which made her super pissed. And all of a sudden, she lunged at me like a furious cat. But I pushed her away. Damon grabbed my hand and we ran out of the cafeteria. Once outside, I looked down to see my shirt had been torn by that witch. Damon suggested I go home and change, so we headed to my place. It was the first time I was taking Damon home. Since the accident, I had never invited anyone to my place. Wait here, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Gotcha.
Just as I was done changing, I heard a loud scream. It was Natasha. I ran downstairs, only to find Natasha holding Damon in a chokehold. Ariel, call 911, now! I caught a thief. I won't let him hurt you. Honestly, it felt good to hear her say my name after what felt like forever.
Ariel, who's this cutie?
She's my sister. Nat, this is Damon, my friend from school. You can relax. Oh, I am sorry. Since you're out of your room, can I get you something? Can I make you, lunch? Want to watch a movie together? Want to go out? Natasha looked at me like I was crazy, and Damon stared at her, completely shocked. He awkwardly offered her his hand, but the moment she did, Natasha covered her scar and sprinted to her room, slamming the door shut. Damon was left there standing completely confused.
Did I do something wrong?
I shook my head and left the house with Damon. On our way back to school, I told him the entire story. After hearing it all, Damon suggested I keep trying to talk to Natasha. He said she still cared for me, considering she had protected me and thought Damon was a thief. He was right. I shouldn't give up on the love Natasha and I had. I kept trying to make things better between my sister and me. I cooked her favorite meals, baked her favorite treats. I sent her sweet texts and reminded her of all the good times we had together. But nothing. Even Damon tried to help me. He started coming over more and more, and whenever Natasha was out of her room, he'd tell her lame jokes and would try to chat with her. While at the start, she ignored him like he didn't exist. Slowly, I noticed how Natasha started to smile at his jokes and sometimes even spoke to him. I was happy, but to be honest, I couldn't help but feel a tad bit jealous that she'd respond to him and not me. One time, it was Valentine's Day and we had this fun fair at school. Damon came to pick me up, and just as I stepped out of my room, I spotted him outside Natasha's room. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing to me. Show me. My heart sank when I saw Natasha's name on the box. I didn't know what to think. You can't do this. Nope, you can't give it to her. First, she won't accept it, and second, I don't want you flirting with my sister. She's been hurt in the past too, and I know you, Damon. You're the biggest flirt in school. He tried to protest, but I was having none of it. I felt my head spinning, and the urge to go to the fun fair suddenly disappeared. The next few days were a struggle. I was so mad at Damon and refused to talk to him, but he kept calling. Trying to ignore him, I focused on my college applications. I had applied to a ton of colleges and was accepted in most of them. I just needed to make a choice about where to go. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, Damon appeared out of nowhere. No, I don't want to talk.
You have to, please. Just listen to me. Ariel, I really like your sister. A lot. I wasn't expecting you to be jealous. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had this big fat crush on me.
OMG, me having a crush on you? I was mad because I don't want to see Natasha get hurt again. Her ex-boyfriend dumped her when she needed him the most. Damon, you're my buddy, but I know what a big flirt you are. My sister deserves the best. So please,
listen, I know I don't have the best reputation when it comes to dating, but I promise I won't hurt her. The few times I have talked to her, I realized what an amazing person she is. I just wish she could see herself the way I see her, the way you see her, beautiful inside out.
Damon's words shocked me. The funny guy suddenly showed he cared for Natasha. I had to step back and give my blessings, with a warning to break his bones if he hurt my sister. That night, Natasha came to me and she was fuming. You think I'm some pathetic, lonely girl? You told your friend to ask me out, didn't you? Are you taking pity on me? Is he taking pity on me? Are you crazy? Why would he pity you? You're a beautiful, smart, amazing girl. He likes you for who you are, Nat. Just stay out of my life. I hate you, Ariel. I know you hate me, Natasha. And you know what? Maybe I hate myself too, for what I did. I've been hating myself the past 2 years. It was the first time in my life I was talking to Natasha this way, but I needed to let it all out. Every time you ignore me, I feel like someone hit me in the gut. That day when the accident happened, I tried to style my hair like yours, wanting to be just as amazing. I love you so much, but I guess it's too late. You just told me you hate me for the first time. Well, let me put your mind at ease. I won't be here for long. I got accepted into a college far away. You won't be seeing me as much. I guess it would be for the best. Saying those words, Natasha turned to leave, but her foot slipped and she was about to go tumbling down the stairs, but thank God I caught her just in time. But I ended up with a twisted ankle as a result and let out a scream. Mom and Dad came rushing. All the while, Natasha stood there, stunned. I ended up with a cast and had to stay in bed for a month. At first, Natasha was kinda hesitant to even enter my room, but slowly, she started to come into my room to check on me often. One day, she brought in my dinner and asked why I saved her from falling. I had just one simple answer for her. Because I love you and I don't ever want to see you hurt. 2 months later, I packed my bags and left for college. At college, I was super focused on my studying. I did make some friends there, but I really missed Damon. Even though he called me every now and then, it just wasn't the same. Time passed and it was my 19th birthday. And like always, I bought myself a candle and a cupcake and went to the college's rooftop. Just as I was about to blow the little candle, I heard a loud noise. Surprise! Suddenly, all the lights turned on, and I was stunned to see my parents, Damon, and Natasha there. The whole rooftop was decorated, and it looked amazing. What's happening?
Your wedding ceremony. Duh, it's your birthday, dummy.
Wow, thanks.
Don't thank me, thank your sister. She was the one who said she needed to keep a promise she made to you. This was her plan. She did everything. I just supported her like the good boyfriend I am.
What? Natasha and Damon were a thing now? Wow, a lot had happened back home. Damon told me how happy Natasha made him, and seeing how radiant and confident she looked, I could tell he made her feel the same way. Happy birthday, Ariel. How are you doing? I guess fine. I got admission in a community college and also got a job, and I'm back on YouTube. Things look bright. You go first. I want to apologize for everything I ever said to you. I was just being stupid. Once you left, I finally realized how much I freaking love you and what you mean to me. I am so sorry. Can you forgive me? Can we go back to being the sisters we were? No matter how much we argue or try to keep our distance, you and I are family. Being sisters isn't something we can just choose. It's something we are. We're in this for life, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I am so happy to be stuck with you. Me too. Hi, my name is Irene, and today I'm going to tell you the crazy story of how I lose control of myself and turn into these exciting characters from the movies I see. Unbelievable, right? When I was 3, my parents first took me to see the movie Tarzan. It was amazing, but soon after we got home, I started howling and beating my chest, just like Tarzan. And then I literally swung from the curtains and pillars, crashing into everything that came in my way. Mom couldn't stop laughing, but Dad got super furious.
What has gotten into this child? This is not funny. Stop her, now.
But that wasn't the end of it. One evening, after we all watched the movie Child's Play on TV, I suddenly got up in the middle of the night and walked to Dad's bedside with googly eyes and a pencil in my hand.
Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play?
Dad screamed like a little girl and dived under the bed.
This child is possessed. Take her away from me. She's evil.
Mom calmed me down quickly, but Dad always stayed away from me after that. Then one day, Mom and I came home to find a note from him.
I can't sleep with that devil child in the house. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
And, well, we never saw him again. But unlike Dad, Mom loved me a lot, and life was better with him gone. I also loved going to school and had plenty of friends. That is, until the day everyone found out about my weird quirk. One day in the 6th grade, soon after I'd watched the Lord of the Rings movies at home, a teacher dropped her gold ring on the floor. As I saw it sparkling in the light, I suddenly transformed into Gollum. As I leapt forward to pick up the ring, she got to it first and I went ballistic.
The filthy little thieves. Where is it? They stole it from us. My precious. Curse them. We hates them. It's ours. It is. And we wants it.
And with that, I attacked my teacher. She shrieked as other kids tried to hold me back, and someone called the principal. I almost got expelled, but Mom was called in and she explained my condition. She decided I wasn't watching any movies for a very long time. But the news had already spread like wildfire in school, and everyone started calling me different names. Clown, loser, psycho, and many, many more. And the school queen bee, Olive, was the meanest of them all.
Hold on, Psycho. What are you going to turn into today?
Hola, Harry Potteris. Can you fly using the janitor's broom? Cut it out, Olive. Oh, I'm scared. Are you going to turn me into a goblet with your magic? I could smack her with a broom for sure, but I didn't want to upset Mom by causing more trouble, so I kept a low profile, even though the bullying never stopped. In the 9th grade, I decided to join the drama club at school. One afternoon, I was rehearsing alone before auditions for the school play when a handsome guy walked into the drama room.
Hi, my name is Drake, and I'm here for the drama auditions. Am I in the right place?
Oh, yes, you're in the right place at the right time. But before I could say a word, the Wicked Witch entered the room. Oh, there you are, Drake. Are you here for the role of the prince? Take it from me, babe. That role is made for you, and I'm meant to be your princess. But when everyone saw my acting skills, I got the lead role. Olive got selected for the maid's part, and Drake became my prince. I was loving all the attention I was getting from him, but it was clearly driving Olive crazy. How dare you flirt with Drake? He's mine. Really? I didn't see the owner's name tag on him. Oh, look who finally found her tongue. But hear me loud and clear, freak. You can be his princess in a play, but I'm still his queen in real life. Stay away from Drake or else. Bring it on. Well, she did. During breaks at rehearsals, she was all over him, touching his arm and laughing a little too hard at his jokes. But I wasn't going to just sit back and watch. The next day during costume trials, I walked in wearing a Catwoman costume, and Drake's jaw dropped when he saw me.
OMG. Irene, you look meow. How about you curl me closer with that tail of yours?
I gave him a wink and sat close to him as Olive turned red with anger and stormed out of the room. But then the next day, that witch came dressed up as Wonder Woman in a costume literally the size of a hanky. Her tactics didn't work though, because one day at rehearsals, Drake asked me out in front of everyone. Of course, I said yes. As I was changing in the dressing room the next day, I nearly jumped out of my skin when I looked up and saw Olive's reflection in the mirror. She was holding up my costume that she'd ripped to shreds. OMG, Olive, you're such a psycho. You just wait and see what I do, Irene. I'm not gonna let a freak like you take away my dream boy. Ugh, she was insane. I pushed her aside and stormed out of the room, wondering what drama would come my way next. I didn't have to wait too long to find out, but it wasn't exactly what I'd expected. It was Drake's birthday on the weekend, and he'd invited half the school to his party. As soon as I arrived there, suddenly the music from the Twilight movie started to play on the speakers. As everyone looked around in surprise, I spotted Drake in the moonlight, and he looked just like Edward Cullen. Hello, Edward. Happy birthday. How old are you now? 104?
Who's Edward? What are you talking about?
Come on, Edward. I know you're a vampire. Your Bella is here. You can drink blood from my veins, and then we can live together for all eternity, my love. All the kids around us started laughing, while Drake just stared at me in shock, and then abruptly ran inside the house. Just then the music ended, and I realized the scene I'd made, and I'd scared Drake. That was just epic to watch. You acted even weirder than I hoped you would when I played the music. Now Drake's never gonna want to be with you. Freak. She was such a jerk. I started looking for Drake in the house to explain everything to him. Suddenly, I screamed when someone hugged me from behind. Drake, you scared me.
Hi, babe. I just came in to get something for you. I didn't know when was the right time to show you, but I think it's now.
Why was he being so strange? He was acting like nothing had happened a few minutes ago. But when I saw the thing he gave me, I was shocked. It was a photo album with hundreds of pictures of me. He clicked me going to the washroom, smelling my underarms, and picking my nose. What's wrong with you? Why did you take all these pictures?
Because I fell in love with you at first sight, Irene. And after you wore that Catwoman costume, my God, I just can't get you out of my head. Now that I know you think our love is like Edward and Bella's, I wanted to show you that I'm equally obsessed with us.
OMG, you're insane. Leave me alone. I don't want to be with you or even see you. And don't you dare follow me. I ran out of there as fast as I could. I couldn't believe I was dating a crazy psycho. The next day at school, I tried to hide from him, but he was following me around everywhere like a mad puppy. I hid out in the girls' bathroom for a while, but when I finally came out, I almost tripped over a body on the floor. It was Drake writhing around like he was in pain.
It hurts. It hurts so bad.
What hurts? Is it your tummy? Your appendix?
No, baby girl. It's my heart. Quit playing games and say you love me too.
Oh, shut up. You need therapy. I almost kicked him while shaking his hands off my ankle, and I ran away while everyone around us laughed hysterically. Olive called out to me. Wow, girl, he's as crazy as you. He's all yours. Geez, if he kept this up, I was going to need a restraining order. Later that night, as I was sleeping peacefully in my bed, I heard a faint creaking noise, and I turned around and screamed. Drake was standing by my bed. Are you freaking crazy? How do you even know where I live? Never mind, don't answer that. Just get out.
Babe, just give me a chance. I have an amazing gift for you.
And with that, he started unbuttoning his shirt. Hey, don't! Ew, stop that!
Relax, you're gonna love this.
He took out an invitation card tucked inside his shirt. Oh, thank God.
I know how crazy you are about acting, princess. And you know I would bring the world to your feet. Please, accept this invitation to a party on a cruise ship with Hollywood stars.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yes, babe. As serious as my love for you. I want you to go with me to the party.
But how'd you get those passes?
Oh, I just stole them from my uncle's table when he wasn't looking. He knows many people in Hollywood.
Okay, he was still a crazy psycho, but I couldn't miss this awesome opportunity, right? Meeting Hollywood celebrities would be like a wild dream come true. And Drake wasn't lying one bit. When we got onto the ship, I could feel my heart beating like crazy. I was at a party full of actors and directors I practically worshipped. Just then, I spotted the world-famous director, freaking James Cameron himself, right at the front of the ship. Here was my chance to get discovered. I turned to Drake. How much do you love me?
Oh, as much as the depths of the sea, and the width of the sky, and the height of the...
Okay, I get it. You love me. You'll do anything for me, right?
Anything, babe.
We ran across the deck to the edge of the ship. I climbed onto the front railing with Drake right behind me, supporting me as I stretched my arms out just like in Titanic. Look, Jack, I'm flying. I'm flying, Jack.
I'm the king of the world. Woohoo!
Not now. Just shut up and kiss me, moron. As we kissed at the edge of the ship at sunset, lots of people around us started to cheer and clap. Even though it was Drake I was kissing, I had to admit it was a super romantic, movie-like moment. Just then he whispered in my ear, "Rose?" "Yeah?"
I think I'm gonna be seasick.
I jumped onto the deck just in time as he hurled into the sea. Gross! The director I'd put on the show for walked up to me and smiled.
I see you have a flair for acting. You really get into character, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. More than you can imagine.
I like your enthusiasm. Here, take my card. Let's get you an audition.
I couldn't believe my luck. This was truly amazing. And the next thing I knew, I'd been offered a role in a movie, and my life was flipped upside down. I left the city for good and moved to LA with my mom. Fast forward 10 years, I'm a successful actor in Hollywood and have fans all over the world. I still act out sometimes in the most embarrassing situations, but people just think I'm in character now for some movie role.
I stared down at the box of crayons. Why did these kids keep tearing the wrappers off? I couldn't read the names now. Hey, Dumbo, why's your grass purple? Are you an alien from planet Stupid? It's purple because I've got an imagination. As I stormed off to the teacher to ask for a new box of crayons, I suddenly fell face forward. I tripped over a skipping rope I hadn't seen. Hi, I'm Anna. And no, my grass is actually purple because I'm colorblind. Before I continue, click on like and subscribe. Otherwise, you'll stop seeing your favorite color. Things weren't too bad when I was little, but my condition really started affecting my life in high school. See, imagine your mom's not dressing you anymore and you want to look good, but if you're colorblind, you can end up doing some really embarrassing stuff. I went to school one day wearing what I thought was a very cute blue shirt, but Alexa, the class bully, screamed that I looked like a toad in that ugly green shirt. The other day, I ended up wearing mismatched stockings, and while everyone was busy laughing, I said it was a bold-fashioned choice. So I usually just ended up sticking to black and white, which is cool if you're like 50. One day, as soon as I walked into school, one of the guys shouted, "Oh my god, are you okay? Your eyes are bleeding." What? I didn't feel anything. Yeah, really funny. Ha ha, weirdo. But apparently, it wasn't a joke, because pretty soon, a crowd had huddled around me, looking closely at my eyes. Ha! She's not bleeding, she's just blind. What do you do when you're blind? You put red lip liner on your eyes and black on your lips. Oh my god. Had I really? As I tried to get out of there to wash my face, Alexa and her rat pack just pushed me back and started taking pictures. Just then, someone pushed their way through, and I turned to see the school's football captain and the most handsome guy on the planet, Kevin. Hey, cut it out! You guys are the worst! Then he suddenly pulled me away from Alexa and her minions and took me to a quiet corner. What he did next left me speechless. He took out some tissue paper and wiped my tears. And of course, the horrendous lip liner too. Hope you're okay. You know why they act that way, right? They're jealous because you're so beautiful. I gasped. Had Kevin just called me beautiful? But before I could even wrap my head around it, he was gone. The next day at lunch, I was sitting by myself, as usual. I could see the guys in class were always looking over at me, but while Alexa and her gang were around, they wouldn't dare to come and sit next to me. The cowards. But just then, Kevin came by and asked if he could join me. And before I knew what was happening, the two of us were hanging out all the time. He was pretty popular and always had a bunch of friends around, but he never made me feel left out. Of course, this didn't sit well with Alexa. She was part of the cheerleading squad, so she would always be there at every practice match, and she just wouldn't stop flirting with him. Hey! Can't wait for the out-of-town game next week. An overnight trip will be so fun. Why don't you come to my room after the game? We'll definitely be having a party. Kevin nodded and she smirked at me and walked away. I felt furious. She's really pretty, isn't she? I think she's into me. Maybe I should ask her out. I felt my heart sink right down to my toes. Yeah, whatever, if you want to. Just as I was about to walk away, he grabbed my hand. Or I could ask you out, 'cause you're way prettier, and you have my heart. Someone bring me back to planet Earth! I was over the moon! I was dating Dream Boy Kevin! One day, while we were strolling through the park, I said to Kevin that it was pretty cool we were both from African-American families. He started laughing. Anna, what are you talking about? I'm black. You're totally white. This was news to me. I was pretty sure he was pulling my leg. When I went home that day, I walked straight into one of Mom and Dad's screaming matches. Dad could never hold a job and was always getting into trouble. Hey, guys, cut it out for a sec. Tell me something. Are we black or white? Mom and Dad both stared at me blankly for a second. Dad said, "Why don't you answer her stupid questions and leave me alone?" Mom said, "Of course we're white, Anna. And no, I'm not done with you. Your dad has really crossed the line. He stole money from my own aunt, and everyone in the family knows." Jeez, he'd really done it this time. I don't know how Mom puts up with him. I just couldn't be around them, so I grabbed my keys and rushed out of the house. As I turned around, I saw a red signal and rushed past it. Blaring in the distance was a truck. It kept flicking its lights, and I pushed on the brakes as hard as I could. Oh no! As I slowly opened my eyes, I saw the two of them arguing again. My dad said, "Why do you even let her drive? Now I'll have to pay this ridiculous hospital bill. Why don't you go steal some more money?" Then I said, "Orange? What?" Mom asked. "I'm problem cat pink." "Oh God, and now she's blabbering," my dad said. Why couldn't I speak properly? What was happening? The doctor explained that because I'd had some head trauma, I was having difficulty putting words together. But I just had to keep trying, and it would be fine. The doctor said it's minor, but I lobster SpongeBob so much. Give us some time, dear. You'll be fine, Mom said. The day I got home from the hospital, Kevin came over to see me. "So, you know how much I love you, right? Well, I want to show you how serious I am about you. I want you to meet my parents." What? Meet Kevin's parents? That's the kind of seriousness every girl is looking for. Oh, Moon, go! Ink so hope. What? Kevin asked. I took out my notebook and wrote. The doctor said I won't be able to put words together properly for some time, and it's worse when I'm excited or anxious. Maybe we should do this later? You'll be fine when you're with me. Don't worry, Kevin assured me. Kevin's smile made all the difference in the world. I was still anxious, though, because there were his parents. And from what he told me, they seemed a little hoity-toity. The next day at their house, I was so nervous. Hello, lovely house. I was trying to be as respectful as possible to his parents while keeping my sentences really short. But then I tried complimenting the food, and I wished I'd kept my mouth shut. Wow, the good food dog, eggplant, the Scrabble. Wait, no, the stapler, stone, jello. I mean, no. Oh, dear God. Then Kevin saved me and said, "You mean you really like the food? Well, thanks, Anna. That's very sweet of you." I just smiled meekly at his parents. No amount of covering up from Kevin was going to make them like me now, and I was right. This is the only girl you could find. She's crazy. This is exactly why we want you to meet Sabrina. She's your dad's business partner's daughter, and she is extremely well behaved. I could hear Kevin's mom's voice from the kitchen. But, well, there was nothing I could do about it. Over the next week, I noticed my sentences were improving, but Kevin wasn't around for me to tell him. He had the flu, so he wanted to stay in. Or so I thought. One day, I got a text from him that left me completely shook. "Dear Anna, as much as I adore you, I have to end this relationship. My parents really want me to date Sabrina, and they won't have it any other way. Please forgive me. I hope we can still be friends." What? Was this for real? The guy who claimed to love me was leaving me because I wasn't good enough for his parents? I felt beyond furious and blocked his number. He didn't even have the decency to say all this to my face, and he thought we could be friends? I spent the whole weekend crying over sad movies with tubs of ice cream. I didn't want to go to school and ever see him again. The next day, while I was putting stuff in my locker, that jerk walked up to me. "Hey, I've been trying to get in touch." I slammed the locker door and turned away. "I don't want to hear it, Kevin. Leave me alone." And here I was at lunch again, back to sitting by myself. And I got a C on my math test because I hadn't studied at all. Suddenly, someone snatched the test paper out of my hands. "Not so smart now, are we? What's it like being stupid and blind?" "Alexa, have you ever gotten an A in anything? I'll take that, thanks." Colin, this guy from my class, snatched the paper out of a furious Alexa's hand and came and sat next to me. He'd never spoken to me before. "Hey, you ever need help with math, let me know. I'd be happy to tutor you," Colin said. I was just about to say no thanks when I saw Kevin looking over at us from the corner of my eye. I was hurt and angry, and I wanted him to eat his heart out right now. Yeah, I think I could really use the help. Say we meet here every day during recess? The next few days, I started hanging out with Colin all the time. We went to the school's football game, and I saw Kevin look at us as we walked up to the bleachers. I immediately took Colin's hand and smiled at him. One evening, Colin came to my place to work on a school project. As we laughed and worked together, I couldn't help thinking he was really cute. When he was leaving, I walked him out, and he turned to me on the porch. "Hey, it's been a week since we started hanging out, but it feels like I've known you a really long time." Then he took my hand and pulled me close. Uh-oh. What was happening? I don't know if you know this, but you've got the most gorgeous green eyes. What a smooth talker. As he was leaning in to kiss me, I moved closer too. And, "Anna, what are you doing here?" I demanded. I felt so angry looking at Kevin. "I'm so sorry, Anna. I know why you're mad and I can explain." "And what's this loser doing here?" Kevin asked. "He is not a loser. He really cares about me, unlike you." I could feel Colin getting all worked up beside me. Kevin said, "Just listen, okay? I overheard my parents today talking about how they texted you from my phone. It wasn't me, Anna. I would never do that." For a minute, I was speechless. My heart was just melting looking at his face. But then there was Colin, still holding on to me. Colin said, "You know we have something special, Anna. Are you really going to choose him over me?" I said, No, but I really it wasn't his fault either, you know? This is so confusing. Kevin said, I'm willing to show you how much you mean to me. Maybe this guy can do the same, if he's up for it. Oh, I'm up for it. There's no way she's choosing the guy who didn't even check why she left him. I wasn't sure how I felt about that, but well, then let the dating games begin. As I was getting ready the next evening, I was pretty surprised that the dress Colin had sent me looked like Cinderella's. But then he turned up in an actual carriage, looking like Prince Charming. I felt like I was in a fairy tale. After you, my lady, Colin said. This place is beautiful, Colin. Oh, look, everyone here is dressed up as a character, I said. Yes, but none of them look as beautiful as you. Colin was such a sweetheart. I had the most amazing night at this club, dancing away my worries. These are for you, my lady, Colin said. Colin was giving me yellow roses? You want to friend zone me after this amazing night? No, cutie, they're red. You're just seeing them as yellow. Friend zone you? I could never. It was Kevin's turn next, and he turned up in a limo and whisked me away to my favorite boy band's concert. And we had front row tickets and backstage passes. As I got selfies with the band, I couldn't believe he had done this for me. My life had turned upside down in a week. The next few days were just a whirlwind of candlelit dinners, romantic moonlit walks, picnics in the park, and boat rides on the lake. And I was being showered with the most amazing gifts every day. If I kept eating chocolate truffles at this rate, I wouldn't be able to fit in any of the pretty dresses I was getting. I was getting more and more confused, too. Both the boys were so sweet, and they really seemed to care about me. How was I ever gonna decide? Eventually, it was my birthday, and I got a text from Kevin at midnight sharp. Happy birthday to the love of my life. Just then, I heard someone throw a pebble at my window. It was Colin. I couldn't wait till tomorrow to give you your present. Happy birthday, sweetheart, Colin said. I gasped when I saw the Apple Watch. I've been trying to make my parents get this for me since forever. How did you know I wanted this? I asked. I'm pretty sure you told me, babe. To my disappointment, Kevin didn't even come and see me the next morning. Of course, Colin was more than happy to have me all to himself on my birthday. We had a great time at the movies, and later, he cooked me dinner at his place. Looking at his face in the moonlight, my heart melted a little. Maybe he was the better guy. He left the table to get dessert, and suddenly his phone beeped. I just happened to glance at it, and suddenly my gaze froze. Why did he have a text from my dad? I opened it, and it said, Told you she'll love the present. Make sure she makes up her mind about you before that boy is back. Colin came back and stopped short when he saw his phone in my hand. What's all this, Colin? I asked angrily. He slowly sat down and wouldn't even look at me as he said he had to tell me something. Your dad has been paying me to keep you distracted from any thoughts of Kevin. What I didn't know was that I would actually fall in love with you. I'm so sorry, but please know my feelings for you are real. I was shocked and speechless. I felt disgusted by Dad, and I couldn't believe Colin had agreed to trick me like that. I just threw my napkin down and left. As soon as I got back home, I went straight to the lounge where my parents were watching TV. I said, Mom, you know what this guy did? He paid Colin to play with my feelings and keep my mind off of Kevin. I started crying as I told Mom the whole story. I had never seen her this furious. Mom screamed at Dad. Why would you do such a thing? Oh, jeez. Don't make such a big deal of it. I only did it because Kevin's parents were paying me to keep her away from their son. I knew she would never listen to me if I talked to her, so I thought Colin would be a good distraction. What's the problem? I picked a nice guy for her, and I could use the money to pay off our debts. Mom got up and said, Not our debts, your debts. Even this house is mine because I pay for the rent. I've had enough. Get out, now. Finally. Go, Mom. Dad was furious and left. I felt completely betrayed by Colin, and Kevin had just disappeared. I was done with these stupid boys playing with my feelings. I spent the next few days sulking in my room and watching videos on my story animated. I came across one where the girl's dad had been paying her boyfriend to spy on her for years. Well, that was believable. Kevin showed up the next morning. I told him I was done with everyone. He said he'd had to go somewhere urgently, and he couldn't get a flight out sooner because of bad weather. I said, What's so urgent? You had to go to Rome to eat pizza? Your private jet wasn't available? Kevin said, Listen, let me make it up to you. Just give me one chance. That's all I'm asking. Reluctantly, I agreed. He blindfolded me and drove me somewhere, refusing to tell me anything. He helped me out of the car, and I could feel the sea breeze on my face. Kevin, what's the big secret? I've seen the sea a billion times. Not like this. Just don't open your eyes till I tell you. The blindfold came off, and I felt him placing glasses on my nose. Now, I opened my eyes, and I gasped. I was seeing colors properly for the first time. I didn't know the sea was that shade of blue. I couldn't get over the sky. And the trees, the sand? Kevin was laughing and recording my reaction. I started crying. I'd been living in a faded world, and it was so much more beautiful and brighter than I could have ever thought possible. Kevin wrapped me in one of his bear hugs. God, I miss these hugs. He said he'd flown over to a place in Europe where a company was making these glasses. They were still in the testing phase, but he wanted to give me the perfect gift. It was at that moment that I knew it was always Kevin, and for the first time, I could really see how beautiful and deep his green eyes were. Kiss me, Kevin. I want you to kiss me. We shared the most magical kiss, and I had fireworks going off in my head of every color.
Hey guys, I'm Joy from Belgium, and my story is all about how one little prank can change your life forever. But before we get started, please like and subscribe. Growing up, I was the only child in a family of artists. My parents were always busy with their creative work, leaving me with plenty of time to play the rogue. I was a little red-headed ball of energy, and from a young age, I loved to joke and prank my parents and their friends, whether it was acting like a zombie or playing dead on the floor. By the time I was 6 years old, I was already pulling the fire alarm for fun, cutting my parents' hair in their sleep, and secretly turning up the thermostat. Although I could be a handful, I was able to get out of trouble with my charming smile and big, pleading eyes. Surprisingly, I didn't have any issues at school either. Many of my classmates found me hilarious, and I had a talent for creating a fun atmosphere wherever I went. Of course, not everyone appreciated my sense of humor, especially the teachers, who were often the target of my pranks. But I never went too far, and they always forgave me in the end. Things were going great for me until we went to high school. Suddenly, my jokes started to seem childish and annoying to my classmates, and I became bored and stopped playing pranks. Around that time, a new student named David showed up at our school. He was a football star whose parents had just moved into our neighborhood. With trainers watching over him, clubs hunting for him, and a personal fan club of cheerleaders, David was the quintessential jock with a perfect reputation. I couldn't resist the opportunity to pull a trick on him. I started with some classic gags like shock pens, sticky notes, and even a snake in a can. But David didn't even seem to notice. Then I got more creative and put baby powder in his helmet, but it turned out that his fan club wanted to try it on, and one of the cheerleaders ended up getting covered in powder. Of course, it was funny, but I wanted to get him, so I decided to break out the heavy artillery. I set up slime buckets above the door of the locker room, and when the football team walked in, they all got covered in slime, except freaking David, who was the last to enter. But to my surprise, he started laughing so hard that I couldn't help joining in, along with the whole team. As expected, my prank got me suspended for a few days, and the principal made me clean up the mess I'd made before leaving.
Hey, I see you can use a hand.
Why are you helping me clean up the slime?
Because I'm a decent human being, or maybe I just wanted to talk to you. What about? Why, you don't stop trying to prank me? Did I do something to upset you? Or are you secretly in love with me and just trying to get my attention?
Please, as if you're capable of upsetting me. And ew, in your dreams, you just seemed too good to be true. So I felt like getting to you with a prank. You know, like trying to find out what your kryptonite is.
Wow, did you just call me Superman? And my kryptonite is pizza.
Really? Ugh, so boring.
And beautiful redheaded girls who deny thinking about me.
Are there cameras here somewhere?
Nope, but I wish there were, so I could relive how you blushed at my words over and over again.
I'm getting a call. I gotta take this.
I didn't hear anything.
It's on silent mode. Yes? Hello? Oh my god, my cat needs CPR. Hold on, Whiskers. I'll be right there. I ran off before things could get more awkward. As I sat at home the next day, thoughts of David filled my mind. Was I really falling for a football star? Ugh, so cliche. Suddenly, I got a text from an unknown number. Hey, look outside, smiley face. David's car was parked near my house, and he was waving at me. Don't you have some cool, masculine-y stuff to do?
I thought spending time with a pretty girl might be more fun.
You know, I still owe you for helping me clean up that slime. Let's go grab some pizza.
Be careful, Joy. I might just fall in love with you after this.
I rolled my eyes, but my stomach fluttered. Maybe this cliche wasn't so bad after all. We spent the entire day together, and he opened up as a romantic and attentive guy who had a lot in common with me. Like me, he was hyperactive, which is why his parents enrolled him in football at a young age. Soon, David asked me out on a date, and shortly, we were together. As we walked down the school hallways, I noticed the jealous glares from his cheerleader fan club. The girls tried to spread stupid rumors about me or even prank me, but I just laughed it off. Soon, the cheerleaders even began to imitate me, dyeing their hair red in an attempt to capture his attention. But David only had eyes for me, and he made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. But 3 months into the relationship, I started wondering if David was keeping something from me. I knew he was very busy with his training, but a few times I found out that his football buddies had gone home while he'd disappeared somewhere else. I didn't believe it was about another girl, but something was off, and I started to be cautious. One day, a Tinder notification popped up on his phone. phone. I couldn't read the message, but it made me feel uneasy. I didn't want to confront him about it directly because I knew he would brush it off as nothing and I would believe him. So I decided to create a fake Tinder account and play a prank on him. If he had nothing to hide, we would both have a good laugh and move on. I posed on Tinder as a young artist with a red ponytail and soon matched with David. We exchanged messages and he suggested a date. At that moment, I realized he might actually be cheating on me. It was no longer a joke. Okay, let's find out who you really are, David. I wore makeup, a wig, violet contact lenses, and clothes to look like my fake Tinder profile. We met at the cafe, and he was in his best mood. To avoid revealing my real voice, I pretended to be less talkative. He led the conversation, but sometimes he would stop speaking, gaze admirably into my eyes, and touching my hand. And I was getting angrier by the second. It was time to tell him he'd been caught. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with curly carrot hair rushed to our table, and David turned white. What the heck, David? You said it was a one-time thing.
Georgia, listen to me. It's not what it looks like.
Then what is it, David? You're with another girl while you're still with me? Before her, it was Francesca from the flower shop. Or are you seeing her too? How could you do this to me?
Please, give me a chance to explain.
As she stormed out of the cafe, David ran after her. My mind was racing as I tried to process everything. David was a womanizer obsessed with redheads? Me? Fake Tinder artist? Georgia? Francesca? Were there more? I needed more answers, and I decided to track down Francesca. It didn't take long before I found her, surrounded by gorgeous flowers that paled in comparison to her beauty. She was a knockout. By any chance, are you David's girlfriend?
Yes. Is everything okay?
To tell you the truth, Georgia asked me to check if he's still with you. Poor girl, I feel sorry for her. She's David's ex and she's obsessed with him even now. She can't seem to accept that he's moved on and he's in love with me only. David was an amazing liar, and I felt angry at myself for falling for his stupid lies. I wished there was something like the cheating police and I could call to have him arrested, but it was only me, and I had to do something. So I chose the one thing I was best at. I was gonna prank David. While we were hanging out the next day, I spied his phone password, and when he went off for training, I posted on his Facebook from his phone. Hey bae, if you're seeing this, get ready for a surprise tonight. Winky face heart, 7 p.m. at the fountain. At 7, the meeting point was crowded with red-haired girls, and I was just as shocked to see the number. I saw some familiar faces, like Georgia and Francesca, who hadn't seen each other yet. Finally, David arrived. The army of girls rushed to him, and then suddenly stopped to look at each other. David stared at them all in horror, realizing he'd been exposed. He panicked and just jumped back into his car, driving away like a maniac. This was you, wasn't it, Georgia? You arranged all of this so I'd break up with him. You're such a crazy ex-girlfriend. What are you talking about? We haven't broken up yet. What nonsense. I'm his girlfriend. They all started fighting like crazy, and I escaped. I felt victorious about exposing the truth, but also heavy-hearted because of David's deceit. The day after was a really big football match. David performed horribly, and our team lost the game.
The other team was trash-talking so much today, just got to me and I felt distracted. Also, I think I'm coming down with a stomach bug, and I just didn't sleep much last night.
David, please, stop lying. I know why your head wasn't in the game today. It's because your cheating got exposed yesterday. Yeah, I'm the one who called all the redheads there. I described my investigation, and he broke down in tears.
Joy, please don't give up on me. I care about all my girls, and I never meant to hurt you. Love just happens, you know? But you're the only one who truly knows the real me, and I feel closer to you than anyone else. Please, let's work this out.
David, you should work this out with a therapist, not me. But firstly, they all deserve the truth and an apology. You'll feel better once you're honest. And as for us, it's too late. I can't trust you anymore. Soon, the whole school seemed to know. The cheerleaders were giving me smug grins, and David's football team looked angry at me for making him perform badly at the big match. Suddenly, I found myself at the center of unwanted attention and began searching for a way to escape it and process everything that had happened. Fortunately, Georgia set up an online club for girls who were hurt by David. We all shared our stories and found out that David had been dating multiple red-haired girls for years, even proposing to some of them. I shared my story too, and it felt good to let it out. The girls even encouraged me to share it on the MSA channel, but I needed some offline support too. So I reached out to Georgia and Francesca. We kept meeting regularly, and slowly, we became good friends. We all went public with our story in a magazine article, and it gained a lot of attention. David was getting plenty of negativity, so he publicly apologized and said he'd get therapy for his issues. Well, clearly it didn't work, because years later, when he'd become a famous footballer and married a beautiful singer, she exposed his cheating publicly, divorced him, and left him them almost penniless. Finally, David got what he really deserved. Yeah. Also, you can tell that I had a talent for acting, which I went on to pursue at a prestigious school. You see, Georgia had an older brother, Chase, who had the same curly red hair as her. When I first met him, he pulled a classic prank on us, switching the sugar and salt in our tea. Francesca spat it out and looked mad, but I couldn't help laughing. You better watch out, or you'll wake up the pranking dragon in me. Challenge accepted. From that day on, Chase always found a way to be around us, and we had a blast playing pranks on each other. One day at the premiere of my first feature film, Chase said he had to talk to me about something important. I'm so proud of you, and you fill up my life with joy, Joy. I'm in love with you. Chase, wow, I think I feel the same way. I'm in love with you too.
Oh my god, Joy, what? I was just joking.
What? Yeah, me too. Duh.
Okay, I'm kidding now. The first one wasn't a joke. I do love you.
I'm gonna kill you. In Grimm's version of the fairy tale, apparently my sister and I weren't even worth naming. But at least we were rightly described as beautiful. In Disney's version, our names are mentioned, but can you recall them? No. I bet all you can remember are two pug-nosed sisters with terrible hair, the nasolabial folds of a 70-year-old, annoying voices, and very big feet. The thing is, we really weren't ugly, especially me. Honestly, I was kind of a looker from the right angle. No, move to the left. That side is prettier. Like, sure, I could have benefited from a nose job if it was a thing back then, but I've got great hair, a bangin' body, and deep eyes that look like dark pools you could drown in. Or so I've been told. No, the problem wasn't us. The problem was her. Because next to her, anyone would look like a gnarly potato. You know how one day you feel you're looking really good? The skin is skinning, the hair is hairing, the outfit's outfitting. And then you see some celebrity on Instagram and feel like you two can't even be creatures from the same planet? Yeah, that's what the Cinderella effect was. Making everyone around her look like E.T. And you know what the biggest joke is? She was never a victim or forced to be our maid. She was very OCD. So scrubbing everything like a maniac all the time is entirely on her. No one asked her to do that. I guess she didn't love being a nobody, because slowly, very slowly, she started spinning her story. And before we knew it, we were the villains. She was the poor, mistreated servant girl, and I was the bitter hag trying to steal her man. But he was my man first. My name is Drizella, and I'm here from the dead to tell you the true story of how Cinderella pulled off one of the greatest cons in history. She got the name, the ball, the prince, the animated pigeons, the march, the eternal adoration. And it's built on lies, all of it. Well, except for the part about me having really big feet. Like, I was told most of my life to shop from the men's section of the shoe store. I bet that's half the reason I've ended up being a villain in every version. Because how dare I imagine myself as a worthy princess with my US size 11 feet? I digress. I must stay on track. And even though my version of events is no charming fairy tale, I must begin the story the right way. Once upon a time, there was a man with a family, a fortune, and a functioning household. So naturally, he had a midlife crisis and ran for the hills.
Gone to figure myself out. Don't wait for me. And tell your mother, it's not me, it's her.
I hope you figure out you suck big time. Yeah, I wasn't shocked. Because honestly, we'd be idiots if we hadn't seen this coming.
I crave adventure. This provincial family life is suffocating my soul. Someday, I'll leave to seek my higher purpose. Marriage and fatherhood can't be it. I have to find myself, and I really don't think I can do it, while married to you specifically.
But Mother was still blindsided, shocked, bamboozled. Why had he left? Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, or young enough, or hadn't plucked her eyebrows properly since 1823? Maybe her elbows were too pointy. Maybe her eyes lacked emotional depth. I tried to explain that it was more about him being a spineless lizard running away from adult responsibility, but she just kept sinking in the depths of her despair and the couch. And without a husband around, she went into full damsel in distress mode.
Oh, how I crave pickles. If only I had a man with strong arms to open this jar for me.
Never mind that she had servants to open all the jars in the world and 2 perfectly decent daughters. Okay, fine. She had 1 decent daughter, because the other one was Anastasia. Let's just say that we didn't know back then that excessive glue sniffing causes brain damage. And that kid always had her head stuck in a pot of glue. Anastasia, focus! With father gone and mother officially losing her mind, you and I have to run this household. Mother has plenty of money, but we need to start budgeting.
Why? Mother is always telling me to stop budgeting when I'm around horses because it makes them nervous. Like, hello, lady, I'm the nervous one here. I'm the one who got kicked by a horse in the head.
No, she's telling you to stop fidgeting. Those are 2 completely unrelated things.
Are you sure? They sound a little related.
They're not! Look, budgeting just means that we need to keep track of our expenses. For instance, how much do we spend on candles per week?
Oh, candles? At least 11.
11 what?
Candles.
I meant money.
What about it?
How much money do we spend on candles?
We spend money on them?
No, Anastasia. They just grow on trees and we pluck them like fruit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Candles are free. What's the next item on your fidgeting list?
Yep. This was my partner in responsibility. Her loyalty was unwavering, as was her misunderstanding of absolutely everything. She had a heart of gold and the usefulness of a fork in a soup bowl. Okay. I'll stop roasting my poor sister now. Despite all her flaws, she was my rock. Heavy, useless, and mostly in the way. Bazinga! But we soon had a much bigger problem at hand. Mother was dying for attention from men, and word of her wealth and desperation spread fast, sending every gold-digging bachelor within 100 miles our way. And I figured out how to get rid of them fast. Of course, my sister slowed me down. Okay, Anastasia, are we ready for afternoon tea?
Absolutely. I ordered those fancy pastries Mother loves, fresh lilacs, lemon curd.
No, Anastasia, not the actual tea. The plan. Are we ready for the plan?
Oh, the plan. Right. Let me just quickly cancel the musicians.
You ordered musicians? This isn't an actual date. It's an ambush. Do you remember the strategy or not?
Not really, but I'll think of something on the spot. You know I'm very quick on my. Did
you just forget the word feet?
Quick on my feet? No, that doesn't make sense. You know I run slower than a duck. I have yet to beat a duck in a race.
Oh my god. Focus on the tea.
Fine. I'll spill tea on his thighs.
No, that's not what we... Actually, you know what? You do that. Leave the rest to me.
Great. And afterwards, we can eat the pastries?
Yes, we can eat the pastries.
And the lemon curd?
Yes, fine. The lemon curd, too. I had discovered that the fastest method to drive off unwanted suitors was to casually mention Dad, and then watch Mother spiral into all 5 stages of grief. Well, 4. Acceptance was off the table. Mother, you look lovely today. Isn't this the dress you were wearing the day Father left?
No, that was the lavender one.
Oh, yes. The one Father said made you look washed out.
He said what?
Madam, you look absolutely radiant today. I cannot understand why any man would leave you.
Of course he didn't leave me. He just relocated temporarily. I'm sure at this very moment he's thinking about how much he misses me, and he's making his way back home.
Oh, I didn't think this was something temporary.
You're right. I'm such a fool. Because honestly, what is there to miss? Just the woman who gave him the best years of her life. I held this family together. I cooked. I cleaned.
When? You ironed a napkin.
once, and I'm the one who holds anything together.
But if he'd just communicated properly, I could have changed. I could have sent my daughters to finishing school and gone with him to find himself and slept under the stars. I could have been free-spirited and spontaneous. Do you think if he knew this, he'd come back?
I really can't say, madam.
Oh, there's no point thinking about it. He's gone now. But you're here to mend the pieces of my broken heart, right? You have good, strong shoulders to cry on. I'm going to cry on them so much.
It's getting kind of late for my hostess dinner. This has been lovely.
Are you running away from me too?
No, I mean, yes. But it's not you, it's me. Oh!
He was leaving anyway, genius. Tea is expensive.
You're all crazy.
As he ran off and Mother sobbed into the tablecloth, we high-fived. I thought I was so smart, chasing off Mom's suitors and taking charge of the household. But then I made the biggest mistake of my life. Yeah, bigger than letting Anastasia give me a haircut once. I hired a gardener.
Ma'am, thank you for the position. If it pleases you, my daughter Ella will also be staying with me in the servants' quarters. I'm sure she can make herself useful to you.
A girl my age emerged from behind him, and I will never forget the first time I saw her. Her hair was like honey catching sunlight, her skin like porcelain, and her patched-up linen dress looked better than any silk I owned. Her eyes were the kind of blue that would make painters cry into their palettes trying to replicate it. Every feature on her face was in perfect harmony. And then she smiled. We didn't know it yet, but the entire trajectory of our lives was rewritten at that moment.
Oh my, just look at you, child, like something out of a dream. You're perfect.
You're too kind, ma'am. I'm so grateful to you for letting me stay. She's glowing. Should people glow? Do you use some kind of special shampoo made from unicorn tears and fairy dust? You're funny. I like you. Did you hear that, Gisela? She likes me.
As Mother led her father away to show him their living quarters, and, I don't know, Anastasia went after a butterfly, Cinderella stayed back and looked directly at me.
Drizella, isn't it?
Yes. And you're Ella?
Yes, but my late mother nicknamed me Cinderella because I'd always sleep by the fireplace and get covered in ashes. You know how nicknames stick. You don't have one?
No, but you can call me Miss.
You hired my father, Miss. That means you changed my life, and I'll be sure to return the favor.
I felt a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. As she walked away, I just knew I disliked her intensely. Part of me thought it was because I was jealous, and yeah, of course I was. But I just had a feeling that beneath that flawless facade was someone calculating and dangerous. And oh, how I wish I wasn't right for once. At first, she just helped. She polished the silver, dusted the bookshelves, organized the pantry, but then she started having ideas for everything. She rearranged the furniture, suggested new colors for the curtains, and started embroidering tablecloths and crocheting bedspreads.
It's like watching angels knit.
Even I couldn't deny her taste was impeccable. And soon, Mother wanted her opinion on everything. And then, she was suddenly instructing all the maids, the butlers, and even the cook. The cook! That toad never listened to anything I said. The house sparkled, the cutlery gleamed, the food actually had flavor, and I could see my reflection in the floors now. How could I complain about that? But I couldn't help being bothered by how she had Mother and Anastasia wrapped around her little finger. She would make them face masks and hair oils, play the piano for them like she was Mozart's daughter, and sing like a nightingale. And then there was the dancing. There was a celebration, as always, at the end of the harvest season. And as the servants gathered to dance, Cinderella joined them. She didn't dance like a girl raised in servant quarters. She danced like the air was conspiring to hold her up, like the music was written just for her. Like she'd spent her whole life rehearsing her steps to perfection. Everyone was mesmerized.
She's so graceful. Not like my girls.
That was the first time I heard her say it. Not like my girls. But it wasn't the last. Soon, Mother was drawing comparisons between her and us all the time, telling us how we could try to be more like her. And I swear, I would have given up and accepted her perfection and superiority if it wasn't for the bird incident.
Come here, Gisela, look! A robin's nest right outside Ella's window. Isn't it sweet? It's gonna have babies soon.
Yes, lovely. But I bet it won't be so sweet when they're all screeching at dawn. The two of them continued to look utterly enchanted, and I lost interest soon and left. But the next morning, I ran outside to Anastasia screaming. I found her standing under the tree, and the nest lay on the ground, completely destroyed. The eggs and the robin were gone. Anastasia cried half the day, wondering if it was the work of an evil squirrel, or an evil raccoon, or an evil eagle. Later that evening, Cinderella walked into the living room, holding something behind her back.
Mother, I made you a gift.
Mother? Since when did she... Then I saw the gift, and my blood ran cold. It was a delicate comb, woven with tiny blue-gray feathers twisted through gold thread.
Oh my dear, it's exquisite.
Mother kissed her on the cheek. Anastasia clapped, while I just stared, stunned. This couldn't just be my imagination running away with me, right? Still feeling uneasy, I was going up to my room for the night when I found Cinderella polishing the stairs banister vigorously. Still cleaning? You really love it, don't you?
Oh yes, it really helps me think. And all the work makes me sleep soundly at night.
You should be sleeping well tonight anyway. You know, without all that chirping right outside your window.
Yes, such a noisy little thing that robin was.
I wonder what happened to it. And we both know it wasn't an evil squirrel. Cinderella straightened and met my gaze, smiling.
Please, Drizella, do I look like the kind of girl who murders birds?
No, but looks can be very deceiving.
People only see what they want to see. Luckily for me, they always want to see an angel.
Without a shadow of a doubt then, I knew this girl was a psychopath. I just stayed away from her as much as possible. I was also glad that Mother was spending less time with her since she'd recently found gardening and spent hours outside taking interest in dirt and compost. I was happy she had a healthy hobby. Until I walked into the living room one afternoon to find her and Cinderella's father sipping tea and holding hands. What's going on here?
What does it look like?
I'm hoping he's about to flip your palm over and read your future because no other explanation will make much sense.
Drizella, I know it's been hard on you since your father left and you miss him.
Nope, not even a little, not even at all. Speak for yourself.
Honey, a woman needs a man in her life. His companionship, his strong hands, his opinions. What I'm trying to say is, Mr. Rivers and I, we're...
No. If your next words are in love, I'm throwing myself out the window.
Will you just let me finish?
Fine.
In love.
Great. Fantastic. Open the window with your strong hands, Mr. Rivers, so I can throw myself out.
Why would you be so upset, Drizella?
And then, to always make things worse, Cinderella walked in.
It's a beautiful thing for two lonely widowers to find love again.
My father isn't dead.
We don't know that.
Oh my God. Had she found a way to get rid of him too? No, she was just saying things to irk me. Cinderella put her hand on my arm.
We're like family already. This just feels like it was meant to be.
I really thought I might gouge Cinderella's blue eyes out with a fork. So I stormed off, grabbed a horse, and rode furiously, not even sure where I was headed. I just had to get away. I remembered an old estate on the hill that had burned down decades ago. It had never been rebuilt, but the library had survived. I'd sneaked in there a few times before, and I definitely needed abandoned ruins to rage in right now. I pushed open the creaky library door, grabbed a book randomly from the shelves, and plopped myself onto the couch next to a pile of dusty blankets. But then, the pile moved. I turned around, terrified, to see a boy emerge from under the blankets.
Oh, wow, it's just one girl. I thought an army of banshees had descended upon me.
Are you a ghost?
No, but that scream should have woken all dead people within a 5-mile radius. Ow! What was that for?
If it had passed through you, it would have meant you're a ghost. I was just checking.
Did you miss the part where I specifically said no to that question?
Why would I expect a ghost to tell the truth?
Then why even ask?
Okay, fair point. What are you doing here, blending into the furniture?
Exactly that. I just wanted to disappear for a while. What about yourself? This isn't the most obvious hangout spot for a girl like you.
A girl like me?
Well, you don't look homeless in your silk gown.
You're not exactly some local goat farmer yourself.
How dare you? I'll have you know I milked a goat. Once. It ran away crying, but still. My name's Henry.
Henry what?
Just Henry. First name Just.
Okay then. Just Henry. Countess Dracula.
Charmed to make your acquaintance. Now, is there any chance we could both disappear here together for a while? We don't have to talk about what we're running away from.
I like the sound of that. And somehow, after that, Henry and I started meeting at the old estate. Not often, maybe once every week. We didn't ask why the other was there. We didn't even ask real names. Of course, a part of me was growing curious, but not knowing also felt weirdly nice. Like we were two fugitives, hiding out here and talking about books, ideas, the world, anything but ourselves. But one afternoon, as I rode back home after meeting him, I came upon a scene of chaos. Mother was wailing like someone had died, Anastasia was blocking out the sound with pastries, and Cinderella was on the floor at Mother's feet, a picture of despair. It turned out that Mr. Rivers was a greasy rat who had run off with Mother's jewels, and he'd left Cinderella behind. Man, I would have given him the jewels myself if he'd just taken her.
He took advantage of me. He played with my heart and threw dirt in my eyes. I will never forgive him. I will tear out every flower he planted with my bare hands.
For a moment, I felt hope. Surely Mother would toss Cinderella out after this. She would be a constant reminder of his betrayal.
Please don't send me away. Please don't send me away. This is the only place I've ever felt safe. I will do whatever you ask of me. Please, I love you. I love our home, Mother.
Ugh.
Oh, my poor precious child. How could I hate you? You're betrayed and abandoned just like me. Of course you will stay here and we will heal together.
Anastasia and I were abandoned too, and Mother never paid attention to our healing. As Cinderella sobbed into Mother's lap, she shot me a sideways glance that clearly said, checkmate. Mr. Rivers' betrayal just cemented Cinderella's place in our home more firmly. Now she wasn't just beautiful, she was tragic too. She needed love and care, and everyone from the servants to the house cat wanted to give it to her. Mother now referred to her as my precious girl, while Anastasia and I were quietly downgraded to the other two. And I just found being around Cinderella unbearable. It's not like I was even needed around the house anymore, so I started slipping away more often to Henry. One afternoon, we decided to explore the woods near the estate, and barely 20 minutes in, there was a loud snap, a startled yelp, and I turned around to see Henry dangling upside down from a tree in a hunter's trap. I couldn't help laughing as he flailed around, trying to reach up and unhook himself.
A little help before I pass out, maybe?
I was just waiting for you to ask. I started tugging at the trap rope, but Henry kept giving me instructions nonstop.
You're doing it wrong. Step to your left. Pull tighter. then twist. No, not like that. Oh, you'll break it.
Do you think I'm a helpless little girl who can't possibly figure out a rope trap for herself?
Have you ever seen a rope trap before in your life?
Of course not, because all I do is embroider cushions and sigh dramatically.
I bet you don't even know how to embroider.
You're right. I hate it. My threads get so tangled up that I want to poke someone in the eye with my needle.
Violent and unladylike. You're a real catch.
I yanked hard at the rope, and his face swung towards mine. Suddenly, we were too close, and his lashes were longer than any boy's had a right to be.
Ooh, your eyes are really pretty.
Flattery isn't gonna make me help you faster.
No, really. They're dark and deep, like pools one could drown in.
That's just the blood rushing to your head. I quickly moved to brace the rope again, when suddenly I noticed his shirt had slipped to reveal his belt, which had a silver crest. The royal crest. Wait, are you from the palace?
Define from.
Define it before I drop you straight on your head.
Technically, yes.
Are you the court jester? The guy who polishes the king's shoes?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need better answers before I help you. I pushed him hard and sent him swinging like a pendulum.
Oh, come on, Lady Dracula, just let me down.
That's when I heard boots thundering through the woods. And before I could react, a pair of soldiers in armor grabbed me roughly by the arms. Another two swooped in, expertly cutting Henry down and catching him before he face-planted into the dirt.
Endangering the crown prince is a punishable offense, girl.
Endangering the who now?
Stand down, and she's harmless, unless she has a needle and thread in her hands.
I just gaped at him. You're the crowned prince?
Yes, first name, Crown, second name, Prince.
You told me just Henry.
Well, I am just Henry sometimes. You never asked follow-up questions. You will say nothing of this to anyone, men. Same as you. Keep quiet about my visits here. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Highness.
Your Highness? Your Highness?
You look like you're both spiraling and want to murder me.
No, that's just my normal expression.
Now, since we're being honest and going for full disclosure...
You're a liar who got forced into telling the truth.
How about you tell me your real name, too?
Drizella.
That's pretty. Dracula suits you better.
Lots of names are coming to my mind for you, but I shall refrain from using them since I know who you are now. Good day, Your Highness.
Hey, don't let this change things between us.
But I kept walking without turning to reply. How could it not change things between us? The boy I'd been sneaking off to meet, regularly insulted, hit a couple of times, and maybe, possibly, definitely liked, was the freaking crown prince. I didn't go back to the estate for days, still finding the truth about him too overwhelming. But eventually, I cracked. So I rode back to the old estate one afternoon, and my heart skipped a beat to find him already there, throwing pebbles into a broken fountain.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. I was beginning to think you died. Or got married.
Sorry to disappoint you, but still alive and unwed.
You know, I was this close to going around town and knocking on random doors to inquire after a girl with violent tendencies and great hair.
I just rolled my eyes, but inside, I was smiling stupidly. We just sat in silence for a while.
I come here sometimes because it's all just too much. The title, the expectations, the spotlight. I don't even get along with my father mostly. I know I'm gonna sound like an ungrateful brat, but sometimes I just don't want to be the prince.
I come here for quite the opposite reason, I suppose. I feel invisible in my own house, completely replaced by my stepsister. My pride wouldn't let me say the gardener's daughter. She's perfect. Everyone admires and adores her. It's not hard to see why.
Come on, no one's perfect.
Oh no, she really is. I'm sure this sounds like some petty sister jealousy, and it doesn't compare to your royal problems. But honestly, they don't sound so bad. No one expects anything from me. Well, except maybe being more ladylike so I can marry some stuffy lord one day. But you could do so much with your life, Henry. And people expect things from you because you're important. Because you matter. Henry reached across the space between us and slipped his fingers through mine.
You matter to me.
As my heart tripped over itself, he leaned in and kissed me. It was clumsy at first. Our noses bumped, my hair got stuck in his stupid jacket, and we started laughing. But it was so sweet and real. And for a while, I forgot Cinderella. I forgot he was royalty. I forgot about everything. It was just me and Henry. I floated through the next few weeks like some lovesick idiot. Of course, like any self-respecting lady, I didn't show it.
You're grinning like you've got a clothes hanger stuck in your mouth. What is so funny about my art?
I wasn't grinning. And what art?
The one you're staring at, my masterpiece. I made this cat sculpture from old socks and glue.
Ah, that art. The one cleverly disguised as garbage. It's the loveliest duck I've ever seen.
Cat. It's a cat.
Yes, that's what I said. It was the happiest I'd ever felt in my entire stupid life, which naturally meant the universe had to kick me in the teeth soon. One afternoon at the estate, Henry sat me down with a serious look I didn't like one bit.
I have to leave for a while.
What, running away to join the circus?
No. Father's sending me across the sea for an official royal delegation. It could be months, even a year, maybe.
I forgot how to breathe for a few seconds.
Drizella, you made me realize that I need to take my position and privilege more seriously instead of whining about it. So, yeah, I'm really trying.
I'm really proud of you, Henry, and I just know you're gonna be brilliant. But a small, selfish part of me wanted to scream, "Don't go. Just stay." We promised to write regularly, no matter what. And for a while, his letters were the only thing keeping me sane. Of course, I always picked them up from the post office. I didn't want to draw anyone's attention to our correspondence.
Dearest Countess Dracula, you will be thrilled to know that the local delicacy here is fermented fish eyeballs. Guess who had to eat 3? Smiling all the while. I cannot sleep at night because I keep imagining those eyeballs swimming around my gut, winking at each other. Send help.
Dearest one-time goat milker, I regret to inform you that my life is way more exciting than yours. Just today, Cinderella invented chamomile soap and taught her cat to fetch her ribbons. Anastasia lost an intense staring match to a goat. Mother tried flirting with the milkman, and he fled on the aforementioned goat. I am so close to faking my own death.
P.S. I miss your face and your insults. Mostly your insults. Fine, also your face.
P.S. I miss insulting you too. I'm forced to practice my skills on vendors at the market, but it's not the same. They cry too easily. Of course, it wasn't ideal, but every letter kept him close. And for now, it was enough. But then, the letters stopped coming. At first, I told myself it was all fine. There could be a million reasons for delays. But when 2 months passed by with no word, I started to feel a bit crazy.
Still nothing for you, same as earlier this afternoon. You want me to save you a trip and scream no at you from across the street every morning? You might consider picking up a hobby. How about embroidery?
I wasn't getting any letters, but I didn't stop sending them. Pages filled with jokes, questions, news, bad drawings. But weeks and weeks went by, and still there was no reply. By now, my heart was filled with dread. What if something had happened to him? But if that was the case, the news would be everywhere. And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella,
Hi, I'm Ava from Ohio. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. School was always a breeze for me. I aced all my classes, math, English, science, you name it, all A's. But grades were never my main concern because I had a bigger dream, to become an Olympic gymnast. My gymnastics coach Jenny saw potential in me. I was her star student, and she was confident I'd bring home a gold medal someday. Jenny was more than a coach to me. She was like a second mom. She'd invite me over for dinner after practices, and I found myself going over quite often. You see, my own mom wasn't a bad person, but we didn't always get along perfectly. She was often moody and quick to anger, which made my 3 older brothers keep their distance as much as possible. I knew she wasn't a bad person. She was just a bit challenging at times, and hanging out with Jenny just felt easier. One night, after a really hard practice, Jenny saw I was feeling down, so she took me to her place, picked out some inspiring sports movies, and got my favorite snacks ready. Ava, when you're out there, you're not just doing gymnastics, you're showing everyone what it means to love what you do. That's why you're amazing. We laughed, cried a bit watching the movies, and talked about our dreams, but Jenny had one flaw. Her daughter, Becca, a year older than me, often behaved like she was 5 years younger than me. She was impulsive and wild. Becca would dress weirdly and act irrationally, and she never respected Jenny. During dinner one time, she showed up wearing the brightest neon colors and chewing gum. You know, Mom, I always thought I looked like you, but today I looked in the mirror and I suddenly realized that I was pretty, like model pretty. So there's no way I look like you because, Mom, let's face it, you're ugly. Well, I'd love for my daughter to be prettier than me. Any real mom would love that. Real mom? Yeah, right. You're a hypocrite who's too busy kissing her trainee's butt for some extra money. No, she's nice to me because I'm good with her and treat her well. So why don't you go home and be good with your own mom? This is not normal. You have your family, spend time with them. Try it. That's enough. It's okay, Jenny. I'm leaving anyway. Are you joining us for breakfast? Then maybe Mom might make breakfast for a change. Otherwise, she's hurrying off every morning for your training sessions. And with that, she left for some late party. Jenny apologized to me and I said it was fine. I kissed her cheek and left. But after that day, Jenny suddenly changed. She became distant and colder towards me. Then, unexpectedly, she said she couldn't be my coach anymore. With the Olympic trials just a month away, I couldn't understand why. Why, Coach? Why are you quitting on me now? You're amazing, really. It's just, is it because of Becca? I promise, I'll stop hanging out at your place. She wouldn't spill what was really going on. She just kept crying and saying she was sorry and then shut down her gym. Next thing I knew, she'd even moved from her current place. I was crushed. I stayed in my room for days, feeling really down. I thought I was done with gymnastics. Without Jenny, it seemed pointless. I swore I'd never practice again. My brothers did their best to make me feel better. They even tried reaching out to Jenny, but no luck there. Then one day, Mom came into my room and said something that really hit me hard. You're my favorite, and it hurts me to see you this sad. I know it's tough, but your talent and determination make me so proud to be your mom. Maybe you could try to start training again? What Mom said really affected me. Even though she had always let me do what I wanted, I never really knew she appreciated my talent so much. I decided to push away the hurt I felt at being let down by Jenny and focus on the love I had for my real mom. And her encouragement made it feel right to pick up gymnastics again. But little did I know, training for the Olympics on my own would be a lot harder than I'd imagined, especially when I found out that Olivia, the richest and most popular girl in school, was a gymnast too, and she was going to do anything to get me to give up. She'd turn up in the gym whenever I was practicing and kept ruining my focus with her dumb comments. Next, my equipment started disappearing from my locker. I knew it was Olivia trying to sabotage me, so I started hiding it in the school boiler room. Olivia had a boyfriend named Derek. He was a nice guy, not like Olivia at all. He wasn't rich or from her social circle, and I thought Olivia was only with him because he was attractive and seemed perfect. They often fought in public. Olivia would yell at him, calling him terrible names. When he finally said he wanted to break up, she'd start crying and begging for forgiveness, making a scene until he stayed. Even though she was richer and more powerful, she acted as if he was the boss in their relationship, which was odd because she was usually so tough and bossy. One day, while I was practicing my routine in the school gymnasium, Derek saw me do 2 full rotations in a pike position during basketball practice.
Whoa, Ava, that was amazing. How'd you learn to do that?
I told him I was naturally good at most sports, and we were having a good time talking when Olivia walked into the gym. And when she saw the two of us together, she got jealous. Nice shirt, Ava. Where did you get it from? The Lost and Found?
Whoa, babe, that wasn't very nice.
Are you joking, Derek? It looks awful.
I don't think it's awful at all. Why are you always like this?
As the two of them started fighting, I walked out of the gym to avoid their drama. Then, later that day, Derek caught up with me and said he and Olivia had broken up.
Ava, would you like to have dinner with me sometime?
Are you asking me out?
Yeah, is that okay?
Isn't it too soon? You just broke up with Olivia.
I've broken up with her 100 times before, Ava. Our relationship's been over for a long time, but if you don't feel comfortable with this, I understand.
I guess losing my coach and training alone had made me feel quite low lately, and Derek seemed like a nice guy, so I said yes. That was a huge mistake. At first, Derek was great. He was fun and seemed to care a lot, and I appreciated his love and support. But after a few days, Derek started to act like I owed him everything. He got super clingy and always wanted me to hang out with him. I can't today. I have practice.
I don't get it. I left Olivia for you because I thought you were nicer, but you're just an arrogant snob.
Suddenly, I could see through him. He was just trying to mess with my head. Maybe even Olivia had put him up to it to throw me off my training. I see what you're up to, Derek, but why? Are you just playing games like you did with Olivia? Or are you caught up in Olivia's games?
Do you really see what I'm up to? Here's a clue. Coach Jenny.
What does Coach Jenny have to do with you?
Let me spell it out for you. Becca, Jenny's daughter.
What? Why would you be involved with that psycho?
Don't call her that, okay? I don't like that.
Oh, wow. So there is someone who sent you to ruin my life, but it's not Olivia. It's Becca?
Oh, Olivia's nobody. Her tough act is just a facade. She's the weakest person I've met. I had the best time with her. She'd buy me whatever food I wanted. Yes, she's crazy and would call me names whenever I drove her mad, but she'd regret it instantly like a scared toddler.
Okay, listen. I'm bored of this drama already. It's over, we're over. I go back to my training, and you go back to your girl. Olivia if you're hungry, or Becca if you're thirsty.
You might actually want to head home and see what's going on there.
What do you mean by that?
After what we did to Jenny, you think we'd stop? It's your turn, babe.
What do you mean? What did you do to Jenny?
Man, you're annoying. I'm out of here. Just go home.
With that, he stormed off. I felt a mix of confusion and worry. What had they done to Jenny? And what was happening at my house? Driven by fear, I rushed home. And upon arriving, I was shocked to see smoke billowing from the house. I ran to my neighbors, who immediately called 911. The police and firefighters arrived on the scene in minutes. Fortunately, nobody was home, so there were no injuries. And because I got there when I did, the house didn't suffer much damage. I shared Derek's comments with the police, but they got back to me later saying he denied having said anything of the sort, and they had no proof to take any action against him. Also, when they'd tracked Jenny's address down and gone to her place, her daughter had answered the door saying she was completely fine. Becca can't be trusted. Can you please give me the address so I can make sure?
That's private information, ma'am. We can't disclose it. You are not related to Miss Jenny in any way, and if her daughter says she is okay, we have no reason to believe otherwise.
After the fire incident, I felt upset and lost and unable to focus on anything. Finally, I decided to meet up with Olivia and told her everything, who was apparently also fed up with Derek for being a manipulative jerk. I know we're not friends, but sometimes you have to join forces with an enemy to take down a common one. Do you have any clue what Derek meant? He once introduced me to his cousin named Becca, which was obviously a lie. He talked about her having a rough time with her mom and said he was helping her. I actually have Becca's number. Can you reach out to her? Get her to meet me, please? I have to find out if Jenny is okay. I might do that. Or maybe even more. My dad can hire someone to track down Jenny for you. And in exchange, you want me to back out of the competition so you have a better shot at winning, huh? Exactly. Deal. But for now, can you arrange a meeting with her? Just tell her you want to meet her. Don't mention me, of course. The night before the big meetup with Becca, I couldn't shake off the unease. I was about to trade my dreams for some peace of mind. All the sweat and tears I'd shed in the gym would go to waste. But I also needed to know if Jenny was okay. So I ended up pouring my heart out to my mom. I didn't expect much, honestly. But Mom, in her own surprising way, gave me the clarity I desperately needed.
Ava, sometimes the hardest choices reveal our true priorities.
It's not just about winning or losing, it's about what you're willing to fight for. Remember, your value isn't measured by a medal, but by the courage to follow your heart, even when it leads down a difficult path. Her words resonated with me. I was going to meet Becca tomorrow. When I arrived at the cafe, Olivia was waiting for me at the entrance. Her look had a hint of sympathy. Becca isn't alone. Jenny is here too, and I think there's something wrong here. It's like Becca treats Jenny as a slave. She brought her to this meeting to hold her bags and stuff. I was stunned for a few moments. The thought of seeing Jenny made me emotional. Olivia stayed with me for a couple of minutes outside until I calmed down. Then I went inside.
Ava, you can't be here.
Tears welled up in my eyes. Why? What's going on?
Ugh, here come the tears. Let's hold hands and cry. What are you even doing here, Ava?
Ava, you know I care about you, but Becca, she's...
What, Mom? Say it, Jenny. This is your chance.
Becca, you've been unstable. She threatened me, Ava. It was getting out of hand. One day, she tried to do what she and Derek did to your house while locking me in the bathroom. She said she'd let me out, only if I promised to close my gym and stop training you.
I'd do anything to ruin you and Ava. Derek and I have more plans. Derek is the only one who loves me and worships me.
I always loved you, but I couldn't make you happy.
Oh, shut up.
Suddenly, Becca lunged at her mom. Right then, police officers surrounded us and restrained Becca.
Becca, you're going to need to come with us. We've heard enough, and it sounds serious, so you and Derek might be facing juvenile detention.
Olivia and I had called the police beforehand in case Becca made any confessions, and they heard everything. Thanks, Olivia. Giving up the competition felt worth it.
Actually, I think you should compete. May the best girl win.
Why help me now, Olivia?
I realized winning only means something if I compete with the best, and that's you, Ava.
I guess this is me trying to do the right thing for once. So this is about respect?
Yeah, respect, and maybe a bit of trying to be better myself.
I'm sorry for everything, Ava. She winked and walked away. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I hugged Jenny again, although I could feel how hurt she was over Becca. Looks like we're back to the hard training, just like old times. And Becca, she'll always be my daughter. I'll do my best to help her, even if she pushes me away. 2 weeks later, standing on the stage, I won first place. Surrounded by my proud mom, Jenny's joy, my brother's support, and even Olivia's half smile, I felt on top of the world. True victory comes from within, beyond any medal.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I grew up in a mansion with my rich aunt Judith, who ran a successful luxury jewelry brand. After having her daughter Riri, she couldn't have any more children, so she adopted me as a baby. My aunt loved to spoil me, but deep down I always wondered if it was because she truly cared or because she felt sorry for me. When I was 5, I won a singing competition, and she gifted me a massive dollhouse. I was happy the entire day, until my cousin Riri ruined it. She was 3 years older than me, taller, prettier, and meaner. She had everything, but somehow my very existence offended her.
Seriously? She gets a castle for singing a stupid song? Meanwhile, I asked for a bathtub filled with melted chocolate, and you said no.
Riri, first you wanted a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments, then a tiara for your dog, and now a chocolate bathtub? And I told you, she's special. Be smart like her and ask for something reasonable.
First of all, a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments is actually a brilliant idea, especially at my age. It helps me build confidence, which is what you need to be successful. But of course you wouldn't see that, just like you somehow think a song from your little charity case is castle-worthy.
The words stung, but I pretended they didn't. My aunt always told me to ignore her, but it was hard when she made it her life's mission to make me feel small. I used to always ask about my mom. I only had one picture of her holding me, and I kept it with me everywhere I went, folded, worn, and almost falling apart. When I got older, things only got worse. By 5th grade, I had stopped growing. At 4'11", I was the shortest kid in school, and people noticed, not in a good way. Sometimes it made me so frustrated that I avoided everyone and spent time alone. My aunt would check on me, but I didn't want to burden her any more than I already did. It was enough that she had Riri as a crazy daughter.
You're like my daughter, Isabel. You can tell me anything.
Like. She said, like her daughter. I knew she meant well, but somehow that one little word stuck with me. One time, our school took us to an amusement park. I was sitting alone when the new girl, Daphne, walked up to me. She was tall, confident, and way too friendly for my liking.
Why are you just sitting here like a statue? Come on, it's a field trip. Act like it.
Thanks for the motivational speech. Now get to the point.
Jeez, someone's cranky. I'm just asking if you want to go on a ride with me. I don't feel like going alone.
We got in line, and I was nervous but excited until the ride attendant stopped us.
Sorry, kid, you don't meet the height requirement. Maybe get your mommy to ride with you.
I wanted to disappear.
She's with me. I'm her older sister, and I'll make sure she's safe.
The attendant gave us a look, then shrugged and let us in. Seriously? This is your brilliant plan?
You're welcome, short stack.
From that day on, Daphne and I grew closer. We became BFFs, and it was amazing having her around, especially with Riri constantly making my life miserable. One day, when I was in the 7th grade, I got accepted into an elite summer camp for free because of my high grades. My aunt was so proud, she bought me a new car.
Why would you buy her a car she can't even drive? And even if she could, she'd never reach the steering wheel.
Aunt bought me the car for the driver to pick me up in it. Not my fault you're only good at failing and bullying.
How dare you! I'll catch you and sit on you.
Riri charged at me, but I spun away effortlessly, landing in a perfect stance on the other side of the room.
Oh dear, how many talents do you have?
Aunt Judith immediately enrolled me in a gymnastics team, and soon I became the best one there. And with every perfect landing, every gold medal, I hoped maybe this would make her love me even more.
Your mom also used to be a gymnast.
Hearing that made me feel closer to her. And from that moment, I loved gymnastics even more. But all this gymnastic thing only made Riri even more jealous. Instead of improving herself, Riri just got worse. She started sneaking out, wasting money on useless things, and hanging out with shallow friends. One night, Aunt Judith got a phone call from the police station. They had arrested Riri after she and her friends vandalized the principal's house and threw eggs at all the neighborhood cars. Aunt had to pay a hefty fine and cover the damages to get Riri out of trouble.
Oh, why can't you be a normal child?
Oh, you mean like Isabel? The perfect little angel who never talks back, never does anything wrong? Why don't you just adopt her and finally get rid of me?
Hey, don't talk to Auntie like that. She loves you. You just refuse to act like a daughter.
Shut up! No one's talking to you. This is between me and my mother, you charity case!
That's enough, Riri. I have given you enough chances, and you've always disappointed me.
And what about you? You got her home and forgot about me. I'm done being a second fiddle in my own house. I'm going to that fancy boarding school in France. Go ahead, let Isabel call you mommy instead.
Aunt and Riri had a huge fight, and after a few days, Riri left for boarding school in France. I knew Aunt loved me, but I also knew no matter what, she would always love Riri more. And that was okay. Riri was her real daughter after all. Aunt tried to hide her sadness, but it was clear she wasn't happy that Riri left. I guess this is what they mean when they say a parent's love is unconditional, even when their child doesn't deserve it. At least I had Daphne around, but things at her house weren't great. Her dad was unemployed, yet he'd go missing for days and then come back like nothing happened. Her mom worked 2 jobs just to make ends meet.
You know what annoys me? Not just that my dad is a useless human being, but also a liar. He keeps bragging about having another family. We know it's all nonsense, but it still hurts. I just wish Mom would finally stand up to him and leave him for good. She's incredible and doesn't need him.
Yeah, that sucks.
Wow, that's all you've got? You're terrible at this, you know that?
Hey, I've told you 100 times already, and here I am saying it for the 101st time. Just come live with me. Aunt Judith already agreed. She likes you and thinks you're a good kid.
She'd think anyone is a good kid compared to the airhead she gave birth to.
One day, when I was in 9th grade, my aunt told me she had to go on a business trip for an entire month. I tried to convince her to stay, but she wouldn't change her mind.
Isabel, this is a huge opportunity for me. I can't miss it. Besides, you're a responsible kid. You can have Daphne stay over, and I'm sure you two will have the best time.
That night, I slept next to Aunt Judith because I knew I was going to miss her a lot. A few days later, Daphne came to stay with me. One afternoon, while we were chilling in the living room, someone knocked on the door. I opened it and saw a beggar standing there. She had a scarf wrapped around her and wore oversized sunglasses. But something about her felt weirdly familiar.
Oh, dear.
God gave you a big mansion, not because you necessarily work harder than everyone else, but because luck was given to you. Keep passing on His goodness, and He will give you more. A few coins is all I ask to feed my children.
Yeah, sure. Wait here.
Would you be a dear and let me in? I've been walking since morning. Just a moment of rest, and that's all I ask. I won't forget this favor. I'll keep you in my prayers, always.
I didn't see the harm, so I let her in. Halfway up the stairs, I suddenly remembered I'd left my purse downstairs. I turned back, and there she was, standing by the entryway, grabbing a crystal diamond decoration off the side table and shoving it into her bag. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing my shout, Daphne rushed out from the living room and grabbed the woman's wrist, stopping her mid-motion. I ran down and yanked off her sunglasses and scarf.
Mom? I can explain. I didn't know this was your friend's house. I swear.
But still! Mom, you're a thief! How could you do this?
I'm not a thief. I ask rich people for help. And sometimes I take a little. So what? They won't even notice.
Oh my god! Is this your side job? Or is this the whole job? Begging and stealing?
How else am I supposed to feed you? Pay for your bills? You think that useless, worthless father of yours is gonna do it?
They started arguing, Daphne freaking out, her mom making excuses like it wasn't a big deal. Enough! They both turned to me. Just go. I'll talk to my aunt and see how we can help. Daphne's mom scoffed, grabbed her bag, and stormed out.
You don't have to do anything for us. I'll leave for now.
Then she was gone. That night she sent me a message. Things at home are chaotic. I'll talk to you in a few days. I didn't see her for days. I understood her though. I would never have judged her. I didn't want to pressure her, so I gave her space. At least I still had my aunt, and I was FaceTiming her almost every night. But one night, no matter how many times I called, she didn't answer. I remembered her assistant's number, so I called. She told me they had been searching for my aunt since that morning when she left on her private jet for a short domestic flight. They had lost all contact with the crew and suspected that something had gone wrong. My heart dropped. I kept praying for her safety, but a familiar fear crept in. The same hollow, aching feeling I barely remembered from when my mom was gone. Except this time, I was old enough to understand the weight of it. The next day, I heard the doorbell ring.
Miss me, cousin?
Riri had just moved back into the mansion like before. But what about your school?
It's my last year, and I wasn't feeling like finishing it. Also, I heard about Mom, so I came to be by your side, cousin.
How did you hear about Aunt Judith?
In case you forgot, I am her daughter. We talk. And her assistant told me the same thing she told you, so I immediately booked a flight and came here. Oh, by the way, I brought a guest. I hope he doesn't bother you. But if he does, well, I don't care. This is my mansion. This is my home.
Just then, her guest stepped inside, and I couldn't help but notice how familiar he looked. Is he your boyfriend?
On trial. I haven't made up my mind yet. He's my classmate, but he's a cutie, right? On a scale of 10? Solid 9, yeah?
I looked closer at him. My stomach dropped. The resemblance was unreal. He looked just like Daphne. His name was Nathan. Riri kept insisting that he and I were strictly forbidden from interacting with each other.
Never talk to him.
What if he is, I don't know, coughing and about to die?
If he's dying, you call me. Riri, an emergency! But if he's just coughing and clearly just needs a glass of water, then you call me, Riri, an emergency! See the difference? First one is Riri. Second one is Riri. Got it? Or do I need to write it down for you?
What's it like going through life without a single working brain cell?
Say that again.
Let me simplify it for you. You are stew. Before I could finish, Riri lunged at me. I started kicking her, but she knocked me down and sat on top of me, pinning me in place.
God, I've been waiting for this moment for years.
Jeez, when did you get this fat? No wonder you wanted a bathtub full of chocolate. You were planning to drink it. I shouted for the maids and shoved Riri so hard that she stumbled back, knocking over her boyfriend, who apparently had been about to pull her off me. He winced in pain, then she smacked his neck.
Man up! Instead of defending me, you just stood there like an idiot watching.
No, he didn't just stand there. He tried to help me. He was pulling you off.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He already likes me. Nathan opened his mouth to speak.
Shh! Is that your mouth moving? You don't talk, you don't breathe, you don't blink unless I give you permission.
Then she grabbed his hand and dragged him upstairs. What is she hiding this time?
For the next few days, Riri treated Nathan like her personal assistant. He carried her bags, brought her breakfast, and basically followed her around like a lost puppy. I tried to corner him multiple times, but he always ignored me. Until one day he was struggling to balance a ridiculous tower of whipped cream, marshmallows, and a giant stack of pancakes in one hand, while clutching a bunch of papers in the other. He nearly lost his footing. I quickly stepped in, grabbing some of the toppling food just in time.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Nathan. I'm here if you need anything.
And I'm here if you need a punch in the face, cousin.
As Nathan walked away, a piece of paper slipped from his hand and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up. It was a card with his face on it, the words written in big fancy letters. Happy 18, dear. Wait, 18? How could he be in Riri's class if he was already an adult? The place felt suffocating, so I decided to visit Daphne for a change. But as I got closer to the door, I heard shouting and screams. I rang the bell and Daphne opened it without a care in the world.
Oh, cool. Perfect timing. Come, enjoy the show.
Inside, her mom was swinging a kitchen spoon wildly, while her dad sat on the couch, calmly playing on Daphne's iPad, the one she had won in her school's science competition.
You spent my last $20 on a lottery ticket? I was supposed to buy dinner!
It's called investing. You don't get rich without taking risks. And when I do, I'm moving in with my other family.
She swung the spoon at his head, but he ducked just in time. The spoon smacked the lamp instead.
She's always aiming for the head, but his survival instincts are getting too good.
Why don't you go steal some money, woman? Make yourself useful.
I'm gonna steal your kidney in your sleep.
All right, it's getting too graphic. Let's go to the park.
As we walked out, I couldn't help but think about how messed up everything was. Not just Daphne's family, but mine too. And all I wanted was to be hugged, whether by my aunt or my mom. Just someone who felt like home. Days turned into weeks, and I kept trying to contact Aunt Judith, but there was still no sign of her. With each passing day, the silence grew heavier, and hopelessness started to sink in. A few days later, Riri decided to throw a party, despite my constant arguing. Your mom is still missing. How could you even think about throwing a party?
I would throw a party or even run for the presidency if I wanted. That's none of your business, Shorty.
I knew there was no point in arguing with her, so I decided to use this to my advantage. Maybe I could get Daphne to come and meet Nathan. Plus, we could wear costumes. 1, to embarrass Riri, and 2, to get Daphne involved in helping me figure out who Nathan really was without Riri finding out. On the night of the party, Daphne and I walked in dressed as Riri's biggest failed dreams. I wore a bathtub costume, covered head to toe in fake dripping chocolate. On the front, a golden nameplate read, Riri's Royal Spa, where luxury meets chocolate. Daphne, on the other hand, had a giant cardboard mirror strapped to her chest that read, You are beautiful, Riri, every time she pressed a button. The room went silent for a moment. Then, boom, everyone burst out laughing. Riri stormed toward us, eyes flaring.
Isabel, what do you think you're doing? I know this is you from your height. You look like an elf-sized jacuzzi.
Then she turned to Daphne and smacked the button on Daphne's mirror.
Okay, this can stay. Mates! Catch that infant-sized hot tub and throw her away!
Next thing I knew, I was sitting in my room watching the party from the window when I spotted Daphne moving toward Nathan. She stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly froze. Her whole body tensed. Then without hesitation, she whipped around and bolted toward me.
Not so fast.
Before Daphne could make it out, Riri grabbed her by the arm.
We're making a line. Everyone gets a turn to press your button. I want to reinforce the saying that I'm very beautiful until it becomes an absolute truth.
By the time Daphne finally broke free, half an hour had passed. She burst into my room, gasping like she had just run a marathon.
He just looks like a lost brother.
Then maybe he is? Didn't your father always say he had another family? We spent the next hour throwing out every possibility, debating whether this was just a coincidence or something bigger. You know, I always thought Riri was just jealous and angry at me. But when Aunt went missing, I really believed, just for a second, that maybe she'd understand what it's like to live without a mom.
And then?
And then she threw a party. We were so caught up in conversation that we lost track of time until we heard voices downstairs. We rushed over and peeked from an angle where they couldn't see us. The party was over, and for the first time, Riri and Nathan were arguing.
How could you spill juice on the most important guest tonight? She's a modeling agent, and I invited her to impress her.
I'm sorry, Riri. I didn't mean to.
Oh, great! And what exactly will your sorry fix now? She's never going to pick me.
She was never going to pick you anyway.
What did you just say?
Nothing.
No. Say that again, you worthless idiot piece of dirt.
Before she could finish, Nathan suddenly shoved her, like even he didn't realize he was going to. She stumbled back, looking stunned.
How dare you!
She lunged at him, running, but tripped on the carpet and passed out. We ran down to her and called 911. Nathan looked shaken, his hands trembling.
I'm sorry. I have no... I'm sorry.
We reached the hospital and Riri was immediately taken into the ICU. Nathan and I were waiting outside when this gum-chewing redhead nurse walked over. How is she?
She's stable.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, I didn't think you'd take the news so well. You're tough for such a tiny person.
What do you mean? You said she's stable.
Yes, like not getting any worse.
So she's getting better?
Oh no, not at all. Relax. I just mean she's not worse. She's exactly the same, unmoving, frozen in time like a statue.
God, can we just go in and see her?
Yeah, sure. Especially since it'll be the last time.
What?
The last time she's out cold.
Stop talking riddles and tell me if she's gonna be okay.
Well, I'm afraid I've tried everything I could.
Let her continue.
And now the best doctor in the hospital is in the room looking after your sister, so yeah, she'll be okay.
I wanted to rip off the nurse's head, but thankfully Riri woke up and we all rushed inside.
Someone pushed me. Someone wanted to kill me.
Whoa, no one was trying to push her. The annoying nurse was fussing over her, clearly impressed by the wealth and wasting no time kissing up to her.
Well, looking at her injury, it does seem like someone really wanted to hurt her. The shock in her eyes, this is classic post-traumatic stress. She's clearly in distress. The human mind reacts unpredictably to such violent events.
Oh, so now you're a therapist too?
Someone wanted me dead. Catch them!
Riri slowly raised her arm and pointed straight at Nathan. Before I could even think, I stepped in front of him. I did it.
Obviously! Who else would be that pathetic?
Well, that's a surprise confession, and a short one.
Nathan looked relieved, but I also caught him glancing at Daphne, his eyes scanning her carefully. The nurse called the police and they questioned me, but in the end, they just gave me a warning and left. For the next few days, I just avoided Riri and her boyfriend, but things with my aunt were not getting any better. I wanted to do something, so I kept visiting the police station, but they told me there was nothing else to do and that all search attempts had stopped. Then I had enough. I decided to attract media attention and start doing interviews. People began noticing my aunt's case, and some even joined me in peaceful protests. Daphne was right there by my side. But Riri, she never tried to help or even fake being concerned. She continued partying and wasting money left and right. One day, after finishing my TV interview, I went upstairs to lie down when I ran into Nathan on the way. He kept his head down, only glancing up when he got closer.
Psst. I never got the chance to thank you the other day. Why did you cover for me?
I just had a feeling I should. Who even are you?
I just can't say yet.
Are you related to Daphne? He paused, nodded once, then walked away without another word. I thought about contacting Daphne and telling her, but I decided to wait a bit longer. Maybe she would tell her mom, and her mom was always unpredictable. I figured it was time to get back to practicing gymnastics. I had stopped ever since Aunt Judith went missing, and now felt like the right time for a distraction. Sometimes healing comes from doing what you love, especially when I imagined my mom watching me, proud and smiling. I pushed myself a little too hard in practice and ended up hurting my leg. The doctor told me I needed to rest and avoid many activities for the next few weeks. Perfect. Just what I needed. Staying at home was boring, especially having to hear and see Riri's dumb fights.
Did you forget about my nail appointment? Nathan, you've been too distracted lately. I need sharp people around me, fast thinkers, geniuses. If I wanted stupidity, I'd talk to a goldfish or Isabel. So I'm doing you a favor. You're grounded until you learn how to think smarter. Don't ever leave the house.
With Riri always out partying, Nathan finally had the chance to talk to me alone. The idiot had literally given us the perfect opportunity after forbidding us from even looking at each other. How does someone get stupider this fast?
My name isn't Nathan. It's Alan. I was in Riri's class, and that's how I found out that she was from this town. So I figured if I got close to her, it would give me an excuse to come here without looking suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
Because I come from a really rich family. My mom's side, at least. My dad, though, he's a nobody, a total loser. And you already know who that is.
Daphne's dad.
Yes, I'm Daphne's stepbrother. My mom comes from a really rich background, but she fell in love with the wrong person and had me. Her father, my grandfather, never truly believed that my father existed and always saw me as a stain on the family. He never truly accepted me as his grandson and gave all his inheritance to my cousins instead, the ones with respectable fathers.
Wait, so your grandfather doesn't even know your dad is alive?
No, my mom tried her best to convince him, but without knowing where my dad was, we had no way to prove anything to my grandfather. Mom left a few years ago, and after that, there was no one left to help me uncover the truth. So I had to take matters into my own hands and search for him myself. It was only recently that I got a lead. My dad was in this town, but I couldn't come here alone. My cousins have always seen me as a threat, and if they found out that I was looking for my dad, they'd do everything in their power to stop me. If they found him first, they'd make sure I never did. I couldn't just show up without raising suspicions, so I needed a cover. That's where Riri came in, a rich, spoiled girl who wouldn't question why I was suddenly hanging around. All I had to do was play along, pretend to be interested in her, and make it seem like I was just another rich kid chasing wealth, at least as far as my cousins were concerned. Riri, on the other hand, thinks I'm some desperate, dumb, poor kid trying to break into her world. And honestly, that worked in my favor. So I posed as her boyfriend and came here. But it's been a painful journey.
But I found out you're 18. How are you even in Riri's class?
Well, I had to retake my senior year. All the drama with my family messed me up, and I failed the first time.
I told Nathan I'd talk to Daphne, explain everything, and that we would help his dad confess he's the father. I promised to do everything I could to help him out. When Daphne and Nathan finally met, it was awkward. But eventually things worked out, and her father agreed to go with Nathan to his grandfather and confess that he was his father, on one condition.
I might do it, but maybe you need to pay me $10,000. All right. I meant $20,000. All right.
Daphne's dad started coughing, clutching his chest like a dying man.
Actually, $40,000. All right.
Daphne's dad suddenly collapsed onto the couch, wheezing like he was on his deathbed.
I see the light. What I meant to say was
$50,000, and it's over. Daphne's dad immediately sat up, miraculously healed.
Pleasure doing business with you, son.
Nathan handed over the money, and just like that, the deal was sealed. Nathan also suggested helping us find Aunt Judith.
I have a feeling Riri is hiding something.
What do you mean? I know she's stupid, but not this evil. We should search her room. That night, we waited for Riri to go out, and the three of us snuck into her room. We searched everywhere, but found nothing.
What do you think you're doing?
We spun around to see Riri standing at the door, calmly licking Nutella off a spoon.
If you're looking for something to help you find Mom, don't bother. I already did. I hired expert investigators and they found her. Turns out she lost her memory on some island. I've been paying for her treatment. Don't worry, she's in one of the best hospitals. I just didn't feel like seeing her anytime soon.
Are you serious? We've been searching for her for months. The entire town has been helping us. Why didn't you say anything and save us all the effort and the stress? What is wrong with you?
And you were all very cute about it, very passionate. Gold star for effort. Calm down, she's fine. I'll give you the hospital's contact and you can deal with it from now on. I'm done. She never loved me. The only time she ever called was when I was in trouble.
Which is almost every day? She loved you unconditionally.
Shut up, Isabel. And by the way, Nathan, I know you're not poor. I'm not that dumb, but I did enjoy making you my personal servant.
And with that, she grabbed the bag she had already packed and walked out. A few days later, Aunt Judith was finally back with us. Her memory was still recovering, but after some hugs and tears, the first thing she did was pull out a worn-out picture from her pocket. It was of her, Riri, and me.
I remember you. You're Isabel, my daughter, right? Where's your older sister, Riri?
I woke up in the middle of the hallway when suddenly I heard kissing noises from my twin brother Mark's room. I took a peek from the door and had the biggest shock of my life. He wasn't kissing his girlfriend or another girl. He was kissing my boyfriend, for the love of God. I was so shocked I started nosebleeding. I barged into the room screaming, "What did I do wrong? Don't you like my long hair anymore?" "My love, Mark shoved him away and defensively said, "Get out of my room, you little perv." He then ran to the window and started pretending to throw up violently. "Oh, and now you're pregnant? La good guy." "Shut up, brat. It's not what you think." My boyfriend immediately jumped out of the window without any explanation and was never seen again, ever. He was a jerk anyway. Mama barged in and asked what happened. "Ma, Mark kissed my boyfriend." "Correction, her stupid boyfriend sneaked into my room and kissed me. Gadidi, it's not my fault that both girls and boys are crazy about me." "OMG, you're just jealous because I'm better than you at almost everything, even soccer." "You wish. I'm the man of the house. I'll do whatever I want whenever I want, and I will make sure to ruin your life." Mama glared at me. "Stop annoying my darling boy. Gay or not, at least his room is clean. Look, it's more organized than your entire life, you useless girl. Go clean your room now." "My room is always clean. It's just organized in a messy way. And did you ever hear him threatening me, like just now?" Mama continued blabbering, which made me sleepy, and I yawned. Moments later, I just dropped on the floor and fell asleep. Again. "Oh, hi there. My name is Trixie. I'm from the Philippines, and I have a condition called narcolepsy, where I sleep literally anytime and anywhere. But that didn't stop me from stealing my brother's girlfriend to get revenge on him. Like and subscribe to hear my story. You see, my annoying brother was in the same class as mine, and he made my life crazier with this condition. One day, our history teacher was talking about how our country was made up of 7,640 beautiful islands when Christian, Mark's best friend, suddenly went down on his knees and asked me to marry him. Was this for real? "Oh, yes, Christian, I do, I will marry you." Suddenly, our teacher kicked my seat and I was wide awake. "Detention for sleeping in class again, Trixie." I looked around and saw that everyone was laughing at me, including Christian himself. My stupid brother teased me. "Oh, yes, Christian, I do, I will marry you." So freaking stupid. Oh no, had I seriously said that? I had been secretly crushing on Christian since forever, but I'd never admit it because he was my jerk brother's best friend. While on my way to the detention room, I bumped into Christian of all people. He was grinning from ear to ear as he helped me up. "So, I heard from a reliable source that you want to marry me." It was just a dream, like, ew, you're not even my type." My heart instantly raced when he leaned in closer and started playing with my hair. "You're really cute, you know." Huh? He pressed my nose and gave a wink before leaving. OMG, my heart. Just then, Mark and his girlfriend Julia, the most beautiful girl in school, walked by me. They just pushed me away and continued walking. I landed on the ground and fell asleep right away, and when I woke up, girls were looking differently at me. Were they drooling? I got even more confused at what they were saying. "Oh my God, who is he? He's so cute. Have babies with me, new guy. He can ruin my life and I'll thank him." I passed by a locker which had a mirror attached to it and screamed at the top of my lungs when I realized that someone had cut my hair short. I immediately thought of Mark. It was surely him. I stomped over to Julia. Her eyes grew wide upon seeing me. "Did he send you to cut my hair?" "Huh? What are you talking about, and who are you?" "Duh, I'm Trixie." She looked totally shocked and a bit hooked. "Mark was gonna pay for this. This is a joke, right?" Julia leaned in closer to inspect my face, and our lips almost touched. "You look more handsome than your brother." Mark showed up looking very, very jealous. It gave me an idea for a perfect payback. By stealing his girlfriend. "Babe, what are you doing?" "I was just telling your sister how she got uglier in short hair." "Come on, babe, stop wasting your time on her." He snatched Julia away, and the girl looked back at me and gave me a weird smile. Later that day, I was looking for her and found her watching the soccer practice along with hundreds of other girls. She was surprised when I sat beside her. I tried talking to her, but she was ignoring me. Why couldn't she be like those other girls who were suddenly going crazy over me? Mark turned in our direction, so I grinned and whispered some nonsense in his girlfriend's ear to make it look like we were flirting. "Robot potato." Huh? I so wanted to laugh at Julia's face. The girl looked so confused. I was so loving the look of jealousy on Mark's face. Minutes later, I had fallen asleep in the bleachers, and when I woke up, Christian was kicking the ball and flew it in my direction. Thank God I immediately caught it with one hand. Everyone looked very impressed. I really was good at soccer. Christian ran up to me and said, "I'm so sorry about that, dude." Wait, Trixie? Is that you? Why did you cut your beautiful hair? His disappointed face made me want to cry. I missed my long hair so much. Because of that, my hatred for my brother grew even more. Somebody cut it while I was sleeping. I bet it was someone insecure. I made sure that Mark heard it. It will grow back again in a month, don't worry. Anyway, that catch was perfect. You should be our new goalkeeper. The last one is in a coma since he got hit on his head. Mark immediately rejected his idea. Dude, seryoso ka? My sister's a girl and she just messed the game. Try me. Their coach agreed to it, and the next moment I was already standing in the goal box with all the players lined up in front of me, ready to kick the ball. They were all stunned when I caught them all effortlessly. Mark looked like he was about to eat me alive, but Christian was looking very impressed. Oh my God, Trixie, that was so cool. Suddenly, hundreds of girls were running towards me looking like hungry pregnant cats. Oh no, I immediately excused myself and hid inside the janitor's closet. I took out my pillow and instantly fell asleep. When I woke up, I almost screamed upon seeing Julia's face up close. She was on top of me, and she was holding scissors. Panicking, I pushed her away, and she crashed against the janitor's things and knocked them all over, making some loud noise. You stupid girl! Why can't you be ugly? I should have cut everything last time. No one should be prettier than me. What? So it was actually her and not Mark? What a psycho! She was about to pull my hair when the door opened, and I came face to face with a shocked Christian, a furious Mark, and the jealous girls behind them. Apparently, it looked like I had just made out with Julia. I swear, at that moment, I wanted to disappear. Julia immediately went after Mark, while I was left with Christian and the other girls. I was about to explain, but he stopped me.
It's okay, Trixie. I understand.
I wanted to run after him, but these furious girls were blocking my way. Could this day get any worse? The soccer finals finally came and I tripped over something out of nervousness. To my surprise, someone picked me up and carried me like we just got married. Christian! What are you doing?
Just making your dreams come true.
I was blushing hardcore when he gently put me on my seat and sat next to me. I wanted to be clear to him that I wasn't a lesbian, but then Mark suddenly squeezed himself between us and they started talking about girls and Mobile Legends. Ugh. Boys. When we reached the stadium, the game immediately started and it was intense. The players of our rival school were really good. One of them was already kicking the ball in my direction. I was so confident that I'd catch it, but to my surprise, I tripped again and missed it. I looked down and noticed that I'd actually forgotten to tie my shoelaces. I caught Mark smirking at me. Oh, that jerk was happy I messed the game. Thankfully, I was able to catch the next ones. Things got really boring in the middle of the game, so I fell asleep in the middle of the goal box. Minutes later, I woke up to my brother pouring water over me and the sound of my teammates and to everyone screaming at me. Trixie, wake up! I instantly rose to life and saw the current score. It was now a tie and we only had 10 seconds left. When I got up, a player was now running my way and oh boy, those legs were scary. All right, Trixie, you're a girl and you're cool. You can stop this. He kicked the ball real hard and I jumped to reach it and slapped it away. My teammates in the audience rose to cheer for our victory. Christian picked me up and twirled me around like we were happy lovers. You were amazing. He was about to kiss me when Mark interrupted us.
You did great, sis.
I couldn't believe my ears. It was the first time he'd ever said a nice thing about me. Thanks, Skuya. When we came back to school, everyone was treating me like a hero and the girls were showering me with gifts and marriage proposals. I turned to Christian and gave him a help me look, but he just gave me a very sad look. Did he really think that I was enjoying these girls' attention? Suddenly, I felt brave. I grabbed his face and finally kissed him in front of those girls. He kissed me back, and I had butterflies flapping around wildly in my stomach. I looked for Mark, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I wondered if he was okay. He didn't go to school the next day, and I got a bit worried. One night, I decided to sneak into his room, only to get another shocker when I saw him staring at Christian's picture in his wallet. Oh my God! I thought he was jealous because of Julia, but no, it was because of Christian. His best friend and my crush. Grabito. Suddenly he spoke.
I know you're there, sis. Come and sit with your loser brother.
For the first time in my life, I felt sorry for him. I sat beside him, and to my surprise, he hugged me, and his body shook as he cried. You're not a loser, okay? We are not losers. Remember that.
Christian has really liked you since day one, you know. Take care of that jerk for me, okay?
I promise. The rivalry between my brother and I finally came to an end. And as a bonus, I also became Mama's new favorite when I finally cleaned my room.
I was exploring our building when I walked into a strange, empty apartment. The walls and ceilings were all painted blue. Even the tiles on the floor were blue. Suddenly, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I tried to run out, but to my horror, I realized that the door had closed behind me and it was locked. I don't even know how long it took my parents to find me. Hi, I'm Piper, and since that day, I've had cyanophobia. Did you know that it's a fear of the color blue? And people who have it can't look at anything blue without freaking out. I don't even own a pair of blue jeans. If I look at the sky without my tinted glasses, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. So imagine how I felt when I got stuck in the middle of the ocean when I agreed to go with my best friend Tori to her private island. That was the worst day ever. Before I start my story, please subscribe to My Story Animated for the craziest stories ever. Are you sure you can't fix the engine, Conan? What kind of genius are you anyway? Stupid? We were a few miles away from the island, and the yacht's engine had suddenly died. Miss, I told you he can't fix it. We'll have to call some mechanics. Right now, I'll arrange the rowboat for you all to get to the mainland. My stomach churned. It was bad enough being in a yacht. I didn't want to be out there on the open water in a tiny boat. Don't worry, Piper. Just keep your glasses on and I'll hold your hand all the way. Tori was the best. Your glasses are so dorky. They match you pretty well. Ace held out his hand to help me off the boat, and I felt my legs turn to jello. He turned to Tori next. What a gentleman. Thank you, babe. She pulled him in for a long, steamy kiss. I turned away, only to see Lucy looking crushed. As soon as we got inside the house and I took my glasses off, Ace suddenly jumped in front of me, grinning. Hey, Piper, guess the color of my shirt under this jacket. I swear to God, Ace, don't. I looked away when he suddenly unzipped his jacket and laughed his head off. As soon as we'd settled into our rooms, everyone got on their bathing suits and headed straight for the pool, except for me, of course, and Conan, who probably didn't know how to have fun. Tori and Ace were chasing each other around the pool. Boy, Ace looked good. I felt so bad for feeling jealous of Tori. She'd asked me to help Ace with math lately, and stupid me, I'd just gone and fallen in love with him, and he only saw me as a weirdo. I wasn't the only one with a love problem, though. Lucy was trying so hard to get Ace's attention. Hey, Ace, I can hold my breath underwater for a really long time. Why don't you time me? When she came back up a few minutes later, almost blue in the face, Tori and Ace were kissing each other. Even though I didn't like her at all, my heart went out to the poor girl. Just then, Lucy started splashing around in the water like she was drowning. Ace, help! Ace started swimming towards her quickly, but someone else had gotten to her first. It was Conan. He emerged from the pool like a hero, carrying Lucy in his strong arms, and she looked furious. Luce, are you okay? What happened? Nothing. I just got a cramp in my leg. I would have been fine, but hey, thanks, Conan, I guess. I thought you screamed for help. So why didn't you come for me, Ace? God, I was feeling embarrassed for her. Could she be any more obvious? Just then, the yacht captain came running to the pool area. He told Tori that the earliest anyone could come fix it was a week. Tori called home for her private helicopter. Geez, my stupid sister Stacy has taken it on a spa retreat. We won't be able to get it for 3 days. Why is this happening to me? It's probably Conan's fault. He brought bad luck with him. My life suddenly seemed to have turned into something from my favorite channel, My Story Animated. I saw the story of a girl once who got stuck with her crush and his girlfriend in a basement. Who would have thought something like that would ever happen to me? They all came into the house looking bummed out. We were going to miss our own graduation. Everyone started freaking out. I tried to calm them down, so I said, guys, there's nothing we can do but make the most of it. Let's play a game. How about hide and seek? Everyone agreed. Surprisingly, Conan too. We drew straws, and it was Tori's turn first to find the rest. She started counting to 100 as we all slipped away looking for our hiding places. 85, 86, 87. She was almost done, and I still hadn't found a good place to hide. I quickly ducked into a small broom closet at the bottom of the stairs. I nearly had a heart attack when someone put a hand over my mouth. Shh.
It's me. You're in my spot. Just be quiet now.
Ready or not, here I come. When we heard her footsteps fade away, there was an awkward silence. I'm pretty sure he could hear my heart pounding.
So are you afraid of the dark too?
No, Ace. I'm not afraid of everything.
You know I'm just kidding around with you, right? I wouldn't actually scare you.
Well, honestly, my phobia isn't really a laughing matter. He fell quiet. To my shock, I suddenly felt him take my hand.
Listen, I'm sorry. I won't bug you again.
I could feel him pulling me closer. My head was spinning. Was he going to kiss me?
Hey, Piper, there's been something I've been meaning to tell you.
Just then, the door opened and we jumped apart. It was Tori, and she didn't look happy.
What are you guys doing?
Nothing, Tori. I ended up in Ace's hiding place by accident. Did you find the rest? Ace had turned red, and Tori kept looking between the two of us. Oh, I wish I could walk back into the closet and go out the other way, to Narnia or something. She said that she hadn't found the others yet, and I told her we'd help her look. We found Conan pretty quickly. He was hiding under the sheets in his bed, and he was fast asleep. And we all knew where Lucy would be. Somewhere in Ace's room.
Let's call it a night, guys. I'm pretty tired.
Walk me to my room, babe? Ace followed her, but he turned back to look at me for just a second. As I headed to my room, I couldn't stop thinking about that moment in the closet. What had he wanted to tell me? The next morning, as I was about to head down for breakfast, I heard Ace's voice from his room.
Hey guys, has anyone seen my jacket? I can't find it anywhere.
Just then, Lucy came out of her room, and boy did she look pissed. I can't find any of my lipsticks. I'm going to look like a freaking ghoul without them. Who took them? Tori and I decided to check our stuff too. She found out that someone had taken all her credit cards. To my horror, when I went through my things, I couldn't find my bottle of anti-anxiety pills anywhere. Who would want a bottle of crazy pills?
Hey, don't be mean. Who'd want a bunch of lipsticks?
Guys, there's no one here other than us. Who's doing this? We all exchanged glances when we remembered Conan. Just then, we heard the sounds of things being thrown around and ran to Conan's room. He was sitting on the floor looking scary mad.
Who took my books?
We looked for the missing things, but they seemed to have vanished in thin air. Oh my God, what if this house is haunted?
Don't be silly. Of course it's not.
But Lucy seemed to be getting really worked up. You know what? This getaway was a bad idea, and this is all your fault, Tori. Suddenly, the always nice Tori seemed to lose her patience. Who forced you, Lucy? We all know why you're really here. I didn't even want you to come. Oh, of course you didn't. You just wanted Ace to yourself, right? Duh, he's my freaking boyfriend. Whatever, Tori. I jumped between them and tried to push them apart before they ripped each other's hair out. Get off me, freak. That's enough. In case everyone has forgotten, it's my birthday today. That's why we're here. Ace gave her a quick hug and wished her a happy birthday.
Guys, let's not ruin Tori's birthday, okay?
Yeah, let's cut the cake. You'd think we were at a funeral. Everyone looked miserable, but Tori blew out the candles in delight and cut the cake. She picked up a slice and turned to Ace. First one for my babe. Lucy glared at the two of them, grabbed the knife, and took a big piece. Well, here you go, babe. And she shoved the piece in the mouth of a completely unsuspecting Conan. Weirdly enough, he looked really pleased. I'll just cut myself a piece. Nobody seemed to want to hang out, so we all went to our rooms. I was reading a book when Tori came in, carrying Ace's jacket. She said she'd sneaked into Lucy's room to search around while she wasn't there, and she'd found it under her pillow. She told me to come with her. We had to tell Ace. Reluctantly, I followed her to Ace's room. We got the shock of our lives when we found Lucy in his bed. Tori grabbed Lucy by the feet and dragged her out. Are you insane? First you steal all our things, now you're trying to steal my boyfriend? I didn't steal anything, and I don't think your boyfriend likes you all that much. I found the jacket in your room, and Ace loves me. I guess the ghost in this house put it there because I didn't. And why were you in my room? Why are you in Ace's bed?
What are you all doing here?
Ace had just stepped out of the shower, and for a couple of seconds, all three of us forgot the fight. Damn, he looked hot. Then, Tori started screaming again about how Lucy had stolen their stuff, and they'd found her in his bed. And she said you didn't love me. Tell her she's crazy. Ace looked strangely nervous.
Of course I do, babe. Can we just stop this and go to bed?
Just then, Conan walked in. He stood staring at us for a few seconds. Then, before we knew it, he seemed to have flown over to the other end of the room, straight at Ace.
Hey, what the hell? Get off me, you ape.
Isn't one girl enough for you? Do you always have to take them all?
Why don't you take them all and get out of my room? I'm so sick of everyone.
Tori looked furious and stormed out of the room. Lucy followed her in a huff, and I quickly slipped out too. I couldn't wait to go back home. I'd had enough of all this drama. I woke up the next morning to my worst nightmare. Everything in my room was blue. I screamed and dove under the bed. No, this couldn't be happening. I could feel my chest getting tighter and everything closing in on me. It felt like I was 8 again, stuck in that apartment. Suddenly, I felt a hand reach out to me.
Piper, are you okay? Let's go, and keep your eyes closed.
While I sat on the bed with my eyes shut tight, I could hear Ace going around the room. When he told me I could open them, I saw all the blue sheets were gone. I couldn't stop crying. I need my inhaler. I pointed to the drawer, but when he opened it, it wasn't there. Ace quickly took a brown paper bag and told me to breathe in and out of it. He held me close while I calmed down. Oh my God. Ace, why'd you have to be so nice? Just then, Tori walked in, but before she could say anything, Ace explained that he'd heard my scream and came to see what had happened. Tori looked horrified.
I can't believe someone would do that. It's that Lucy, of course. She's always making fun of you. Where is she, by the way?
We looked around for Lucy, but she wasn't anywhere in the house. We peeped in Conan's room, and he wasn't there either. When we went downstairs, I suddenly noticed something out of the window. Tori, where's your yacht? We all ran out to where it had been docked, and it was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Ace spotted a note stuck to a tree. Thanks for bringing your genius brother along. He finally managed to fix the engine. I hate all of you, including you, Ace. I hate you for not loving me back. I hope you all rot on that stupid haunted island. Hate, Lucy. Tori was about to blow a fuse. She called home and could hardly explain what had happened because of the weak signal. She threw her phone on the ground in frustration. I'd never seen her so mad. I guess we'll get home tomorrow, Tori. It's okay. Tori tried to calm down and forced a smile. Yes, you're right. We get another day on the island without those 2 losers. It'll be fun. Tori said her parents had a few boats and jet skis in the shed, so we could have some fun on the water. I was still feeling really shaken about what had happened that morning, so I told her I'd sit it out on the beach.
You should join us, Piper. We'll go on the rowboat. Just keep your glasses on and just hold on to me all the way, okay? Promise, you'll be fine.
How could I say no to him? Tori also encouraged me, so I decided to go with them. Just as Ace was about to push the boat out into the water, Tori said, "Hey babe, can you run back to the house and get my sunscreen? I forgot to put it on and I'll get burnt." Ace ran off to the house and suddenly, Tori snatched the glasses off my face. "What are you doing?"
My boyfriend is in love with you, Piper. And don't even act as if you don't know that. I asked you to help him study, and look what you did.
I don't know what you're talking about. Please, give me my glasses back. He has been planning to break up with me after my birthday.
I hoped he'd see on this getaway what a freak you are. I stole everyone's stuff. Messing around with everybody, especially that idiot Lucy, was just an added bonus. And I made your room blue.
I stared at her, horrified, as she jumped off the boat and pushed it into the water.
It's really you I want to punish, Piper. You stole my boyfriend.
And with that, she walked away with the oars while the boat was carried farther away by the waves. I was going to die. I couldn't take this. I closed my eyes and hid my face in my knees. Just then, I heard the sound of a machine, and I barely opened my eyes to see Ace racing towards me on a jet ski. Oh, my knight in shining armor. He stopped next to the boat, and with shaking hands and legs, I somehow made it onto the jet ski behind him. My eyes shut tight.
I'm so sorry she did that, Piper. She must have read my text to a friend. I was planning to break up with her because I've kind of fallen for someone else.
Who?
Open your eyes. I promise, it's not that bad.
I did, and holding onto him tight, this was the least afraid I'd felt in a really long time. He turned around and kissed me, and of course I kissed him back. I couldn't believe the crazy events of the past few days. had led me to Ace. Of course, we're no longer friends with Tori and Lucy. I've enrolled in therapy for my phobia, and I have a long way to go, but I'm slowly making progress. I got a delivery on my doorstep today. I chose roses because they're not blue. That would be my life without you. Jeez, he's so lame.
Hi everyone, I'm Alana, and I'm one of the smartest people in the world. Please do like and subscribe to MSA. Okay, not in the world, but I am the smartest of my siblings. Straight A's, winning debates, and a pro at piano. I had it all. Well, I should have had it all, but there's a saying, the squeaky wheel gets all the grease. And that's my siblings. My parents only cared about my popular older brother Derek and his college future. Then there was the other squeaky wheel, my little sis Lisa. She was adorable when she was younger, but recently she'd grown into a little grumpy, attention-seeking grouch. My point is, I was the forgotten middle child. Even worse, Derek, aka Mr. Popular, was as dumb as a doorknob, always complaining about his phone not working, even though he didn't know how to use it. Eventually, I lost patience and I decided to mess with him. Maybe the battery is faulty. I read somewhere that you should rub the battery on your head. Apparently, it helps recharge it. That's not a thing. Fine, don't believe me. Why would you trust the nerd anyways? Wait, she is a total nerd. Maybe she's right. Derek walked around the entire day rubbing the battery against his hair. Dad noticed his struggle eventually and bought him a brand new phone. See what I mean? I'd been asking Dad for a new laptop for months because mine was literally hanging by a thread. But all he said was,
I'll get it on the way home from your brother's game. Don't worry. Ah, dear, I forgot. Anyways, I'm busy with your baby sister now, so I'll do it later.
Later never arrived. Eventually, I saved up my own money. Sort of. Technically, I got the rest of it from Mom by pretending that my laptop gave me an electric shock. Sorry, but you gotta be creative when people ignore you. And that's the thing. When you're overlooked as a child, it becomes a full-time job just to get noticed. Like another time when I was 13, I just won a massive science competition. And I mean massive. Every school in the area was there. And I won with my project on how to make animal-friendly leather out of mango skins. When I got home to tell my parents about winning the competition, they were completely fawning over pretty boy Derek. His best friend Steve was there too. God, every time I saw him, I felt my cheeks flush. I hated to admit it, but I had such a crush on him. Elena, honey, did you congratulate your brother? His team won the game, and he's in the running for prom king this year.
My star quarterback. I'm so proud of you.
That's nice. I won the science competition for our entire district.
Wow, congratulations. You're really smart, Alana. Ugh, science. I never understood that subject. It's always about worms somehow.
We knew you'd always win, Alana. No big deal. Since when was entering for prom king or winning a game with your entire team helping you a big deal? But my parents obviously thought so, because they booked a beach resort just to celebrate Derek's achievements. And they invited the entire extended family. Great. Just great. And as usual, things didn't go my way. When we got to the resort, Dad realized he forgot to put my luggage in the car, even though I was done packing 2 days ahead of everyone else. Typical. Aw, honey, let's turn it into a positive. It's been so long since the two of us went out clothes shopping.
Careful with her, Mom. She'll make you buy a jacket made out of mangoes or shoes made out of lemons.
When Mom and I got back, the entire family decided to go out for a fancy dinner. I wore a dress Mom bought me, and secretly, I felt cute. Then everyone started complimenting me, and I knew I really looked good.
Okay, she's looking nice for once, but anyone can look good on vacation. Try doing it every single day of your entire high school career.
He couldn't handle losing the spotlight for a second. While everyone was laughing at my brother's corny jokes, I hit the beach. Grabbing my phone, I opened the piano app to play my favorite song. The music took me away to a special place, but then I noticed someone watching me. It was a boy my age, a really good-looking boy.
Huh, didn't expect to find someone my age who liked older songs. You play really well.
Thanks. It's one of my favorite songs. He introduced himself as Wayne, and we got to talking. We both had a lot in common. We listened to similar music and even had the same favorite movie of all time, The Notebook.
Just don't tell me it's because of Ryan Gosling.
Nah, he's too old, but the movie was awesome. It stayed true to the book, which is what I love the most. Wayne's face went blank, then he totally transformed into the movie's lead character.
I've spent each life before this one searching for you. Not someone like you, but you, for your soul and mine.
must always come together. I couldn't believe I was sitting with a boy alone on the beach and quoting Nicholas Sparks. Finally, someone noticed me. I spent the rest of the trip sneaking away from my family to meet Wayne. I told him all about my family, and he listened. He told me something that really stuck in my mind. Don't hide your true self, Alana. Do whatever you like doing, even if your brother says it's nerdy. I thought playing video games was a waste of time, but now I'm pretty dang good at it, and quite famous too. On the last night of the vacation, I was sad to say goodbye to Wayne. He squeezed my hand and told me we'd keep in touch, and we did. We texted each other every day, but when I hit school again, things had changed. My shopping trip with Mom had transformed my dress style, and now I felt everyone's eyes on me, even Steve's. It became too much, so I hid in the music room during recess. Then, the most unexpected thing happened.
Elena, how are you?
I'm good. Derek's not here though.
I know. I wanted to talk to you. How's music class going?
I couldn't believe it. I did my best not to act like the other girls who screamed when Derek or Steve walked past them. Steve and I talked for a while. I told him about my vacation and showed him some of the beautiful pictures I took of the place. That's when I noticed how he kept moving closer. And before I knew it, he was holding my hands.
You know, this new look is really cute on you.
Do you seriously think so?
Yeah, I do. And I am the cuteness expert. Hey, listen. Sorry, I gotta take this.
As Steve talked into his phone, I watched him walk away, but all I could think about were his words. This new look is really cute on you. After that day, Steve and I hung out quite a bit, but only at school. The more I got to know Steve, the more I told Wayne about him. But when I got home one day, my numbskull brother Derek was waiting. He turned my closet upside down and ruined my new clothes. He was angry.
Stay away from Steve, nerd. You got it?
Finally, someone takes an interest in me, and you want me to stop? Derek, I'm gonna ask Steve to be my homecoming dance date, whether you like it or not. And if you ruin all of my clothes for the night, I just won't wear any. Derek was shocked. Looks like the boring middle sister wasn't so boring after all.
Alana, please.
As if I was gonna listen to him of all people. The next day, I went to find Steve. I wanted to ask him to the homecoming dance, but as I reached for the gym door, I heard Steve's voice inside. My heart raced when I heard another girl's voice.
Come on, babe. There's no way I like Alana. I just wanted to get close to her so she'd do all my assignments. I can even get her to do your assignments too.
I couldn't believe it. I wanted to yell at him, but I was way too upset. If I confronted him, I'd probably have puked on him. When I got home, I jumped straight into bed and texted Wayne to tell him everything. He cheered me up right away. He sent me a surprise package of brownies and some exotic flowers I'd never seen before. And of course, my parents bombarded me with questions. Did a boy send you this stuff? Yeah, he's just a friend.
Do we know him? Derek, do you know him?
Come on, Dad, it's Alana.
No boys chase her. She's probably sending the stuff to herself.
First of all, the boy exists. And no, he's not one of Derek's stupid football friends. I met him at the beach, actually. And we've been best friends ever since. See for yourself.
The phone battery died, honey.
Dad, you can't trust her with phone batteries. I'm not lying, I promise. Whether you believe me or not isn't important to me. I'm not trying to show off to the world who I'm dating or how cool I am. That's not my priority.
Says the girl who's running for prom queen. Huh.
Yeah, I saw it too. Someone entered your name for that thing. The moment Mom heard those two words, prom queen, she squealed and began planning a whole new dress to buy me. It was nice to get her attention for once, but I wasn't remotely interested in the thing. Take it easy, Mom. Prom night events are so basic and fake. Like, why even bother? All the popular kids just show up to try and prove how cool they are. It's so lame. No way I want to be part of it. That night, Lisa walked into my room without saying a word. I was the one who nominated you for prom queen, Alana. Seriously? But why? Because you're so much smarter and cooler than the other girls. If you win, it'll mean so much for girls like me.
What do you mean?
Alana, I really look up to you. The prom queen stuff shouldn't just be for the popular crowd. You're so smart, and in my opinion, you're already a queen. Oh God, stop it. My moody little baby sister just said she looked up to me. There's no way I'm letting you go. Lisa's words really got me pumped for the dance now. Not that I was a good dancer. It was actually because all the nominated students were expected to give a speech at the dance. This was my chance to finally tell the popular kids what I thought of them. It took a couple of days to write the speech, and then one more day to delete the really bad words. But finally, my speech was ready. I was gonna give Derek and Steve a major clapback in front of the whole school. But when I told Wayne, he thought it was a bad idea. He tried to convince me that I should take the higher ground, that Derek was my brother after all. But I didn't care. On the day of the speech, I was practicing at home, and suddenly Derek barged in. Did you forget how to knock, or were you rubbing batteries on your head again? Alana, I heard you're gonna tell the whole school how much you hate me and my friends. Really? Yeah, and? You always get everything on a silver platter. Don't you know how hard the rest of us work compared to you? You sound really stupid right now. Sure, it's not easy for you nerds, but it's not easy for us either. Yeah, right. There you go, acting like you know everything. I fought with Steve today, you know, because he lied to you. Derek lifted his jacket to show me. He had a bloody scratch from a fight. Do you even know how much pressure there is on me every time I run onto the field? It's my whole college dream at stake. You don't even realize how much cooler you are than me in comparison. You'll get into any university no matter what, whereas I'm scared of failing every single day. You think I'm cooler than you? Really? That's all you heard? Wow. Derek's words really made me think. I'd acted like the burden of the entire world was on my shoulders, but here he was, the most popular guy at school, and he was struggling. I found Derek sitting out on the porch later. Derek, I just wanted our parents to notice me as much as you and Lisa. I'm tired of trying hard and still being nothing but a nerd to them. Firstly, Alana, Mom and Dad do notice you. In fact, they're always talking about how good you are all the freaking time. It's just that they don't have to worry about you. And anyways, being a nerd is great. You can do anything. Like I could tutor you. That's it, Derek. How about I help you out by tutoring you? Well, actually, I could really use your help for school, but nobody needs to know, okay? Not even your imaginary boyfriend. He is not imaginary. I was about to punch my brother's arm, but then I saw him smiling. He was joking. He could be pretty clever in his own way sometimes. The next day, I rewrote my entire speech, and on the day of the dance, I gave the school the motivational speech of their lives. I told every kid that whether they were popular or not, they should all just have fun and let go. Don't put crazy pressure on yourself. We're young after all. We should enjoy learning the things that are meaningful to us. And that's how you achieve maximum coolness. I'd like to think I convinced everyone in that hall. Or at the very least, I convinced my little sis Lisa and Derek, of course. When the dance finally started, I thought I'd be left standing alone. But my brother swept me in his arms and my sister joined in. As we were having an amazing time, someone tapped on my shoulder. Wayne! He looked better than I'd ever seen him. I was so excited to introduce him to my school friends. But the thing that excited me the most? The look on my brother's face. His jaw dropped to the floor. See? I told you Wayne was real. Yeah, but this is the Wayne you spoke of? This guy's a legend. Turns out, Wayne was a much bigger gamer than I thought, and Derek was a huge fan. The way he behaved, it was like he wanted Wayne to be his date instead of mine. I didn't win anything at the dance, of course, but it's fine. That's not my main thing. I did have an amazing time with Wayne, and I felt more relaxed than I'd ever felt.
One day, I was streaming live in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and saw a strange, tiny man standing there with a creepy smile on his face, and he smelled really good. He said, "Hi, I'm Noah. I'm looking for your dad. Is he home?" I replied, "No, he's out there looking for a stupid job." I was about to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me. He took off his glasses and told me to stay calm. He looked a lot less intimidating without his glasses on, and his face was softer. I said, "Okay, come on in." The man sat on the couch and said, "I know you don't remember me, Olivia, but I know you." And then he took out an onion from his pocket, smelled it, and took a bite. This was crazy. I demanded that he tell me who he was, but suddenly I heard noises outside. I knew it was my family. I didn't want them to think I'd done something stupid by letting a stranger in, so I took the man's hand and pushed him into the nearby shoe closet. I gave him a $100 bill and told him to wait there. I locked the closet and left. After a few hours, while we were having dinner, Dad said that he had an announcement to make. "Well, I can't thank God enough for giving me another chance to reunite with my—" "I'm going to Harvard," I interrupted Dad. They all glared at me and burst out laughing. Then the annoyed Emily said, "Did they name the new mall Harvard?" I was about to hit her when Isabel, my oldest sister, and the one who was always on my side, stopped me and calmed me down. Dad said, "Don't be ridiculous.
Olivia is plenty smart enough to go to Harvard.
Mom asked if I even got accepted and when.
Dad said, oh, not yet. I've contacted one of the best private tutors in town. His name is Noah. He's going to help Olivia get ready for her entrance test. Oh, he was supposed to arrive today. I wonder why he hasn't called.
What? Everyone stared at me, and by the looks on their faces, I could tell they knew something was wrong.
Emily said, grinning. What did you do, Olivia?
I ran to the shoe closet and opened it. The tutor came out, looking furious.
He said, there's no way I'm going to teach this crazy girl. I'm out of here.
And he left. I said, okay, just take another $100 and stay.
But he stormed off. My sister started laughing at me, but Dad stood up for me. He said that he would find some online courses to help me out, and he dragged me to my bedroom to start studying. I don't know what Emily told you guys, but you need to know that I'm smarter than her. Smarter than everyone in this family. Smarter in a different way. I studied day and night. When we finally got the letter, Dad and I made sure to open it secretly. I was shocked when I was rejected. I was mad and told Dad that there was no way my sisters could know about this. He said they wouldn't. We agreed that we would just tell them that I got accepted, and on the day I was supposed to leave, I would just hide in the attic. I'd come back down after a couple of months when the semester was over. I wanted the basement instead of the attic, but the basement was already full of my other 4 adopted sisters' stuff. They refused to live with us, but never mind. That's another story for another video. The following day, we told everyone that I got accepted. No one believed it. Dad showed them a fake letter, and the look on their faces was priceless. The day after, Dad threw a party, and when it was all over, he said he was going to drive me to the airport. We just hung out until everyone went to bed. When Dad and I got back home, he made sure to give me everything I needed and told me he was proud of me for being so brave. I didn't feel brave, though. I felt sad because I was going to miss my Insta fans now. I spent a few days in the attic, and actually it was pretty nice. Not like I'd expected. Dad would come and give me food and all, and I was just posting pictures on Insta and taking a break from all the jerk guys out there. Everything was great, till one morning when I saw Emily and Sophia from the attic window. Sophia is my youngest sister and is usually a sleepyhead. I was surprised that she was up so early. I heard Emily say, now that Olivia's gone, we can finally do it. Sophia nodded, and both laughed like evil stepsisters. What were they talking about? Just then, my dad entered looking terrified. He said he'd had a fight with Mom, and she wanted him to go to the attic until God knows when. I said that was insane. It might get us exposed. Dad agreed and said, but what your mom said was even more insane. She said that Isabella ran away with her loser ex-boyfriend last night and left her baby daughter with us. I said that Isabella was a grown-up and she always made stupid mistakes, so what's new? I told him about Emily and Sophia. He said he would stay with me to investigate. Dad stayed with me for the next 2 days, and it was crazy. Mom would come up and give him food and leave, and I would hide under the bed. Once she came in and whispered to Dad, hey, listen, about Olivia. Dad interrupted her and said that they would talk about it later, but Mom ignored him and said, no, listen, I'm thinking we should. Dad then put his fingers in his ears and started singing la 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 la, so I wouldn't hear what Mom was talking about. Mom got mad and left. I got up and demanded to know what they were talking about. Dad pretended he didn't hear me and left, just like that. What was going on in this family? One night, I got a message from my boyfriend. Hey, I'm on campus. Where are you? What? Man, I broke up with him a week ago on purpose just to avoid this moment. What's wrong with boys these days? I sent him a picture of me studying. As if. I wrote, I don't have time for you right now. I have to study. He replied, thank God. Finally. I was only with you because of the money and fame. See ya. What? But I broke up with him first. Whatever. I'll get a new boyfriend as soon as I'm out of the attic. The next day, I decided to sneak out and look for anything to help me understand what everyone was talking about. I knew it was crazy, but curiosity was getting the better of me. I opened the attic door, and there were Isabella and her loser boyfriend, Brad, laughing and whispering. They froze when they saw me. We stared at each other for a moment. I knew exactly what to say. I gathered up my courage and said, listen, sister, I love you, but no. This loser can't share the attic with me. Go hide him somewhere else. They both stared at me in shock, and then Isabella said, aren't you supposed to be at college? I broke down and confessed everything. I told her about Emily and Sophia, and Mom and Dad too. Isabella looked away and stuttered, no, it's probably nothing. I think we should probably go now. She grabbed Brad's hand and started to leave. I snatched her hand, got on my knees, and begged her to tell me the truth. I'll give you my room. I already took it. Sorry, sis. And with that, they left. I didn't know what to do. I was very confused and lonely. How could a popular influencer feel this lonely? I got an idea. I prepared my study corner and started a live video. Hey guys, long time no see. Yeah, I'm busy with my studies. It's hard being smart all the time. Oh, oops, gotta go. Bye. Oh my God, did this just happen? I texted my dad and told him to come up immediately. He came running and said, "What's going on?" "Dad, I think it's that time of the month. I'm not prepared." Dad looked completely shocked and obviously didn't understand what I was talking about. I told him I needed sanitary products. Dad was still looking shocked and just froze in place. I yelled, "Dad, just do something." Yes, honey, I'll do something," he said while running down the stairs. Minutes later, I heard Dad coming towards the door and a voice behind him saying, "Dad, what are you doing? And what are you holding?" That annoying Emily. She just can't stop showing up everywhere. Dad laughed nervously and said it was nothing, and they both left. A minute later, he sent a message that said, "I'm sorry. Try to figure something out. I'm taking everyone out to the backyard." I decided to sneak into my room. I found Brad's underwear on my bed. Ew, so disgusting. Next to his clothes, Isabel's baby was sleeping, and I got a very smart idea. I decided to take her with me into the attic. Isabella had stolen my room. I would steal her daughter. We were even now. She'd been my favorite sister, but she'd decided to start this war. Actually, having a baby wasn't as bad as I thought. She was adorable. An hour later, I heard my mom screaming, "Where's the baby?" Everyone was running around, and I could feel how nervous and anxious they were. The baby was asleep peacefully next to me under a blanket. Dad came in looking terrified and asked if I had seen the baby. "Can you see a baby in here?" No. And he just left. Minutes later, they all left the house to look for the baby. I got my chance and went downstairs, just to look for anything to understand what my family was up to. I got to the kitchen and saw a cake on the table and things like candles, balloons, and presents. My birthday was tomorrow. They were planning to surprise me at the campus? I was thrilled. But a voice inside me said, "No. Wait, Olivia, you know your sisters. They aren't that sweet." I told that voice to shut up and stop ruining the moment for me. I heard noises coming from outside. I knew that my family had come back. I ran up to the attic immediately. I took the baby in my arms and ran to the window. I opened it and yelled, "Guys, I love you so very much." They all looked startled and froze for a second. Isabella screamed, "Give me back my baby." "Oh, come on. You left her first." Then Emily said, "So you've been in the attic this whole time? You didn't go to college at all?" "Oh, your high IQ didn't help you figure that out sooner? But never mind. I don't want to fight. I'm really grateful to you guys for planning this surprise party for me." Sophia said, "What are you talking about? This party is for Samantha. She just arrived. We waited for you to leave so we could bring her here." Just then, a gorgeous girl appeared behind them. I looked straight into her eyes, and she looked back. I was sure everyone could feel the tension between us. I said through my teeth, "Samantha?" She said, raising her eyebrow. "Olivia!" Mom snapped. "Just get down." I joined everyone in the living room. Samantha was there with her bags. She's my twin sister. She was adopted when we were little, back when Mom was poor and Dad was in the Navy. We never got along when she used to visit us. And when I say never, I mean never. She had everything. Rich parents, fame, and beauty. She decided to become an influencer the moment I became one, just to compete with me. And now she had more followers than me. She just copied me and did everything I did. Emily said, "Well, this is going to be bad with 2 Olivias now." Samantha said, "Except that I'm smarter than her. I would never fake an acceptance letter and stay in the attic for months. That's just so dumb." I was about to jump on her when Dad stopped me and said that Samantha and I were going to share the same room. I got mad and said, "Why doesn't she stay in the attic then?" Sophia declared, "Oh God, another story from My Story Animated." Mom said angrily, No more stories for that channel. We are a happy family." I couldn't believe I was going to share a room with Samantha. She put all her fancy clothes and stuff on the bed and said, "This room is way too tiny for all my things. You can use Olivia's space for now," Mom said while holding a fancy red dress Samantha gave her. I was furious and said that wasn't going to happen. Mom glared at me and left. Samantha just couldn't stop giving everyone gifts. She gave Isabella a box of fancy makeup and perfumes, Emily the newest laptop, and Sophia a stupid pillow with a special message, and she thought it was the best gift ever. How dumb is that? Samantha also thought that we needed a new car.
so she bought one. Then she made Brad our driver, and the loser was more than happy to do it. Everyone started worshiping Samantha. I decided to talk to Dad about this. I found him in the living room and said, "Dad, we need to talk. It's about Samantha." Samantha suddenly appeared and said she had something important to ask. She said she was having a party with her Insta fans tonight. She took out a stack of money and handed it to Dad and said, "I need your help organizing everything, Daddy." Dad nodded his head, got up immediately, and left with Samantha, like I didn't even exist. That night, around 200 people came to our backyard, and Samantha threw the craziest party ever. My ex-boyfriend was there, and he started hitting on Samantha. She didn't care even though she knew he was my ex. I'd had enough. I left the party and went back to the attic. Let little, wonderful Samantha enjoy it all. They only liked her because of her money. I opened the attic window and yelled to them to turn off the music because I needed some rest. Then Emily said, "What are you doing up there? Is that your new college?" I said, "No. I'm staying up here while you guys enjoy having a new, wealthy, spoiled sister." Sophia said, "Oh, that's so cool." I shut the window angrily and went to bed. When the party was over, I could hear my family talking about buying a new house. Samantha said, "This house is too small for us. I want you guys to move with me to the beach house, and we can have parties all the time." Everyone cheered and clapped. I went down and yelled at them that I wasn't going to leave the house. Then Samantha said, "And who said you were invited? I'm not taking you to my house." I threw a book at her, but it missed. Then Dad stood between us. He said, "There's no way I'm going to leave Olivia alone." "Fine," Samantha said. "You can stay with her." Everyone agreed with her and left. I hugged Dad and cried on his chest. The next day, while I was in the attic, I heard Samantha and Emily talking in the backyard. They were sitting on the ground while Sophia was asleep with that stupid pillow. Samantha said, "I'm so excited for you guys to move into the beach house. You're just going to love it there." Emily said, "I'm sure we will. Also, sis, I have a great idea to make sure Olivia stays away from us." That Emily. She was always against me. Emily said, "We'll get a restraining order against her. She'll have to stay 100 feet away from us." They both cackled in delight, and it made me so angry. Fine, if living in a fancy beach house meant so much to them, they could all go. At least I had Dad. The whole day, everyone was in a frenzy, running around and packing their stuff, while I sulked in the attic. In the evening, when they all seemed ready to leave, Mom called me downstairs to say goodbye to everyone. I kept my poker face on, but inside, I felt really sad. I couldn't believe they were actually all leaving, including Isabella. Emily said with a smirk, "Oh, just one last thing. I need you to sign this paper." I knew it was the restraining order, and I didn't care. I'd happily stay 1,000,000 feet away from them. Just as I was about to sign, Samantha rushed forward and shouted, "No!" We all stared at her. She broke down in tears. Wow, I didn't think the girl had any feelings. Samantha said, "I'm so sorry. I can't actually do this to my sister." She looked at me, fat tears rolling down her cheeks. "Everyone thinks I'm the lucky twin who got the rich parents and the fancy house. All I've ever wanted was to be with my own parents and sisters. I just did this all because I was jealous, Ollie." I stared at her in disbelief. Did she actually expect me to forgive her after everything she'd done? I said, "Are you joking? Now, after making my life a living hell? No way I'm forgiving you." Sam looked at me awkwardly and stepped closer. I was ready to defend myself, but to my shock, she shoved a box in my face and said, "Here, this is for you." "I'm really sorry, sis." I looked at the box. It was the latest iPhone. Oh my God, she really was sorry. For the first time in my life, I actually felt bad for Sammy. I realized that even though I'd sometimes wanted to kill my annoying sisters, it had been so much fun growing up with them too. I hugged her tight. Mom and Dad dragged us all into one big bear hug and said they were sorry and they'd never realized how lonely Samantha must have been. Dad said, "We all have to stick together, guys. No one's leaving now." Emily said, "Can we still all live together at the beach house, though? I'm sure that's nicer." We all laughed and Samantha turned to me. "Go pack your stuff, Ollie." We moved to our new house and Isabella, Brad, and their daughter got our old house. I was happy for everyone.
Hi, my name is Esfir. Ever since I was born, my parents have been so busy pampering my brothers, they didn't care about me at all. In fact, once I was 5, they forgot to pick me up from school, and when my teacher called, Mama asked her if she could courier me home. But all that changed on my 9th birthday when, in 5 minutes, I became their favorite kid. For my 9th birthday, Mama and Baba had been planning a huge birthday party for months. It was such a big surprise that we weren't even allowed near the hall during the preps. But on the day of the party, as soon as I entered the room, I nearly passed out. From the balloons to the tables and even the walls, everything was blue and red and Spider-Man themed. Just then, Mama and Baba rushed excitedly towards me singing, "Happy birthday to you!" Mama, I hate Spider-Man! But to my shock, they just rushed past me and hugged my older twin brothers Farhad and Zach, who were 10. How do our boys feel about our little surprise? Wait, what? It's not their birthday! It's mine! We know! That's why it's a surprise for them! It's their pre-birthday. Now out of the way. It's time to cut their cake! But, what about my cake? What do you need a cake for? Our boys will grow up and make money. You're basically useless. I'm not useless! I'm smart and pretty! Farhad, my brother, patted my back. Yeah, Baba, that's really mean. You want to cut the cake, Yasfir? Just then, the door flew open and an old woman with white hair and the darkest red lipstick hobbled in. The minute Mama and Baba saw her, they literally turned to little yapping puppies. It was my Nana. I couldn't help rolling my eyes at my parents. They always acted weird around her because she was so rich and scary, and she loved me. She was always getting me presents and candies. Where's my granddaughter? I've got a present for her. Mama glared at me, but I ran to Nana. Nana! Happy birthday, darling. You're a real Spider-Man fan, aren't you? Zach jumped in and said, No, Nana. Farhad and I love Spider-Man. This is our pre-birthday. Nana looked shocked. Why? It's Yasvir's birthday. Yeah, but we're more important because we are boys and she's just a girl. Just a girl? Who's been feeding you this nonsense? Without another thought, Nana turned to Mama and Baba and said the craziest thing imaginable. I've decided that I'm going to give all my money to Yasvir when she turns 18. You know it's worth so much. Millions, maybe billions. I've lost count. Then she marched straight out of the house with Mama and Baba at her heels, crying and begging for forgiveness. But Nana was gone. As soon as the door closed behind her, Mama and Baba turned to us. I gulped. I just knew I was in so much trouble. But to my utter shock, she came and hugged me. My eyes have been opened. If your lovely Nana thinks you're special, you must be. I love you. Behind her, Baba was on the phone with the decorators. I want you here with the Harry Potter decor in 5 minutes. Do you get it? 5 minutes! My princess shouldn't have to wait for anyone. Were they for real? Apparently they were. And suddenly, my life turned upside down. My parents who were always ignoring me started to worship me. I was moved to my brother's room, and all their beds were shifted to the attic. My old room became my walk-in closet. My oldest brother, Omar, who was 13, tried to protest. It's not fair, Mama. We're 3. She's just 1 and tiny. I don't see why she needs the biggest room. Mama looked like she'd found out he was pregnant. How dare you say that? From now on, you have to give her presents every day till she forgives you. And you all need to spend 15 minutes every day praising your smart and beautiful sister. Get it? But Mama, they already love me and play with me. It's you and Baba who don't. Nonsense. We obviously love you. What will boys give us anyways? It's always the girls who come through. Now give your Mama a hug. After that, whatever she said just got wackier and wackier. When I was in the 3rd grade, some robbers broke into the house and threatened to harm me. Mama started to cry loudly. Leave her! Take one of the twins instead! We don't need 2 of them! During all the commotion, I snuck away and called 911. As the police were leading the thief away, I proudly turned to the twins. I saved your life! Farhad looked at me like I was a hero, but Zach pushed me away. No, you didn't! We were in danger because of you! I hate you and will never play with you again! Finally, when I was in the 6th grade, I made my first ever friend in school, Brittany, and immediately invited her over. Little did I know what a dumb mistake that was going to be. As soon as Mama saw Brittany, she let out a screech and pulled me away from her. Get your filthy paws off my daughter! Look at her clothes, Yasfir! She clearly lives with the squatters! Mama, Brittany is my only friend and I like her. Stop being mean. Stop being stupid. She's just your friend because she thinks she can steal your money. But I won't let this beggar child be near my girl! She turned to Brittany and yelled in her face. Get out of my house, right now! As Brittany ran off crying, Mama just slammed the door behind her and said, It's better not to have friends than to be friends with poor people. Baba added, I think you're right. Maybe we should homeschool Yasfir. There's too many beggars trying to steal out her money in the world. No! I want to go to school! But the look on Baba's face told me that wouldn't happen. Omar came to me and offered me an ice cream from the fridge. Don't be sad, Yasfir. Mama and Baba just want to keep you safe. Just then, A shoe came flying and knocked it right out of Omar's hand. Are you out of your mind? You want to make my girl fat and ugly? Omar rolled his eyes and walked away. But I angrily grabbed the cone from the floor and started to lick it. I want the ice cream, Baba, and I don't care what you say. Over the next few years, I wasn't allowed out of the house or to have friends because I was too rich for anyone, even my brothers. By the time I was 15, I decided I couldn't put up with homeschooling anymore. So for my 16th birthday, when my parents asked what gift I wanted, I told them, I want to start high school. Absolutely not. I'm not a dumb kid anymore. I want to go to school. I have rights. Honey, we're just trying to protect you. Yeah. But if you stop me, I'll run away and marry the first poor man I see. By the look on their faces, I knew I'd won. Fine, but your brothers will be with you 24/7. We can't have you getting pregnant or something. Farhad and Zach both screamed together. What? No! Baba, we're seniors. We can't look after her. It's either that or you're all homeschooled. That got Farhad and Zach to agree. But Omar just went to his room and came back with his bags. I'm already in college. I don't need to stay here and see my crazy parents drive everyone insane for money. Sorry, Yasfir, but I'm done with this family. Upset as I was about Omar leaving, I couldn't help thinking that at least being at school would make things easier, right? Wrong. As I walked into my class, I heard someone whistle softly. Who's this cutie? I turned around to see the cutest boy ever smiling at me. You want to sit with me? You bet you're cute, but I did. First day of high school, and I already had the attention of a heartthrob. But just as I sat down, a loud announcement erupted. Yasfir, step away from that boy! I will not let you get pregnant by a poor boy who dresses like a beggar! Remember, you're a princess! The boy turned red and I gasped in horror. It was Mama! I got up and ran out of the classroom. I barged into the broadcast room only to see Mama sitting in front of the CCTV cameras. What are you doing here? I can't trust your dumb brothers. I had to see what you were up to myself. Why won't you just leave me alone? I hate you! I'll never let you stop me! I turned and ran back to the class and asked the boy his name. William? I pulled William closer. Will you be my boyfriend? Over the next year, it seemed like my parents were on a mission to embarrass me, and I was on a mission to fight back. I snuck out with William whenever I could, only to have Mama and Baba eventually find out and drag me back. They even threatened to destroy his family. But luckily for me, William wasn't scared. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Yasfir. I hate my family anyways. Eventually, when I promised not to get pregnant or run away, Mama and Baba backed off a bit. But the year I turned 17, everything changed. Both Farhad and Zach graduated high school and practically ran out of the house, leaving me alone with Mama and Baba. To distract myself, I started to participate in school projects with William. After one project we presented together, a beautiful woman approached William and I, and she asked if we'd like to do some modeling with her agency. You're the most beautiful couple I've ever seen. Come to New York with me. I rushed home to break the great news to Mama and Baba, but they looked furious. You're not going anywhere with that boy. I always knew he was trouble. No, Baba, that's not true. In fact, we'll make huge piles of money if we both become models. At the mention of more money, Baba looked thoughtful, but Mama jumped in and snatched the agent's card from my hand. No, we love you too much to see you going away. You're our baby and not big enough to face the world. If you push me, I'm going to have that boy expelled and you'll be getting homeschooled again. Then she ripped up the card. At that, I freaking lost it. All the years of anger bubbled up inside me. How dare you? I'm sick and tired of you two pretending to love me when you really just love Nana's money. Omar was right. You both are crazy and have done nothing but drive us all apart. Then I rushed to my room and packed up my bag. It was time for me to move out too. I drove straight to Nana's place, who looked surprised to see me, and I told her everything. You should have come sooner. From now on, you stay here with me. Just then, Mama and Baba barged in. If you're going to be such an ungrateful brat, then you should at least give back all the money we've spent on you. We even drove our sons away for you. You didn't do it for me. You did it for money. Whatever. Just pay up. Ask your darling Nana to pay us. To my utter surprise, Nana burst out into laughter. What money? I've never had any money. Mama and Baba looked like they'd seen a ghost. What? But you said... I lied. I gave it all away years ago. I just wanted you to treat her better. But you idiots still didn't. Now get out of my house before I call the cops. She pushed them out and slammed the door as Mama yelled, You'll be speaking to my lawyer now! Then Nana turned to me and said, Those morons. I can't believe they are this stupid. I have the money, but I'll only spend it on your studies. And you said you're interested in modeling? I'll help you out with that, too. Oh my god, Nana, you're the best! A few months later, I was permanently living with Nana, and when my 18th birthday rolled around, William and Nana said they had a surprise for me. I rushed to the door and screamed with joy. At the door stood my 3 brothers smiling at me. I pulled them all into a hug as Zach whispered, "Sorry for hating on you for so long, sis."
Hi, I'm Ellie, and I've got an unbelievable story for you with mystery, suspense, and backstabbing betrayal. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I'm an only child, and I live with my mom, who is an amazing pizza chef. She has her own cookbook and a popular YouTube channel, and when I was 6, she started a pizzeria with her best friend. The two were inseparable, and Mom's friend also had a daughter my age named Gia. Gia and I couldn't be more opposite. I was shy and quiet, and she was weird and loud, but she was my ride-or-die friend. One time in 3rd grade, I spilled chocolate ice cream on my shirt, and this mean boy in the neighborhood called me Poop Girl.
Hey, you big jerk, pick on someone your own size.
The boy looked at Gia and couldn't stop laughing.
You pint-sized twerp? I'll smash you like a bug!
Then Gia whistled, and a giant stray dog appeared out of nowhere.
Attack, Fluffy, attack!
The dog chased the mean boy down the street, and he never messed with me again. Gia was always there right beside me, for better or for worse, but sometimes she could be a bit much. Since we were little, Gia was different. While I played with Barbies, she played with bugs, which totally creeped everyone out. On our first day of middle school, I wanted to make a good impression, so I spent hours getting ready. But on our ride there, Gia pulled out a huge jar of cockroaches.
Look, Ellie, my little babies are so excited. I think they'll love math class.
Maybe you should leave your bugs at home.
No way! What are they supposed to do? Crawl around in the mud all day?
Isn't that what stupid bugs do?
Don't be rude. Apologize to my babies now.
And just as I expected, all the kids thought Gia was a freak, and our first day was a total disaster.
Ew, gross! She has a cockroach on her shoulder!
Actually, I have 10. Wanna see?
Gia, don't! But of course, Gia didn't listen. She pulled her jar of bugs out of her backpack. I tried to snatch it from her, but it slipped out of my hand and shattered on the floor. Kids started screaming. The bugs scattered everywhere. One jumped on my nose, a few got caught in the cheerleader's hair, and a big one crawled down our math teacher's pants. Gia and I were sent straight to the principal's office and suspended for a week. All the cool kids avoided us after that. As we got older and reached high school, things didn't change much. The bugs stopped making public appearances, but Gia was still odd. She spent most of her time in the science lab working on secret projects, which I thought was cool, but frankly didn't help her social life.
Sniff this, Ellie.
Yuck, it smells like feet.
But how does it make you feel? Do you want to climb a mountain or run a marathon?
No, I want you to get out of my face. Guess it needs work. Gia always spoke her mind, and sometimes it was so cringe. She had no filter. Like this one time, I went shopping with Rachel and her squad, the ultimate popular girls at our school, and I was getting along with them great. But then, Gia appeared just as Rachel had tried on this pink dress and was modeling it for us. Isn't this perf for the homecoming dance? I look stunning.
Not to be a buzzkill, but you kinda resemble Peppa Pig. Oink oink.
Seriously, Gia?
I was just being honest. Is it just me, or does anyone else suddenly have a taste for bacon?
Ellie, we have to go. Your weird friend is freaking us out. Rachel and her friends couldn't leave fast enough. What's wrong with you? Why did you say that?
Forget about Rachel. She's lame and her perfume stinks. Come on, let's go down to the pizzeria and say hi to our moms.
As much as Gia drove me nuts, I couldn't stay mad at her. She made me laugh, helped me with all my homework, and when our moms were busy working late, Gia always came over to keep me company. She was like an annoying sister. The first day after the shopping disaster, my first period teacher had an announcement.
Class, we have a new student. This is Billy Fiss. He just transferred here. Make him feel welcomed.
He took the empty desk next to mine. Hi, I'm Ellie. If you need to know where your next class is or anything at all, just ask.
Thanks, Ellie. I'll be sure to.
I did end up showing Billy where his next class was, and we hit it off. After school, we had lunch at Mom's Pizzeria and talked for hours. He was super interested in everything about the school and my life. I felt so special with all the attention he was giving me. I told him all about myself, my mom, the pizzeria, and of course about Gia.
I know this is really fast, but I saw the posters for the dance this weekend. Do you want to go with me?
Would I? I was low-key freaking out, but I kept it chill. Well, I was going to go with a group of friends, but I guess I can change my plans. Billy picked me up for the dance in this fancy car that probably cost more than my house. He was dressed like $1 million. Then he gave me a corsage and a really expensive diamond necklace. I was so shocked, I was speechless.
Sorry, is the necklace too much? You don't have to wear it if you don't want to. It's just that when I saw it, I thought of you.
Hey guys, you think you can give me a ride to the dance? My bike's busted. I lost my bus pass, and my date, the love of my life, just broke up with me. Gia pretended to cry, and my blood boiled. Gia didn't even have a boyfriend. Just as I was about to snap, Billy said the sweetest thing.
Forget about him, Gia. I don't know you, but if you're anything like Ellie, then you must be extra special. And you deserve much better than that jerk. Of course you can ride with us.
Aside from Gia being a third wheel, the dance was pretty awesome. Billy was a dancing superstar. After that, Billy and I hung out all the time. We'd stroll in the park, go out for dinner, cute couple stuff. He was the perfect boyfriend, and his father was so nice. They even came to eat at the pizzeria. Billy's dad took one bite of my mom's pizza, and he was so impressed that he wanted to invest in the business.
I tell you, this place really has potential, and I think I can make it a huge success. We can take this pizzeria worldwide. By the time we're finished, you'll be millionaires.
Millionaires? No way, you're joking.
I'd never joke about a thing like that.
Then Billy's dad dropped a wad of cash on the table, then left his business card.
Call me in the morning, and we can talk business.
After Billy and his dad left, me, Gia, and our moms were so excited we danced around the store like maniacs. That night, I dreamed about being a millionaire and traveling to tropical islands with Billy on my yacht. The next few weeks were a blur. Billy's dad brought in these fancy accountants and lawyers to help my mom and Gia's mom with their business plan. I even started helping out at the pizzeria after school so I could do my part. Gia, on the other hand, was named president of the science club, so she wasn't around much. To be honest, it was nice getting a break from all her silly antics. With working after school and all my homework, I didn't get to see much of Billy either. He sent me sweet texts all the time, but I missed hanging out with him. Then one day, I was passing by the science lab and I heard Billy laughing. I went inside and found him sitting with Gia. They were doing some kind of experiment with this green goo that exploded everywhere. They were laughing uncontrollably and having the greatest time. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, Elle, why didn't you tell me that Gia was so awesome?
Billy went on and on about Gia's stupid science experiment. I barely understood a word he said. I sat down and tried to help, but they totally ignored me. I felt like an idiot, and seeing them together made me jealous. I stormed off, and they didn't even notice that I'd left. A few days later, things got even worse. I texted Billy to see if he wanted to come over and watch MSA videos, but he said he was too busy to hang out tonight.
Sorry, babe. I've got a ton of homework and I'm really tired. Maybe we can hang out next week.
I told Billy that I understood and wished him a good night. It was nice out, so I decided to take a walk and get a chocolate sundae at my favorite ice cream shop. But I stopped short in shock when I looked through the window. Gia and Billy were sitting in a booth, sharing a banana split and laughing like a pair of hyenas. Hot rage coursed through my veins as I marched toward the door, but just as I was about to open it, I got a call from my mom. She was with Gia's mom at the pizzeria, and she was in tears. Mom, what's wrong? Before she could answer, the phone disconnected. I raced to the pizzeria, and what I saw next blew my mind. The sign on the pizzeria had changed to Fitz Pizza, and these huge, scary men were shoving all our things into a huge trash compactor. Gia's mom was trying to make the men stop, while my mom sat on the curb crying like a baby. What happened here?
We lost our business. Billy's dad took everything.
How could this happen?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. We can't even afford to hire a lawyer to fight back. All our bank accounts are empty. We're ruined. Our lives are over.
The police showed up and arrested Gia's mom for punching one of the men in the face.
Get your hands off me. This isn't fair. It's not right.
Then, Mom fainted. I called an ambulance to take her to the hospital. The doctor said she'd be okay, but they had to keep her a few days for observation. I was devastated. I couldn't believe that Billy's dad was behind this. I called and texted Billy. There had to be some explanation, but Billy didn't answer. I even went to his house, but no one was home. Mom was right. We were ruined. I was so exhausted that I went home to get some sleep. But guess who I found waiting for me on my front porch? That backstabbing witch, Gia. That rage that coursed through my veins before, well, now it was 20 times stronger. I raced toward Gia like an angry bull and tackled her to the ground. You evil witch! I tried to punch Gia, but she grabbed my arms. Ellie, you have to calm down. There's something I need to show you. It's about Billy. I've already seen enough. I knew you were weird, but I never thought you were evil. I saw you with him at the ice cream shop. Oh, that? It was all part of my plan. What plan? To save the pizzeria. Gia led me to her house and into the basement. Take a look. I caught a toad. Billy was tied up to a chair and gagged. He had green slime all over his face, and he smelled like a gym sock. Gia, what the heck? Listen up. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings with Billy, but you need to know why I did it. When Billy started hanging out with you, I started following you too, and then him. You did what? Shut up and listen. Billy's dad is in the mafia and needed a front to hide his shady deals and launder his dirty money. That's where our moms in the pizzeria comes in. He thought snagging the business was the way to go, and the whole thing was totally Billy's idea. That's why Billy was hanging out with me? I feel so stupid. Don't, Ellie. Smooth talking runs in that family. Billy's dad tricked our moms into signing over their business. Too bad for Billy and his dad that I'm not so easily played. I recorded them talking about their scheme for weeks, and I even convinced Billy to confess. How did you get him to spill? First, I poured my truth serum all over his head, but that didn't work. It just stunk up the place. I really should open a window, huh? Gia, stay focused. Oh yeah, so since the serum was a dud, I asked my friends for a little help. Gia pointed to a tank full of giant winged cockroaches. Billy started to struggle and yelled through his gag. You should have seen Mr. Tough Guy crumble. Gia sent Billy's taped confession and the rest of the evidence she found to the police. Billy and his dad had been scheming small businesses for years, but no one could ever prove it until now. The police arrested Billy and his dad. The movers dropped the charges on Gia's mom. Our moms got the pizzeria and all their money back, and things went back to normal. Well, kind of. After the news got out that Gia and I took down a mob boss, our popularity at school went through the roof, and the pizzeria became busier than ever. My friendship with Gia grew as strong as an ox, and eventually I didn't mind her eight-legged friends. But one thing was clear. With Gia around, my life would always be an adventure, and that was fine with me. Hi, I'm Aisha, and I live in India. My dad passed away when I was 4, so I don't really remember him. But since then, my mom has been obsessed with only one thing: my marriage.
Oh, my poor baby doesn't have a father. The only way you can do well in life now is to get married.
She started looking for potential husbands everywhere. We couldn't go to the grocery store without her distributing my picture. At the park, she'd take the numbers of all the moms who had boys my age. I'm only 5, Mommy.
I know that. You'll get married when you're 18, but we have to start looking now, or all the good ones will be gone.
Mom was crazy and had a marriage fever. I wished she was normal. But one day when I was 11, I came home to find a necklace on the table with a note. You're a lost cause, Aisha, but I found myself a husband and he doesn't want kids, so leaving you with Aunt Pinky. P.S. This necklace is for your dowry. Don't touch it till you're married. What? Mom had just left me for some strange guy? I just put the necklace away when suddenly the kitchen door flew open and a woman barged in. I recognized Aunt Pinky because we'd met once. She was my mom's older sister, and I knew she and Mom hated each other. Behind her was my cousin, who came running to me and knelt down on all fours.
I'm Maya, remember me? I'll be your sister and we'll be BFFs for life. Come on, it's going to be our friendship game.
Auntie Pinky pushed Maya away.
Just get up, you idiot.
Then she pushed Maya's bags into my hands.
Take these to your room and take your stuff to the attic. And hurry back. I'm hungry.
I don't want to move to the attic, and I don't know how to cook.
Your mom said you could. Stop lying.
Mom, Aisha and I can share her room. Right, sis?
Auntie Pinky glared at me and walked away. Phew, at least Maya had my back. Over the next few years, life was horrible. Auntie Pinky was always making me do chores around the house and wouldn't even let me hang out with my friends unless Maya begged for me. This one time, we had to get our school trip permission slips signed by Auntie, but as soon as she signed Maya's, she threw the pen on the ground and clutched her chest.
Oh, my poor heart. I can't breathe. I'm dying. Leave my room, you two.
But my slip.
That's what you're worried about? You heartless child. Get out.
Of course, I missed the trip, but that night, I added sugar instead of salt to dinner, and seeing the look on Auntie Pinky's face, I had to admit, revenge was sweet. Maybe Mom was right. Marriage was the only solution for an orphan like me. I just had to wait a little longer to leave, for good. But things really got to my head on my 16th birthday. It was the first time that Auntie agreed to let me have a party. But when I got to the lounge all dressed up, I saw all the banners had been changed to Happy pre-birthday, Maya. Just then, Auntie Pinky pushed me into the kitchen.
Dinner won't cook itself. We can't keep Maya's guests waiting.
I was furious. Suddenly, I knocked over a bottle of juice by accident, and it went spilling everywhere. The door flung open just then, and AJ, our super rich neighbor's son, walked in.
Hey, let me help you with that.
And before I knew it, he'd taken off his shirt and was mopping up the mess with it. I was having trouble not drooling because, boy, he was ripped. But I quickly reminded myself that Maya had a huge crush on him.
Aisha, isn't it your birthday? Why are you always doing chores?
Oh, I'll do lots of fun stuff once I'm out of this stupid place. You know, once I'm married.
That's your exit plan? It sounds terrible.
Okay, do you have a better idea? He stepped closer and pushed a strand of hair behind my ear, making my heart skip a beat.
Yeah, actually, I do.
Right at that moment, Maya and Aunt Pinky barged in and they looked livid. We were just cleaning up some mess. Aisha, how could you make AJ work? You should have told me.
Look at that boy's expensive shirt. Why do you always act like a helpless princess? Go to your room, now. No, it's not her fault, I promise.
You're just making things worse. Please, stay out of it. And I stormed off to my room angrily. Worst birthday ever. When Maya came to bed later that night, she looked super mad.
What's the deal with you and AJ? He just left after you came upstairs.
Maya, I don't care about him. He's all yours. Listen, I've just decided something. I gotta find a boy now so I can get married soon. I can't live with your mom much longer. She looked thrilled and promised to help me. My plan was simple. Find a boy, marry the boy. At first, it wasn't tough. All I had to do was comb my hair and put on some makeup, and every boy in school was practically fighting for my attention. My first date was a dream. The guy was totally into me.
You're so beautiful. I think I want to marry you someday.
I immediately plopped my ring onto the table. Why wait? I have my great-great-grandmother's ring right here. For a second, he looked shocked, and then excused himself to go to the restroom, and he never came back. After that, it was a new date every night, and always the same thing. They were all declaring love at first sight, but the minute I brought up marriage, they were gone. Soon enough, everyone stopped asking me out. I was so bummed out. Until one day, as I was walking down the hallway, someone grabbed my arm and pulled me into the janitor's closet. It was AJ. What are you doing?
Me? What are you doing? Are you crazy?
Listen, I've no idea what you're talking about, but let me go.
It's crazy how you're chasing every guy at school, but you run away from me when I...
He stopped mid-sentence, and suddenly I realized his face was just inches from mine. You what, AJ? He leaned in closer. Oh my God, was he going to kiss me? But instead, he pushed me away.
When I'm only looking out for you, there's rumors that you're desperate to get married because you're pregnant.
What? I'm not pregnant. I've never even kissed anyone.
Really? Well, in that case.
He stepped close to me again, but just then, Maya opened the door and she was staring daggers at me. Oh, Maya, AJ was just telling me about the worst rumor. Everyone thinks I'm pregnant. This will ruin my chances of finding a boy. What? That's horrible. I promise I'll find out who's spreading that rubbish and make them pay. For the next few weeks, all I did was avoid AJ and try to find a decent guy. And then one day, the school's biggest jock, Zane, slid next to me during recess.
Say you'll go out with me? Not leaving until you do.
I grinned back at him and whispered, I do. We started dating, and he was sweet and romantic. A week later, I decided to bring up the marriage issue soon. But instead, Zane marched up to me in the cafeteria during recess and got down on one knee.
Will you marry me, Aisha?
Of course! Zane twirled me around and kissed me. It was my first kiss ever, and it was not that great. Where were the freaking fireworks? Later that day, I was looking at my ring. I heard someone behind me.
That's a really ugly ring.
What's your problem, AJ?
My problem is that you're being stupid and getting married for all the wrong reasons. You think marriage will solve your problems, but it will only give you new problems.
Hey, you don't get to judge me because you don't know what it's like to be in my shoes. You're a millionaire's spoiled son, and I'm an orphan. Now I'm about to get everything I've ever wanted, so why are you trying to ruin it for me? Suddenly, he took my hand and looked into my eyes.
Because I think you're amazing, Aisha, and you deserve so much more. I hope you realize that before it's too late.
And with that, he left. Ugh, the stupid boy. The next few months were crazy. Zane was even more excited about our marriage than me. One day, he was taking me out to hunt for the perfect dress. Another day, he was picking up card designs. He even brought his parents over to meet Aunt Pinky. Hey, Zane, take it easy, will you? We've still got 2 years to go before we can get married.
Oh, babe, I'm just so excited because I love you so much. I'll try to be cool, okay?
As he kissed me, all I could think was, geez, even being near AJ was more exciting than kissing this guy. And soon enough, I found out why. One day after school, I was looking everywhere for Zane when I suddenly stopped short in my tracks. I spotted him under the bleachers kissing another dude. Wait, what? I stormed over to them. The other guy ran off, but Zane looked completely calm.
Oh, it's just you. Okay, you caught me. I'm gay. Of course, I was gonna tell you, eventually.
You're gay? Then why are you pretending to be in love with me?
Because, sweetie, this is perfect. I want to hide that I'm gay, and you just want to get married. We both get what we want. Maya suggested it. The girl's a genius.
Maya? I threw Zane's ring at him and ran home to confront that witch. Oh, you found out already? Boo-hoo. What are you so angry about, Aisha? I was only helping you get what you want. I suddenly snapped. I always knew Aunt Pinky hated me, but I never knew you were such a snake. Did you spread that rumor about me too? Duh. I wanted AJ to think you were just a desperate loser. And it's not even a lie. Listen, Aisha, you're just a poor orphan, and Zane is your ticket out of here, so don't mess it up. No, I'm my own ticket out of here. Someone once told me I deserve more, and he was so right. I packed my bags and marched out. And I sold the necklace Mom had left me and moved to a hostel. I started studying harder at school and trying to show AJ that I had changed. The next few months flew by and the end of the year party came around. I was standing by myself in the corner when suddenly someone took my hand.
What have you done, Aisha?
What did I do? I swear, whatever it wasn't me. And then suddenly he pulled me close and kissed me.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about you, and I can't avoid you any longer. I'll marry you if that's what it takes to be with you. So, Aisha, will you marry me?
By then, everyone around us had stopped to stare as AJ went down on one knee. But I pulled him up. No, you were right about everything. And I'm done with all that silly marriage nonsense. But AJ, will you be my boyfriend? He laughed and twirled me around, and Maya screamed and passed out. We graduated high school and went to different universities, and then on our 5th anniversary, he popped the question again, and this time, I said yes. Hi, I'm Sophia from Romania, and I'm here to tell you something you probably aren't aware of. Each one of you has the power to change people, even the jerk ones. But before I continue, like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. People in my little town thought that I was the cutest girl with red hair, and they completely doted on me. Everyone would notice me wherever I went and would start talking and laughing with me. Yes, I enjoyed it, but honestly, sometimes it got overwhelming. One day when I was 3, I was at my neighbor's place and her son put a paper crown on my head and offered me a horseback ride. All hail Sophia, the Queen of Romania! Just then, his jealous little demon sister came running out of nowhere and pushed me off his back.
No, she's ugly.
Then she squirted glue in my hair. I pushed her and was about to attack her when my mom took me away. All evening, my parents cried and I tried to comfort them.
It's okay, Mom, Dad. It will grow back, prettier than before, I promise.
Eventually, they just had to cut my hair, and it did grow back all lovely and thick in a few months. When I was 4, Mom started taking me to a small farm 2 hours away from our house just to have my hair washed with goat's milk. That was insane, but being around sheep and goats was fun. I refused to let them wash my hair unless I milked the goat myself. It took me 4 hours though, but I did what I enjoyed. Dad's favorite thing was to spend every evening brushing out my shiny curls as we sat around the fireplace, but I only agreed if he read me stories. One day, Dad sent my picture for a modeling job, and I got accepted. I told my parents that I was only 5 and I had a childhood I wanted to enjoy. They promised the job wouldn't affect anything, and it would make them proud and happy. So I agreed. And just like that, I started modeling for the following years. By the time I was in 9th grade, I was a pretty popular hair model for all sorts of shampoos and hair products. But I never enjoyed having makeup slapped on my face and posing in front of a camera. One day, I was determined to tell my parents that I was done. But then, Dad got off the phone with my agent, saying that there was an audition for the role of the Little Mermaid. Mom, Dad, I'm just done with all this. Please, just let me live the life I want, not the one you want. With that, I stormed off to my room. And no, I didn't go to that audition. Months later, Dad said I got an acting job offer in LA. I knew there was no use protesting, but I thought to myself that the States is the land of freedom, and the moment I would arrive there, I would be more free. And just like that, we'd flown across the world and settled in LA. It was really different from anything back home, but all I was thinking about was school. I wanted to do well so I could study law in college. As I walked down the hallway on my first day of school, suddenly someone came rushing straight at me on rollerblades. The only thing I could register was the most beautiful pair of blue eyes before we both rolled onto the floor. For a minute, we gazed into each other's eyes as my heart beat furiously. Someone slammed a locker door somewhere, and we both snapped into reality. He jumped to his feet, and I held out my hand. "Oh, sorry, He smiled and took my hand to help me up.
"Yeah, I'm sorry too, for not pushing you harder, ketchup head."
And with that, he let go and I fell back on my butt. He just smirked and skated away. I stared at him in disbelief. What an A-class jerk! I really hoped I wouldn't have anything more to do with him. But to my horror, it turned out that he was in my class. I just knew he was going to make my life miserable. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I stepped in front of the class. "Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia, and I'm from..." Before I could even finish, the boy burst out laughing.
"What planet are you from? Do all the aliens there have hair like Elmo's fur? And does everyone talk like they're stupid? Brian, that's no way to talk to a girl."
"That's no way to talk to anyone. I've never met anyone as what you call it?
Handsome, breathtaking, dreamy.
As rude as you. And don't make fun of my accent. I'm proud of where I come from."
Wow, now your face is as red as your hair. Do all ketchup heads get this angry?
Only if they meet stupid people like you. Someone from the back called out.
"Geez, get a room, guys."
"What room? I'm new here. Can someone guide me?"
"Oh yeah, I will."
Everyone started laughing as he got up. I didn't really understand what was so funny, but the teacher was banging on the table to make everyone quiet.
"Brian, that's enough. You'll be staying back for detention today. Tell me something new."
The teacher glared at him, but decided to ignore him for the rest of the lesson. Later at lunch, I found out from all the girls that Brian was the bratty son of some rich businessman, and he was just always getting into trouble. But even the principal doesn't really say anything because his parents are big donors. I'd be a bit worried if I was you. You seem to be his next target. I'm not scared of some stupid jerk boy. Just then, Brian walked over to my table with a blonde girl and said,
"Here, a new friend. She speaks like a robot, but not like a ketchup head. Maybe more like a mustard head. Listen, I have to be honest here. You guys do have a beautiful accent. See, I can be nice. How about a kiss?"
I felt my temper flaring up again and rose from the bench to punch his face. But before I could attack him, he turned around to leave, and I decided to let it go. The next day, I walked into the classroom for the chemistry lesson to find no one was there. It turned out that it had been shifted to the lab, and I was 15 minutes late by the time I finally found it.
"Ah, Sophia, you must be the new student. We're doing the experiment in pairs, and the only person left is Brian."
Ugh, I couldn't believe I was stuck with him. Things were going smoothly enough for a while, and when Brian handed me a beaker, our fingers touched for a second, and I could swear I felt sparks. I sneaked a glance at him to see that he was also looking at me. "Is there something you want to say?" Suddenly, he came a little closer, and my stomach did a few backflips. Was he going to kiss me? I was just wondering, why do you breathe like a dragon? I can hear your nose whistling. Ugh! Well, I can hear your face joking, so I guess we are even. And with that, I stormed off to the teacher with my lab results. I was just done experimenting with this boy. For the next 2 years of high school, he kept being a jerk to me. He would call me names all the time or pull stupid pranks. I knew he was just trying to get a reaction out of me, and the best way to deal with bullies like him was to pretend he didn't exist. One day when I was in the library, holding my head over a really puzzling math question, someone suddenly pulled my notebook away. What are you crying over, Tomato Queen? Your sappy diary? Dear diary, Brian is so mean to me. Give me back my notebook. I don't have time for your nonsense. Seems like you're as stupid as you look. You've done the question all wrong. Oh yeah? And you're going to tell me how to do it right? Since you're practically begging me for help, sure, I can't say no to a damsel in distress. And with that, he just sat down and started scribbling away furiously in my notebook. A minute later, he threw the pen down. And that's how it's done. Give me that. Wait, what? That's actually the right answer. I stared at his smug face in complete shock. How come you're always getting such bad grades? Why do you let everyone think you're dumb? That's none of your business. But Brian, wouldn't your parents be really proud to know you're so smart? Suddenly, Brian got up from his chair, looking furious. What do you know about my parents? Nothing. They wouldn't care if I was as smart as Einstein. They're too busy fighting with each other to have any time for me, so just stay out of it, and I don't think you know anything about me. And with that outburst, he stormed off. For the first time, I felt a bit sorry for him. A few days later, the teacher gave back the last math assignments of the term, and she slapped Brian's on his desk. Brian, you're going to have to repeat the school year now. I want to give you one last chance. I'll give you another assignment, and if you do well, I'll give you a passing grade. Thanks, but no thanks. See you again next year. I tried to stop myself, but I just couldn't. Brian, you know you can do it. I can help with it. But I don't think you even need any help. Miss, he's practically a genius. He really doesn't deserve to fail this grade. Everyone was staring at us now, and Brian looked livid. No, I'm not. Who do you think you are, ketchup head, my guardian angel? I just don't want you to be left behind, dude. Why do you care? I don't want a second chance. Stop acting like Mother Teresa. And with that, he stormed out of the room. What a stubborn idiot. When I went home that day, I had some shocking news waiting for me. Dad was really unwell and was given time off work. And to make matters worse, I found out that he'd gotten sick because our immigration status had been under threat for a few months and he'd been trying to deal with it. If we lost the case, we'd have to go back to Romania. I felt devastated. I skipped the next few days of school to help Mom take care of Dad. But when I finally returned, I was taking some stuff out of my locker when I heard Brian behind me. Oh no, you're back? My eyes were feeling so much better because they weren't hurting every day looking at your hair. I started walking away, but he kept following me. Come on, what's the big secret? Where were you? Growing tomatoes? Making ketchup? If you must know, Dad has been working too hard lately, and he fell sick, so I was taking care of him. Oh, I feel so sorry for your dad. Sorry that he has such a dumb, ugly daughter. And he brought her all the way from Romania and worked so hard just so she can have a good life. You made him sick, ketchup head. You make me sick too, actually. He'd really stepped on a nerve, and I snapped. I turned around and gave him a hard slap. You're just a spoiled, ungrateful brat who's been given everything in this world, and you just want to waste it and make others miserable. To think I ever felt sorry for you. I hate you, and don't worry. Soon enough, you won't ever see me again. I stormed off, and this time, he didn't follow me. A few days later, we went to court to fight our immigration case. But to our dismay, the judge ruled against us. Just then, a well-dressed man came running into the courtroom.
Your Honor, I'd like to submit an appeal in this family's case. They deserve to stay here.
We just stared at the stranger, and he started firing some legal mumbo-jumbo and handed papers to the judge. And to our shock, the judge actually changed his decision, and we won the case. We didn't have to leave. As we hugged each other, we turned to the man and thanked him over and over again. But sir, if I may ask, who are you?
I'm your friend Brian's private family lawyer. The boy has been after me non-stop for the past few days to look into your family's case.
Oh my God, Brian? Did he really do that? I headed straight for school after that. I looked everywhere and finally found him sitting alone on the bleachers. He looked stunned to see me as I sat down beside him. Brian, why did you do that?
I don't know. Maybe because you tried to help me, even though I've been nothing but a complete jerk to you. And maybe because I've had a crush on you from the start.
My face broke into a huge grin. I always knew it. You like ketchup head. With that, I pulled him in for a long, steamy kiss. So I have been living in LA for a good long time. I've become a lawyer and mostly deal with people's immigration cases because I want to help others like me. Oh, and I'm married to Brian now, and we have a beautiful daughter, Leah. I'm teaching her both English and Romanian because learning different languages makes you smarter and changes the way you think. As I entered the classroom, I could feel everyone's eyes scanning me from head to toe, and I felt like an alien. Had I walked into New York Fashion Week, all the girls were so dressed up and fancy, and here I was in my farm girl overalls. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I pushed my hair back nervously. Hi, my name is Jenny, and I just moved here from Texas. I could see a few kids snickering at my accent. A pretty blonde girl smiled at me and said, "Were you raised on a farm, Jenny? Were you friends with the cows and the horses?" Yeah, actually I was. I really miss my pals already. When I saw more kids laughing, I realized they were just making fun of me. What was so funny about being friends with animals?
Let's see how well you guys remember the last lesson. Who can give me the answer for this in 5 minutes?
As everyone frantically scribbled away on their notebooks, I raised my hand after 30 seconds. I have the answer, miss. Everyone suddenly turned to look at me. The two numbers are 14 and 5. The teacher looked stunned.
Well, that's quite remarkable. Can you please solve it on the board for everyone?
As I walked up to the front, I stopped for a second by the blonde girl's table. Just 'cause I talk slow doesn't mean I'm stupid. Hi, I'm Jenny, and I was born and raised on a farm in Texas. And this is the story of how I made the most popular, meanest girl in school beg me to love her. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Later that day in the cafeteria, I walked around cluelessly with my lunch tray. People in the city seemed a lot more unfriendly than back home. I decided to go to the bathroom and eat alone when someone called out to me. "Hey, Jenny, come join us." It was that girl from my class. I reluctantly walked over, and she introduced herself as Katie and her friend as Amanda. "I didn't mean to make fun of you, Jenny. I think you're absolutely adorbs, and you should hang out with us. We're the most popular girls in school. We'll help you fit right in." I was really surprised, but also uber grateful that someone wanted to be friends with me. So I started hanging out with them. And she wasn't lying when she said she was the most popular girl in school. Anything Katie wore or did became an instant fashion trend. One day, she came to school wearing a ridiculous hat, saying it was all the rage in Europe. And the next day, everyone was wearing the most abnormal hats I'd ever seen. Another time, she broke the heel of her shoe and was seen walking around the corridor wearing only one. And the next thing I knew, everyone was going around wearing only one shoe. These city people were so weird. Everyone was just nicer to me now that I was by Katie's side. I was getting invited to parties all the time, and I was always getting compliments on my wardrobe, picked out by Katie, of course. I was doing really well in my classes, too. In fact, the math teacher put me in the advanced class and urged me to join the Mathletes competition. It'll look so good on your college applications. But Katie was horrified when I told her. Ew, that's social suicide, babe. And boys don't ask out nerds. That was sad news for me because I really had my heart set on one cute jock in our class, Alex. Every time he smiled at me, I had butterflies in my stomach, but I didn't want him to think I was some geek, so I didn't join the Mathletes. Besides, with my busy social life and tutoring Katie and Amanda after school, I really didn't have too much time. One afternoon, the two were over at my place and I'd gone downstairs to grab some snacks. When I came back, I heard them saying something that made me stop in my tracks. Ugh, Katie, how long do we have to hang out with this loser? Shut up, Amanda. She's practically doing all of our math assignments right now. Do you want to fail math again? My dad will kill me if I do. We need the lame farm girl. Furious, I flung open the door to my room. I'd rather be a lame farm girl any day than a two-faced, backstabbing city witch. Get out of my room before I kick your skinny little butt. Jenny, come on. We were just kidding. Get out now. I took all the clothes and shoes she'd picked out for me and dumped them in a large garbage bag. I was so stupid for trying to fit in and being like her. Just then, I noticed that something was missing from my shelf. Oh, no. Feeling panic, I looked for it everywhere. In my drawers, under my pillow, under the bed. I turned my whole room upside down and I couldn't find it. Oh my God, this was the worst thing that could have happened to me. Katie had stolen my diary. I was sweating bullets thinking about what she'd do with it. Just then, I got a message from her with a picture from my diary. I lost my heart to a city lad's smiles. Alex, your blue eyes are so divine. You look at me and give me butterflies. Send me shooting straight to cloud 9. Let's meet tomorrow for lunch as usual. Shall we? This girl was pure evil. The next day when I met her and Amanda at lunch, I really wanted to throw my traitor smug face. Katie, I want my diary back. Babe, of course I'll give it back. You just have to do one little thing for me. I want you to steal the final math exam. My jaw dropped open. Are you crazy? I won't do that. Her face looked really menacing. Oh, yes, you will, if you don't want posters of your little love poem everywhere. There's only a week left, and I can't study for it. I need you to steal it tonight. Amanda will go with you. Of course, Katie. I'll just go steal the key from the principal's office from his secretary's desk, and we'll sneak into his office at night. Easy peasy. Seriously? This girl would jump off a bridge if Katie told her to. My stomach churned at the idea of breaking so many rules, but I really didn't have a choice if I didn't want to be utterly humiliated. That night, as we snuck into the school and headed to the principal's office, I felt absolutely terrified. But Amanda was in her element. She confidently unlocked the door and we crept in. She headed straight for the file cabinet and told me to hold up the torch while she looked for the paper. Just then, we heard some noise outside and we both froze. We heard footsteps coming closer. I instantly switched off the torchlight and dragged Amanda behind the big desk. As the door slowly creaked open, I closed my eyes and started praying to all the gods out there. This was it. I would be expelled. My parents would disown me. My life would be ruined. Whoever had opened the door suddenly closed it, and I let out a huge sigh of relief. And then we heard the lock click. Oh my God, I left the key in the door. It's probably that creepy janitor who lives here. What are we gonna do now? I completely lost it. Oh, we're just gonna have to wait till morning for the principal to find us here and expel us. And you know who gets to save her butt? Katie. Your best friend is a bully who doesn't care about you or anyone, Amanda. Friends don't get friends into trouble. That's not true. You're just jealous. Oh yeah? Then why didn't she come with us and sent you instead? I'll tell you why. She doesn't care about you. She doesn't care. Amanda stared at me silently for a moment. You're right. Katie really only does care about herself, and she's not even nice to me. I'm such an idiot. Listen to me, Amanda. We're not stealing anything. We have to figure a way out of here, and then we can deal with Katie together, okay? We tried opening the window, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, Amanda pulled at my hair. Ow! What was that for? Nothing. I just needed this hairpin. Why didn't you tell me you were wearing one? And with that, she marched towards the door and started tinkering with the lock. That stuff only works in movies. Just then, the lock clicked and the door opened. Amanda turned to me and grinned. Let's get out of here. The next morning, Katie was waiting for us at the bleachers for the math paper, and we certainly had one for her. You see, Amanda and I had spent the whole night making one up. I handed the exam to her and said, "Now can I have my diary back, please?" Not so fast. You're going to help me solve the paper and learn all the answers. You'll get the diary right after the exam. I'd kinda expected that, so it was time for me and Amanda to launch part 2 of our revenge program. She would follow Amanda secretly and find some dirt on her, and she would catch it on camera. I helped her prep for the exam all week, while Amanda hung out with her as usual, acting completely normal. One evening, Amanda turned up at my house looking super excited. I got it. I caught her on camera. I watched the video of Katie sneaking into an empty classroom, and minutes later, a boy showed up. I recognized him as Katie's boyfriend's best friend, and then the two of them started making out. Seriously, this girl was just the worst. On the day of the math exam, just before it was about to start, Katie winked at me. Wish me luck. Not that I need it. I grinned as I got the math paper and started working on it. Oh boy, this was gonna be so much fun. As soon as it ended and we all went out, Katie came charging towards me like a mad bull. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to an empty classroom. What did you do? I didn't know a single answer on the exam paper. Are you crazy? You made me fail the final. I'm going to completely ruin you. Not if we ruin you first. We turned around to see Amanda walk in. What are you talking about, stupid? This is your fault too. You couldn't even steal the right exam. Oh yes, I could. I just didn't. And this is what I'm talking about. And she thrust her phone in Katie's hands and played the video. Katie's eyes went wide in horror as she watched herself. Amanda quickly snatched the phone from her before she could smash it into a wall. Give my diary back, Katie, or this video is going to be making all the social media rounds in no time, and everyone will know you're a cheater. Katie screamed in frustration and took the diary out of her bag and threw it at me. Also, you just lost the only real friend you had. Being pretty or fashionable means nothing if you're a jerk on the inside. You're always going to end up alone. And with that, I put an arm through Amanda's and we walked out of the classroom. I decided I was done trying to be anyone but me. I joined the mathletes and actually won the competition for the school for the first time in years. And I'm friends with all the math nerds now. We're a pretty cool bunch. Oh, and on Valentine's Day, I wrote my lame love poem to Alex on a card and asked him out. We've been dating for 2 months now. Hi, I'm Hannah from California. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I was born to one of the most beautiful women in the world. Yeah, everyone thinks about their moms, but in my case, it was actually true. Everyone said so, and I was just like her. Dad adored us both, and we lived in a beautiful house. Life was good, almost perfect. But when I was 14, everything changed one day. I slipped on something on the pavement outside and fell to the ground. And when I woke up, I discovered that I had small scars all over my face. And the doctors said they may never go away completely. I was in shock for a few days. Once the scars were healed, Mom took me to the mall to buy makeup. But just putting on some concealer wasn't helping much. You could still see them. The next few days, I spent hours watching YouTube makeup tutorials. I studied the way makeup artists transform their faces with layers of makeup. And once I'd applied it on myself, my parents were stunned. Hannah, I hardly recognize you. But honey, the stuff will rub off when you play outside. True. So I guess I won't be doing that anymore. A week later, my parents sat me down for a talk. Hannah, we have some difficult news. Our company is not doing well, and we'll have to sell the house. While we're taking care of all this, we think it's best that you go to my sister in Seattle for a while. Honestly, it was a lot to take in, but a part of me was relieved. I'd never met my aunt or been to Seattle, but it meant a fresh start where no one knew what I looked like before. 2 days later, I flew to Seattle and a driver picked me up at the airport. Aunt's house was basically a mansion. I knew Aunt owned a skincare company, but I had no idea she was so rich. A maid led me to my room, and as I was unpacking, I suddenly jumped when I saw someone's reflection in the mirror. It was a really short woman with an unpleasant expression. Hi, can I help you? Help me? How would you help me when you've come to live on my charity? Wait, this woman was my aunt? She looked nothing like Mom. Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt. I've just never seen any pictures of you. Of course. Why would your vain mother keep pictures of me? All she ever cared about was herself and her looks. Judging by all the makeup on your face, I guess that's what she taught you too. Not exactly. Since I'll be living with you, you might as well know. I took a wet tissue and cleaned the makeup off my face. Aunt stared at me, and then she started laughing. Oh, this must bother your mother so much. She couldn't even stand it if she had a tiny pimple. She was obsessed with perfection. Well, she's not like that now, really. I'm guessing it was her idea to get you all this makeup. Trust me, I know your mother better than you do. With that, she just turned and left. Well, yeah, Mom had bought me the makeup, but it was what I wanted too. Aunt was just weird. And over the next few days, I realized she was really weird. She'd ask me to do the oddest tasks. I only eat the brown M&Ms, so pick those out and throw the others away. Get me 6 blueberry muffins from the bakery and then pick out all the blueberries. I'm allergic. You have to read me 22 pages every night before I go to sleep. I tried doing whatever she asked, but then one night she woke me up by calling me. I need 3 apples from the tree down the road. You need them now? It's 3 a.m. I'm not going, Aunt. And I hung up, but moments later she appeared in my bedroom. If I were you, I'd do what you're told, Hannah. I've been doing that, but I think you're just enjoying torturing me. You and your parents owe me. They're nearly bankrupt, and I've been sending them money, and also offered to send you to school. So, I want those apples now. I climbed out of bed and went out. I didn't realize my parents were in so much trouble, and I didn't want to add to their stress. I got some relief from her when I started school. I was looking for my class the first day when a boy approached me.
Are you new here? You look lost.
Yeah, I'm extremely lost. His name was Eric, and he was really nice. He showed me the way to my class, and as we parted, he said,
"Hope I get to see you around later."
Maybe Seattle would be bearable after all. As I was looking for an empty seat, a gorgeous girl waved at me. You come and sit right here, new girl. I'm Tracy, and honestly, I'm the only person worth knowing in this class. Everyone else is boring. By the way, I just love your makeup. Wow, this Tracy was definitely full of herself, but she was kind of fun, and soon we started hanging out every day. A few weeks later, she proposed a sleepover, but it had to be at my house. Sure, but be warned, my aunt is weird. The night started off pretty fun, but then Tracy turned to me and said, I want to know how you do your makeup. Here, use this to take it off and show it to me from the start. Before I could reply, I heard Aunt yelling, Hannah, I can't find my underwear. Help me find it. When I got to her room, I found her sitting on the bed. Don't show that girl your face without makeup. Ever. Why not? And wait, how did you know what we were talking about? Not important. Now listen to me. I own a skincare company, and I promise everyone perfect, flawless skin. I can't have customers knowing that my own niece is, well, not perfect. It will be bad for my brand. So I'm just supposed to hide my face from my friend? Please, don't make me remind you about everything I'm doing for me and my parents. Yeah, I won't tell anyone. I went back and told Tracy I was tired and wanted to sleep. You're not gonna take your makeup off first? Nope, it'll last me another day. Luckily, Tracy didn't push it, and I was glad to have her as a friend. But the best part about school was Eric. One time, he caught me looking at the track team's flyer.
Do you like to run?
I think it's something I could like.
I love running. Race you to the gym?
You're on. Suddenly he sprinted and I followed, but he was too fast. When I finally caught up with him, he was leaning against the water cooler.
Amateur.
I didn't say I was a superstar.
But you had fun, didn't you?
Before I could say yes, I wiped sweat off my forehead and saw my makeup start to run. Oh, no. I gotta go. I ran like crazy and only stopped when I reached the bathroom. I was able to fix my makeup just in time. But when I was leaving for home that day, Eric caught up with me.
Hey, why'd you run off like that before?
Before I could reply, a car honked loudly, and it was my aunt calling out to me. Why are you here? I can't pick up my favorite niece now? And who's that boy? Just a friend. You're obviously lying. You like him. Well, don't tell him about your real face if you want him to like you back. Maybe not everyone's as shallow as you, Aunt. Oh, yes, they are. Trust me, I know. I got mocked for my appearance all the time. I couldn't change other things, but I could change my skin. And I really did with my creams. But unfortunately, you only have makeup, and that rubs off. She made me so mad. But what if she was right? Maybe Eric wouldn't like me if he knew the truth. But something totally unexpected happened the next day. Tracy had bought some new foundation, and she kept insisting at lunch that I try it. I told you, I don't want to take my makeup off right now. Can you drop it? Why are you like this? It's weird that you never take off your makeup in front of anyone. It's almost pathetic. Suddenly, I felt mad. I'm pathetic? What about you? Is there anything even real about you? I'm more real than you are. Really? Are your eyelashes real? And what about your nose job? Is this even real? I tugged on her hair just for effect, but suddenly half of it ended up in my hands. Oh God, I had no idea Tracy wore hair extensions. Tracy, I am so sorry. You knew, didn't you? Yeah, I'm insecure about my hair. You're insecure about your skin, but I'd never take your makeup off like that. How would I know? I'm sorry. But it was too late. Everyone had seen me. They all thought I was a bully now and had exposed Tracy's secret on purpose. I tried to apologize, but Tracy completely ignored me. No one else was talking to me either, and even worse, Eric was being cold to me. Hey, it seems like you've been avoiding me.
Well, yeah, I have. That was a really messed up thing you did to Tracy.
I promise, I didn't know.
I'm not sure I believe that. How could you not know? She's your best friend. You're just not who I thought you were.
That hurt me more than anything else. I felt super lonely, so I just started having my lunch in an empty classroom while watching MSA videos on YouTube. It was the only thing that made me feel better. A few days later, I saw Eric going into the gym, and I decided I'd tell him everything so that he could get to know the real me. He hadn't seen me yet, and just then he started rolling up his pants. He had scars all over his legs. Suddenly, he realized I was right behind him.
Hannah, you weren't supposed to see that. Please don't tell anyone. It happened in an accident and no one knows.
Eric, I would never tell anyone. I wouldn't even have done that to Tracy if I'd known the truth about her hair.
I want to believe you, but I don't think you understand what being insecure about something feels like. You look so perfect all the time.
And then I wiped off my makeup to show him my real face.
Oh, Hannah, I had no idea. You're beautiful. Thank you for showing me.
He pulled me into a tight hug, and for the first time since my accident, I felt seen and accepted as me. The next day at school, I came with my makeup as usual, but Eric showed up in shorts, exposing his legs for the world to see. What was he doing?
Hannah, I wanted to thank you. When you showed me your scars yesterday, I just became less afraid to show mine. I don't want to hide them anymore.
I don't know what to say, especially because I haven't been so open about my own scars.
Maybe you can take your makeup off now. We can take this step together.
I wish I could, but I can't let anyone see me without makeup. I told him how my witch aunt had instructed me to never take off my makeup in public, or she'd stop helping my family.
We can keep it a secret, as long as you reapply it before you go home. She won't know, right?
At first, most of the kids at school didn't even recognize me without makeup. When they realized who it was, they were stunned. But I was surprised by how many people told me I was brave. Tracy looked shocked when I walked up to her. Here's my secret. Will you believe me now that I would never have let yours out on purpose? Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't. I thought things were finally back to normal, but the next day, I was about to go home when someone told me to check Tracy's Facebook page. She'd posted a picture of me without makeup and a caption that said, "Guess Miss Perfect isn't perfect after all." Wow, so she hadn't forgiven me after all. I was gonna kick her butt the next day. But when I got home, Aunt was waiting for me, looking like a tiny dragon. "You want to explain this picture to me?" "Not really. You were wrong about everyone, Aunt. No one judges me for my scars. In fact, they think I'm awesome for not hiding them. And Eric thinks I'm beautiful just the way I am." "They're lying. They're laughing behind your back. And you messed up big time by not listening to me. I'm gonna withdraw you from that school and stop sending money to your parents." "Excuse me? What's this about you sending us money?" Aunt and I turned around in shock to see Mom behind us. "Hannah, has she been treating you badly? Why didn't you tell me?" When I told her everything, Mom was furious. "You petty, petty woman.
As if you'd ever offer a single penny to anyone. I've been sending you money for Hannah's school. I know you've always envied me, but I didn't think you'd stoop so low and take it out on my daughter. And why would I envy you? I'm successful and have all the money in the world. Yeah, but you're gonna rot alone in this mansion. Good luck. Mom took my hand and we left. I was so glad to be out of that house. Honey, our business is doing much better now, and we even found a house. I came to get you so that you could see it before we bought it. I'm so happy things are better, Mom. But do you think we could move to Seattle? I finally feel like I fit in here. Mom looked really surprised. Yeah, I think we can do that. But are you sure? I thought about Eric and smiled. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm the smart one. Or that's what my mother always told me. I'm one of 4 sisters. There's my older sister, Kathy, and the twins, Debbie and Joy. And me, Stacy, stuck right in the middle. We were all born within a few years of each other, and honestly, I think my parents had trouble coping with so many little kids running around the house. When I was 4 or 5, my mom started to define us, and not in a good way. Kathy was the pretty one, I was the smart one, and the twins were special. As we got older, it only got more intense. My mom would always tell me that the world is harder on smart girls, so I should expect to fight for everything I wanted. You'll be a scientist and make a big discovery. No, Mama, I want to be a pilot one day. That would be a huge waste of time. The world has plenty of pilots. My mom would then predict the absolute opposite future for my sister Kathy. She would tell Kathy over and over how much the world loves a pretty girl. High school years were the worst. Kathy easily fell in with the cool crowd, and everything was working out for her pretty much as my mom had said. But not for me. Not so much. In the beginning, the smart kids let me hang with them, but after a while, I couldn't keep up. I mean, physics is just not my thing. Dissecting little animals in biology freaked me out, and I had no idea what Shakespeare was talking about most of the time. The smart kids figured out the truth and quit hanging out with me. It turns out that I wasn't any smarter than most of the kids in my class. I had to study really hard to ace a test and work long hours into the night on my homework. It didn't help that Kathy told all of her girlfriends that I was the smart one, and they started asking me to do their homework. At first, I said no, but these were mean girls on top of being popular girls, and they spread a nasty rumor about me. Even my sister spread the rumor around just to make me do her homework. The other kids believed the rumor, and I either got teased or ignored. High school is hard enough without that kind of pressure. I caved. I started doing my sister's homework and special project homework for her friends. They went around school and started taking back the rumor. It worked, and kids no longer whispered behind my back, but I still had no friends at all. It made me think that my mom had been right. My life was hard, and Kathy's was pretty sweet. But it also confused me because I wasn't off the charts smart, just your normal above-average student. The truly crazy smart kids weren't having a hard life. They were all looking at futures with fancy colleges and great jobs. I would just sit in my room and just get so angry about how unfair everything seemed. I tried. I really tried to be happy, but I wasn't. I was just lonely and overwhelmed. I tried to talk to my mother about it. I explained that I didn't feel that smart, and yet everyone was expecting me to perform at this really high academic level. I asked her if we couldn't bring those expectations down a notch because I felt like I was drowning. My mom barely heard me, and she certainly didn't understand. Oh, Stacy, I told you that your life would be hard because of your intellect. Just be patient. Things will get better when you're a grown-up. Don't you get it? I'm not super smart. The future you keep talking about isn't mine. Her eyes narrowed. She got really angry and grounded me for 2 weeks because I raised my voice. I never tried to talk to her about my troubles again, but I had to do something. My sister and her friends kept loading their homework onto my pile. I felt like I never slept, and I had big, dark bags under my eyes to prove it. To make matters even worse, my twin sisters were now in high school with Kathy and me.
Whenever they got stuck on something in their homework, they'd go to Mom and ask for her help. Go ask Stacy to help you. She's the smart one. So they did. And I'd always help them because it was expected of me. I would always help them, even if it meant staying up really late to finish my own work, because that's what sisters do. One day, my dad was out working in the garage on one of his vintage cars. I slid onto a stool and watched him fiddle with the engine. Finally, I asked my big question. Dad, do you think I'm smart? Really, really smart?
Sure, Stacy. You're the smart one. You solved that puzzle before your sisters even got started when you were 5. You've always been the smart one.
I literally jumped off the stool. What? All of this smart one stuff because I solved a puzzle when I was 5? He looked at me for the first time, surprised, I guess, that I didn't know the puzzle story.
Well, yeah, Stacy. That's when your mom figured out how smart you are.
I stood there, stunned. All the pain and struggle of the past few years flooded through me. I ran out of the garage straight to my room and fell on my bed, crying. I wasn't super smart. My parents were super stupid. Okay, that's harsh, but still, my whole life had been shaped because of some silly kids puzzle. I changed that day. The next day, the twins came to my room with a project they wanted me to do for them at the last minute. Nope, I'm going to bed. They looked at me in shock, and then, "You can't go to bed," the other twin finished her sentence, "because we'll fail the class if you don't help us." I walked over and turned out the lights and crawled into bed. They went crazy and started jumping on me. Get up! You can't do this to us!" "Watch me." The twins were furious and stormed out of the room. I heard them complaining to my mother, and she came into my room a few minutes later to take their side. "What's wrong with you, Stacy? Get up and help your sisters. They're your sisters and deserve your help. This is no time to be selfish and lazy." I ignored her too and dug deeper into the blankets. She finally left and slammed the door. I just lay there breathing heavily. It was scary to say no, but I'd done it. The twins barely spoke to me after that, just because I wouldn't do their homework. My mom never stood up for me, ever. Pretty much the same thing happened when I turned down my sister and her friends. They trapped me in one of the hallways at school. They threatened to start rumors again if I didn't get busy with their work. They were way more frightening than the twins. These girls had expected me to do their college applications and even do their final essays. They had a lot on the line and wanted me to make it all happen for them. Finally, I'd had enough. No. I won't do your work. My work is hard enough. Just leave me alone. I jerked free of my sister's grip and ran away from them. But I never got free. They did start telling horrible stories about me at school, and my sister was the worst of them. My whole time in high school was lonely and pretty horrible. But guys, don't feel sorry for me because I have good news for you. My Story Animated will give $1,000 to anyone who will subscribe in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, tell your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. When I got to college, I had a chance to make a fresh start. I made sure not to act too smart around anyone. Whenever the professor asked me a question in class, I always answered, "I don't know." But I ran into a big problem. I didn't really know who I was. I thought goth girls looked cool, so I tried being a goth girl. I started going to classes dressed in all black with black lipstick, black nail polish, and a spiked necklace. I even met a cool goth guy named Lizard. Not his real name, of course. He was my first boyfriend. It was cool for a while, but the real goth kids sensed I wasn't fully on board and started keeping their distance from me. Being goth wasn't really working out or even that fun for me. Besides, I was getting sick of wearing all black. So one day, I showed up in class wearing a pink sweater set and lavender capris. No more black lipstick or pointy jewelry. A couple of the kids didn't even recognize me. This was fun. People smiled at me more, and the teacher even called on me a couple of times. She didn't even look annoyed that I gave my standard, "I don't know" response to a question. A cute guy from class named Eric invited me to go get coffee with him afterward, and I said yes. I don't think he even realized that I'd been in the class with him all along. We had a great time talking about how hard the class was and just general life things. He asked me out to dinner, and I almost said yes until I remembered that I had a date that night with Lizard. I suggested another night, and we made a plan. All of a sudden, I was dating 2 guys. Of course, there was a catch. I dressed as a goth when I had a date with Lizard, and a preppy girl when I was out with Eric. It got a little crazy around my dorm room. One time, I was all dressed in my goth gear when I got a text from Eric saying that he was running a few minutes late. Oh my gosh, I thought the date was with Lizard. I had to change everything. I crazy fast switched my clothes, hair, and makeup and was literally out of breath when Eric arrived at the door 15 minutes later. It all came to a head when I was out at the club with Eric. We were dancing and having a fun time when I see Lizard come through the door. I freaked out and tried to stay out of Lizard's sight without Eric noticing that I was trying to hide behind him. For a while, it seemed to work. Lizard hung out with his friends and didn't really notice me. I almost had Eric convinced that I had a headache and we should leave the club when Lizard appeared in front of us.
You are the most fake girl I've ever met.
I stood there not knowing what to say. Eric jumped to my defense.
Don't talk to my girlfriend that way. Well, when she's my girlfriend, she dresses goth. Is this true? Wait a minute. Are you the goth girl that used to be in class?
I'm still in class. Look, I apologize for not being totally honest with both of you.
Too late.
Too embarrassed to even look at Eric, I reached out for his hand and he jerked back.
Stay away from me. I don't even know you.
I ran to the bathroom and sobbed. They were right. I had become a fake. When I finally came out and made my way to the door, I felt people staring at me and saw them whispering behind their hands. The next time I went to class, I wore my old jeans and a t-shirt. When the professor called on me, I knew the answer and so I just said it. I tracked down a small flight school and finally took my first flying lesson. It was magical and I was finally free. I finished college and kept up my training until I actually got my license to fly helicopters. All my mom could say was, "What a waste." I took a deep breath and just smiled at her. She'll never change, but I can. Now I fly rescue and recovery because I know how it feels to be lost. Learning how to fly is the smartest thing I've ever done.
I had been working as a driver for this rich boy called Brian, and one day, while I was sitting at the side of the pool outside their mansion, he and his friends jumped in, splashing water all over me. At first, I was mad. But then, more people joined the pool party, and among them was the Juliet to my Romeo. Her name was Victoria, and she was just so perfect. She turned to me and smiled before jumping into the pool, and I swear I felt my heart jump out of my chest. Suddenly, she screamed in pain, and the water around her started turning red. Hi, my name is Caleb. Before I continue with the story, please like and subscribe. If you don't, your crush will ignore you. Forever. So, back to the story. Victoria was screaming as everyone else around her laughed. Those jerks. I immediately dove into the pool. While I checked for injuries, I asked if she was okay. But Brian and the others were still laughing. Brian said, "It was just a prank for her TikTok, loser. Relax." I turned to Victoria and saw she was smiling with one eyebrow raised. She said, "That was attractive, but stay away from me, idiot." Feeling embarrassed, I walked away. Brian wanted to drive Victoria home, and during the ride, I stole a glance at her through the rearview mirror, only to see that she was also looking right at me and smiling. Suddenly, Brian moved closer and whispered, "Wake up, dummy. If I see you looking at her like that again, I swear." I tried to concentrate on the road instead. That night when I got home, I was shocked to see my little sister Candace sleeping on the top of the fridge. My mom told me she won't come down unless I give her ice cream, but we don't have the money for any. My heart broke. I checked my wallet and realized that I only had a few dollars left. I decided I'd find an evening job soon. Mom couldn't work after her accident, so it was all up to me now, and it drove me to work harder. One night, I drove Brian and Victoria to a party, and Brian told me to wait in the car. An hour had passed when I saw her coming out of the door with a guy, and I noticed she looked uncomfortable. Suddenly, the jerk started pulling her hand and trying to kiss her. I got out of the car and ran towards them. I pulled Victoria away and shouted, "Get off her, man!" The guy yelled back, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Victoria tried to calm me down. "Caleb, don't!" But I was furious. The dimwit then shoved me to the ground, making me scrape my elbow. I got up and was about to punch him, but Rachel and the others came out and stopped me. I stormed off and got back into the car. Victoria joined me a little later and started helping me with my small scratch on my elbow. She said, "You didn't have to do that, Caleb," but I wasn't listening to her. All I could hear was the loud beating of my heart as I stared at her beautiful face up close. I looked away when our eyes met. I had to stop this dream before it was too late. For the next several months, I ignored Victoria whenever she hung out with Brian. One day, I went home to our landlord screaming at my mom. He was throwing her things outside. My mom begged him, Please, give us 2 more weeks. He replied, I already gave you a month. I ran to hug my mom and desperately asked for another extension. When he finally agreed, I was forced to get another job as a part-time janitor at McDonald's. One afternoon, while I was mopping the floor, Brian, Victoria, and their other friends came in. After ordering, Rachel, Victoria's best friend, asked, Hey Brian, we didn't know that your driver was a janitor too. I waited for Victoria to say something, but she avoided eye contact with me. Brian then called me over. Hey loser, clean this up! He started pouring all of their drinks on the floor. They were all laughing at me as I mopped the floor, except for Victoria, who kept herself busy on her phone. I felt like I'd been stabbed in the chest. She was so cold. Everyone suddenly fell silent as someone approached their table. It was my boss, Brian's dad, and he looked mad. He told them, I don't think that's how we treat people. Brian bowed his head in shame, while the others looked guilty. He then apologized to me privately and promised to arrange a scholarship program for me at Brian's school, which he actually owned. I immediately told Mom the good news. I was finally going back to school to finish my final year. Brian and Victoria were shocked a month later when I was introduced as a new student to their class. While walking to my locker, I heard some students talking. What is he doing here? He was Brian's driver, right? I wanted to tell them that I wasn't Brian's driver anymore. Jeez, I had a name. I suddenly bumped into Victoria, and before I could react, she shoved me into a janitor's closet and joined me in there. I asked, What are you doing? She ignored my question and instead said, and now we're even closer, and you can't ignore me anymore. I had never been so confused in my whole life. I asked, what do you mean? She gave me a half smile, and before leaving the closet, she kissed me on the cheek. I couldn't get that kiss out of my mind for the next 3 days. It made me so nervous that I had to avoid her because these feelings were scaring me. One day, our science teacher paired me up with Victoria for a project, but to my surprise, Victoria requested a different partner. I was disappointed and relieved at the same time. As I was about to leave the room, she walked up to me and said, I hate you. What did I do? My heart then skipped a beat when she suddenly leaned in and kissed me on the lips. I was going to kiss her back, but then our teacher saw us and kicked us out. It was so embarrassing. Victoria then held my hand and giggled as we ran out of school. A black limo stopped in front of us, and I gasped when she shoved me inside. I asked, am I being kidnapped? She chuckled, you're really cute. Now, take me somewhere else. Suddenly, feeling brave, I told her driver to take us to my secret hideout. When we got there, we sat next to each other silently for a while, admiring the view. I said, you know, Vic, I've always been crazy about you. I finally decided to give in to my heart's desire and kissed her. But then she said she wanted our relationship to be a secret. She promised me that she'd tell everyone soon. Her parents would hate her if they found out, and she wasn't ready for the backlash in school yet. I tried my best to make her happy, but whenever she was around her squad, especially with Brian, she treated me like I didn't exist. One time, she got angry with me because I wasn't answering her calls. I told her my phone was broken. She turned up with the latest iPhone, which came with a bonus, a key to a Porsche. She said, tell everyone that it's yours. You also need brand clothes, bags, watches. We have to go shopping later. I told her that I didn't want all that stuff, but she insisted and said, do it for me. We headed to this high-end shopping mall after class, and on the way, she let go of my hand when we saw Rachel and her other friends. Rachel asked, hey girl, what are you doing here with Brian's driver? Victoria then whispered something to her, which I heard. I don't know, he kept following me and begging me to buy him clothes. Rachel whispered back, aw, he's a hopeless case, girl. She gave me a disgusted look, and they all walked away, taking Victoria with them. I was furious. But that instantly changed when she sent me a message saying, just stay right there. I'm going to the police to report you for stealing my heart. A few months later, I left McDonald's and got a new job as a waiter in a 5-star restaurant. During an afternoon shift, I was shocked to see who had just come in. It was Victoria and her parents. It was my first time seeing them, and they looked so sophisticated and intimidating. Suddenly, I felt insecure again. How the hell would they accept a guy like me for their princess? I took their order with shaking hands, and while serving them, I accidentally spilled a drink on her dad's shirt. Oh damn, he shouted at me. Look what you've done. Where's your manager? Victoria defended me. "Dad, calm down. He's Caleb, and he's my friend." I was shocked at her dad's response. "Stick to friends from your circle, young lady." Victoria started to cry, while my face looked like someone had punched me in the stomach. The next day, when I woke up, I noticed that my mom was talking to someone. It was the most unexpected person, Victoria's mom. I listened to their conversation from the stairs, and my heart broke when I heard her final words. "This is a warning. Keep your son away from my daughter, or else." Mom tried to talk to me that night, but I just wanted to be alone. I didn't go to school for a few days and ignored Victoria's calls. She showed up to our house and forced me to come with her to her secret place, a hidden hot spring. She apologized about her dad. I was about to tell her what her mom did, but suddenly, someone appeared from the tall grass. "Victoria? Are you there?" It was Brian. I immediately lowered my head into the water. I came up for breath after a while and was shocked. Brian was trying to kiss my girlfriend. How dare he? Victoria pushed him and said, "Stop it, Brian. How did you even know I was here?" He answered, "I've been tracking your phone." What? Instead of being mad, Victoria just said, "I'm tired. I want to go home now." She left me a text saying that she still needed to prepare for a girls' party tonight. The phone pinged again. It was another message that said, "Get home safe." Later that night, I took my phone out and checked Instagram. I saw Rachel's stories. I thought it was a girls' party, but why were Brian and the other boys there? And then there were other stories that showed Victoria getting chummy with Brian. I felt so betrayed. I looked at my gift that I bought for her birthday next week. I saved up for months just to buy her it. We had a huge fight the next day because of Brian, and I told her I would not be attending her birthday. It was all a lie, though. I wanted to surprise her by turning up at her birthday and telling her parents how serious I was about her. But little did I know that things were about to become a total mess. It was an exclusive, formal party in their mansion. I rented a suit and bought an expensive bouquet of roses for her. My heart was beating out of my chest as I entered their mansion. Everyone looked so sophisticated, which made me feel totally out of place. I felt breathlessness when I finally saw Victoria. She looked so drop-dead gorgeous in her beautiful red dress. I waited in one corner when I noticed she was still busy talking to Brian and her parents' visitors. I met her mom's eyes across the room. She glared at me. She then whispered something to Victoria's dad, and moments later, her father walked up to the front. He got everyone's attention, only to announce something that made my world come crashing down. Brian and Victoria were getting engaged. What? I waited for Victoria to say something, but she just stood there with tears in her eyes while looking at Brian. Heck, she didn't even know I was there. I silently left with a broken heart. The next day, everyone was talking about the newly engaged couple. I went to the library to calm myself by reading a book. Suddenly, Victoria appeared and dragged me to the back of the bookshelf and said that she missed me. She tried to kiss me, but I pulled away. She asked, "What's the matter? You're going to prom with me, right?" I smiled bitterly. "Why don't you ask Brian instead?" Looking guilty, she answered, "Babe, don't believe the rumors. It's not true." The blood drained from her face when I told her that I had actually been there at her birthday party last night. She suddenly stepped away from me when some other students appeared. How could I love a person who was ashamed of me? It felt like there was a stone in my chest. I walked away and ran out of the building. I just wanted to be away from her. She called after me and asked me to stop. I said, "I can't do this anymore, Victoria. I'm sorry." She looked shocked. "What do you mean?" I answered with a cracked voice, "You deserve someone better. Someone who can give you the whole world. I can't do that. Brian can, and your parents know that." She said, "I don't care about all that. I love you, Caleb. I just need you to trust me and give me more time." It hurt to hear her cry as I walked away. I really believed that I had done the right thing, but after graduation, I was utterly miserable. Victoria and I hadn't seen each other since that day. I got another job as a bartender downtown, and one night, when we were about to close, I noticed a familiar guy slouching at the bar counter. I asked him for his order, but I was shocked when he lifted his face. It was Brian. He told me that he'd come because he wanted to talk to me. He revealed, "I love her so much, bro," and I thought she felt the same way. And now, it doesn't feel right, because I think she loves someone else. I froze. He added, "It really hurts a lot, but I'm finally letting her go." He patted me on the back and said, "Take care of her for me, please." That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what Brian had told me. It was already 4 in the morning when I finally decided to pick up my phone and dialed a number. The soft voice answered, "Hello?" With closed eyes, I breathed in and said, "Hello, Victoria."
Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm from California. I was born to a very poor family, and my dad was a complete jerk. He ran away from home when I was just 2, and mom had to work as a maid in rich households to raise me. Once when I was 4, I fell really ill, and mom had no money to get me medicine. She asked all the rich people she worked for, but none of them helped her. I hear these excuses all the time. Do you even have a kid? Mom felt helpless and decided to steal money from them to save my life. I recovered fine, but mom was taken away by the cops, and now I had no one to take care of me. So I ended up in an orphanage. The caregiver there was a very mean, strict woman. She made us work like slaves and didn't even give us proper food to eat. Once when I was 8, I saw her shouting at one of the girls because she broke a stupid china doll while cleaning it. "How dare you touch such an expensive thing with your dirty hands? Who's going to pay for this now? Your dead parents?" The girl burst into tears, and I felt like banging the woman's head into the wall. Even worse, she sent the girl to her room without any dinner, but I saved half of mine and sneaked it up to her. "Here, you can eat this. I'm not really that hungry." Her name was Tina, and after that day, we became the bestest of friends. But then one day, when I was 12, Tina's hand got stung by a bee and it swelled up like crazy. "We need to take her to the hospital." "Are you crazy? It's just a bee, not a dinosaur. She'll be fine." The caregiver refused to take her to the hospital and locked the 2 of us in the storeroom. This was it. I had to do something. I sneaked out through the window and locked the caregiver in her room. Meanwhile, Tina plucked the giant beehive from the tree nearby and threw it into her room through the window. "Open the door! Open the freaking door! There are bees in here! Someone, save me!" After that, we freed all the girls from the orphanage and left that place for good. We spent hours running around the streets of California, but then we got really hungry. "Let's go to that restaurant." "But we don't have any money." "They don't know that." We went in and ordered everything on the menu. After we'd eaten up to our necks, it was time to run. Tina ran at the speed of a bullet, but I was left behind. I saw the nearest parked car in the parking lot and jumped right into its open door.
"Easy there, kid. You're safe here."
I looked up to see a handsome man dressed in really expensive clothes, and he was staring at me. I thought he'd kick me out of the car, but instead he asked me why I was running. I told him everything, and he looked kinda sad at first, but after a few minutes of silence, he said,
"I can't change what you've been through, kid, but I surely can give you a better future. I'll adopt you."
"Oh my God, adopt me?" This was insane. He took me to his home, and it was huge. So many fancy cars and hundreds of people working around. By the time we reached inside, his lawyer was already waiting with the adoption papers, and he just signed them off. Suddenly, my life took a 180-degree turn, and I became a princess overnight. The rich man got me the best clothes and the best education in the world. This was like a dream come true. But there was something missing from my life. Tina. I looked for her all over town, but she was nowhere to be found. One day when I was in the 8th grade, I went to this fancy restaurant with my friends when I suddenly heard a customer shouting at a waitress, "Are you freaking blind? You spilled coffee all over my white silk dress. I want to file a case against this moron." I rushed forward to help the poor waitress who was on her knees, begging for forgiveness. And to my shock, it was Tina. "Oh my God, Tina? What are you doing here? Are you okay?" I immediately picked her up and we hugged each other tight. The old lady kept yelling until I threw some cash in her face, but Tina, she looked so happy to see me. I took her home with me and she was awestruck to see my house. "This place is huge. My entire neighborhood could fit in here." I showed her around and told her everything, and we had a blast. Tina told me that she now lived with her new parents who adopted her soon after we left the orphanage, but they weren't well off, so she worked at a restaurant instead of going to school. I felt sad for her, but now she had me. I asked Dad to enroll her into the same school with me, and of course, he did. Tina and I became the bestest of buddies once again, and we had so much fun together. Until one day in the 10th grade, Rihanna joined our school. Rihanna was a spoiled little witch who picked on other kids all the time, and now her new target was Tina. One day, Tina accidentally stepped on her shoe, and Rihanna went bonkers. Oh my god, that's my new Prada, and it's worth more than your entire family, you lowlife. And saying that, she held up her hand to hit Tina, but I stopped her. You better not touch her or you'll regret it. How dare you mess with me? Do you know who I am? Do I look like someone who cares? She looked at me with blazing eyes and jumped on me like a wildcat. Just then, some kids came in and pulled us apart, but the fight wasn't over. I was so gonna teach her a lesson for this. The next couple of days, Tina didn't come to school and wasn't even replying to my messages. I got really worried about her. Later that evening, I went over to her place to see what was wrong. It turned out her dad was fired from the office and now he was severely ill. I felt so bad for Tina. I had to do something. I asked Dad to help her and he gave Tina's dad an awesome job in his company. A few days later, all the kids from my class were having a pool party and I asked Tina to come with me. But only a few minutes into the party, Tina was talking to a boy when Rihanna marched up to her and pulled her hair. Get away from my boyfriend, you witch. Your what? He was the one trying to flirt with me.
Yeah, I know girls like you. You're just after rich boys for their money.
What are you even doing here at this party? Don't you know it's for rich kids? I brought her with me, so buzz off.
Of course you did. There's no way anyone would let a maid like her into this place without you, Megan.
Rihanna, watch your mouth.
Oh, but it's true, isn't it? Her dad works for your dad. Doesn't that make her your servant's daughter?
That was enough. I picked up a glass of juice and threw it in her face. She ran towards me, but I just moved aside and she fell right into the pool. She came out gasping and screaming. I'm gonna kill you, Megan. And you, Tina. You don't have anything that I might envy for you, except that face. Gosh, that face is too pretty for someone like you. I'll make sure you pay for it as well. I grabbed Tina's hand and left the party. On our way back home, she looked super sad, but I cheered her up with a bit of some ice cream. The next day when I went to school, I opened my locker and a large sealed envelope fell out. When I opened it, I was shocked. It was the question paper for the upcoming math exam. Suddenly, Rihanna turned up out of nowhere and snatched the paper from me. What are you staring at? Oh my god, Megan, you're a cheater. What? No, I don't know how this... Before I could finish, Rihanna was off to the principal's office with the paper, and I was called in minutes later. The principal looked like she was gonna eat me alive. Ma'am, I swear, I didn't do it.
Then what about this question paper in my hand? Did it fly to your locker on its own?
No, I don't know. I didn't do any of this. Please, you have to believe me. But she didn't listen to me, and I was suspended for 2 weeks. When I stepped out of her office, I saw Rihanna running away with an evil grin. It was definitely her. I felt so terrible that I almost burst into tears as I told Tina everything, and she hugged me. It's gonna be fine. I know you didn't do it, Megan. I believe you. We'll find some way to prove it. She took me home and tried everything to make me happy, but I was feeling miserable. The next evening, while I was sulking in my room, I received a text message from Tina. Rihanna and her friends have locked me up in the janitor's closet. Please come and get me out of here. I immediately rushed to the school and freed Tina. She hugged me as soon as she saw me. Oh, Megan, thank God you're here. Are you okay? That witch Rihanna is really out of control. We're not letting her get away with this. Just as Tina and I were running down the hallway, we suddenly heard a loud blast. We were shocked to see a giant fire break out in the math teacher's office. I immediately called the fire department and both of us rushed out of there. The next day, I received a call from the principal's office. I didn't know what it was about, but I was really surprised to see Tina there too. And then I got the shock of my life.
You are being expelled for trying to set the school on fire, Tina. And you too, Megan.
What? We didn't set the fire.
Stop lying through your teeth, Megan. You were on campus yesterday. You've been caught on camera.
I only came to rescue Tina, who'd been locked up by Rihanna in the janitor's closet. If anyone started the fire, it's that psycho. And it looks like she set us up.
Then how do you explain this?
The principal then showed us the camera footage, and it clearly showed Tina starting a fire in the teacher's office. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was speechless. I grabbed Tina's hand and dragged her out of the office. Tina, are you insane? Why did you do that? And suddenly, Tina looked up at me with pure hatred. To ruin you, of course. I hate this school anyway. I don't care if I'm expelled, but seeing you destroyed is totally worth it. What are you saying? Why would you want to ruin me? You're my best friend. No, I'm not your best friend. I'm just your sidekick, the rich girl's maid. You're this perfect Cinderella girl who went from rags to riches, but me, I got adopted by a poor old couple who couldn't even feed me properly. But I did everything I could for you. Yeah, I'm just your charity case, and I hate it. You're not any better than me, so why did you end up with the better life? I decided to take it all from you. I put the question paper in your locker, and I locked myself in the janitor's closet to frame you for the fire. I couldn't believe my ears. She hated me so much while I loved her the most in the world. I bet no college will want you now. And imagine all the shame you'll bring to your dad. He'll really regret adopting you.
I don't feel any regret or shame because of my daughter. It's you who's wrong.
What? Dad? I turned around to see Dad and Tina's parents standing behind us. They were called in by the principal too, and they looked like they'd seen a ghost. Is that what you think of us, Tina? After all the love we gave you? Love? Love isn't everything. I need a better life, money, luxuries, everything this witch has.
That's enough. I'm sending you to juvenile prison for framing my daughter and trying to burn the school down. You need to learn a lesson, kid.
Dad, no. I don't want her to go to prison. I can't believe she did all that, but I've loved her since we were kids. Oh, shut up. Who asked you? I don't need your pity, and I certainly don't need it now. And with that, she stormed off and even left her parents, and I never saw her again. My name was cleared, and after some time, I went back to enjoying my life and studying hard. But now, I'm really careful when it comes to choosing friends.